Honorable Boni Halwale, also Kakamega Center. At this point, when the House lacks the requisite quorum for it to be able to commence its business, all right, the quorum has been achieved. Allow me to hand you over.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages.
Now, honorable senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46.3, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the decision of the National Assembly on the Mung Bill, Senate Bills number 13 of 2022. The message dated Thursday, 22nd of May 2025, was received in the office of the Clerk of the Senate on Monday, 26th of May 2025. Pursuant to Standing Order 46.4, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41.1 and 149 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Mung Bill, Senate Bills number 13 of 2022 was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 206 of 30th December 2022 as a bill seeking to provide for the development, regulation and promotion of the mung bean sector in Kenya, the support of farmers of mung beans in each county in the production and marketing of the produce, and the regulation of the production and sale of mung bean products by county governments and the Agriculture and Food Authority. And whereas the Senate passed the said bill on 21st of February 2024 and referred it to the National Assembly for consideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 110.4 of the Constitution. Further, whereas by a decision made on the 24th of September 2024, the National Assembly rejected a motion for the second reading of the said bill, thereby remitting the bill to a mediation committee pursuant to the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41 and 149 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey this decision of the National Assembly to the Senate and seek the appointment of 7 senators to a mediation committee to consider the bill in accordance with the provisions of Article 113 of the Constitution. Now, honorable senators, consequent to the said decision of the National Assembly, the Speaker of the National Assembly appointed the following members of the National Assembly to a mediation committee to attempt to develop a version of the bill that both houses of Parliament will pass in accordance with Article 113 of the Constitution. These are the Honourable Justice Kemei, MP, the Honourable Gabriel Kagombe, MP, the Honourable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, MP, the Honourable Monica Marubu, MP, the Honourable Jared Okello, MP, the Honourable Geoffrey Odanga, MP, and the Honourable Sabina Chege, CBS, MP. Honourable Senators, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 166.2 of the Senate, and in consultation with the Senate Majority Leader and the Senate Minority Leader, I will, at the appropriate time, appoint senators to the Mediation Committee. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, 12th June, 2025. 1. Report of Parliament by the National Treasury and to Economic Planning regarding all new loans contracted by the government from January 1st, 2025 to April 30th, 2025. And 2. Report of the Controller of Budget, County Government's Budget Implementation Review for the first 9 months of the financial year 2024-2025. I thank you.
The
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Senate today, 12 June 2025. Report of the Standing Committee on Energy on inquiry into the shortage of smart energy meters in Kenya and the potential for the local manufacturing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 12th June 2025. Report of the Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology, ICT, on its consideration of the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bills number 6 of 2024. Thank you.
Senator Beatrice, just take your seat. Now, Honorable Senators, Senator Mundigi, you are out of order. Honorable Senators, as you may have noted, the Senate Majority Leader laid on the table of the Senate this afternoon the report of the National Treasury and Economic Planning on all new loans contracted by the Government of Kenya from 1st of January 2025 to 30th of April 2025. The report by the National Treasury on the stated period contains details on all new loans signed between the national government and various creditors. As honorable senators are aware, Section 31(1) of the Public Finance Management Act states as follows. The Cabinet Secretary shall submit to Parliament every 4 months a report of all loans made to the national government entities and county governments in accordance with Article 211(2) of the Constitution. Now, pursuant to Section 31(3) of the Public Finance Management Act, the report submitted to Parliament should contain A, the names of the parties to the loan, B, the amount of the loan and the currency in which it is expressed and in which it is repayable, C, the terms and conditions of the loan, including interest and other charges payable and the terms of repayment, D, the amount of the loan advanced at the time the report is submitted, and E, the purpose for which the loan was used and the perceived benefits of the loan, and such other information as the Cabinet Secretary may consider appropriate. Honorable Senators, given the significance of the national debt in our public finance management framework, I hereby commit the report of the National Treasury and Economic Planning on all new loans contracted by the Government of Kenya from 1st of January 2025 to 30th of April 2025 to the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget for consideration. The committee is required to table a report on the matter at an appropriate time. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Energy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Energy on inquiry into the shortage of smart energy meters in Kenya and the potential for the local manufacturing laid on the table of the House of Senate today, Wednesday 11 June 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Before I ask the clerk to call the next order, I have this communication to pass. Honorable Senators, kindly take your seats. Now, Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation of members of the Committee on Delegated Legislation of the County Assembly of Embu. The delegation is undertaking a benchmarking visit with their counterparts in the Senate. Honorable Senators, I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that they may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. The Honorable Yvonne Karambu Mati, the chairperson. The Honorable Frederick Mugendi Gatumu. The Honorable Johnson Muchangi Njuki. The Honorable Mary I. Kavinda. The Honorable Masters Leonard Muriuki. The Honorable Augustine James Njeru. The Honorable Sami Harrison Muturi. The Honorable James Munyi. Mr. Derek Mushiri Kariuki. Ms. Agnes Ndila. Ms. Anne Wawira Ireri. Ms. Daisy Rutere. Mr. Lewis Kwaria. Mr. Leonard Njiru. And Mr. Frank Makinda. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome and wish you a fruitful visit. I will call upon the Senator for Embu County to extend a word of welcome, to welcome the delegation. That to be done under 1 minute. Senator Mundigi, you may proceed.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa ruhusa niweze kukaribisha MCAs wa kutoka Embu County na pia wafanyikazi ambaye wa hiyo county yangu. Ni kuambia ni karibu sana muweze kujifunza yale tuyaendeza hapa katika Senate na katika Parliament. Ni kuomba tu wakati huu ambaye ni wa mgao wa pesa, sisi tukiwa maseneta tunaunga counties zote mkono, ingawa hapa tuko mara mbili, tuko county zile ndogo, na Bwana Speaker, county ya Embu ni ile moja dogo, county 11 ni ile tunangangana tuweze kuona kama tutaongezea pesa. Yangu ni kwa MCA, kama tutaweza kuongezea zile pesa na pia budget ile tunataka ile tuweze kupata pesa bilioni 4 na kitu, ningeomba muweze kusiangalia njia ile inafaa. Kwa hiyo Senator Omogen na ile county zingine inaunga mkono, na zile county kubwa, county ya Embu ni ile iko na shida nyingi sana juu ya pending bill na wage bill, na pia nataka nihakikishie nyinyi kama tutaweza kupata zile pesa Bwana Speaker, mambo ya maji, mambo ya ECD na pia mambo ya elimu na pia mambo ya parapara tutaweza kutimiza, na najua MC wa Embu wataweza kufanya kazi ile inafaa. Kwa hivyo Bwana Speaker, na wakaribisha, na kama hizo pesa itaweza kupatikana muweze muangalie na mfanye kazi vizuri na oversight. Na kwa hivyo Bwana Speaker, ni asante sana. Ni mimi Senator Embu County Alexander Munyi Mondigi daktari.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Senator for Kilifi County, please take your seat. Senator Mazayo. Now, Honorable Senators, I have another communication to make. I have the following communication to make arising out of points of order raised relating to a personal statement that was made by the Senator for Nakuru County, Senator Tabitha Karanja Keroche MP. Now, Honorable Senators, as you may recall, at the sitting of the Senate held on Thursday, the 29th of May, 2025, the Senator for Nakuru County, Senator Tabitha Karanja Keroche MP, made a personal statement pursuant to Standing Order 58, thus so to inform the Senate and the general public that the Senator was in good health and had not been hospitalized as reported. In the statement, the Senator indicated that there was a smear campaign orchestrated by the Governor for Nakuru County, who is using public resources to malign her character. Upon the Senator's conclusion of her statement, I drew the attention of the Honorable Senators to the provisions of Standing Order 101.1, which states as follows. Majority Leader, you may walk in. This is fairly long. Now, upon the Senator's conclusion of our statement, I drew the attention of honorable Senators to the provisions of Standing Order 111, which states, and I quote, "Neither the personal conduct of the President, nor the conduct of the Speaker or any judge, nor the judicial conduct of any person performing judicial functions, nor any conduct of the head of state or government or representative in Kenya of any friendly country, or the conduct of the holder of an office whose removal from office is dependent upon a decision of the Senate, shall be referred to adversely except upon a substantive motion of which at least 3 days' notice has been given." This prompted several points of order from Senator for Kakamega County, Senator Dr. Boni Halwale, MP, the Senator for Nairobi City County, the Honorable Senator Eben Sifuna, MP, and the Senator for Narok County, the Honorable Senator Ledama Olekina, MP. Honorable Senators, in the point of order raised by Senator Dr. Boni Halwale, the Senator sought the intervention of the Speaker to expunge the statement made by Senator for Nakuru County for infringing provisions of Standing Order 111. Senator Sifuna's point of order was in connection to what constitutes adverse reference to a holder of an office whose removal from such office is dependent upon decision of the Senate. On the other hand, Senator Olekina's point of order was in support of the point raised by Senator Dr. Boni Halwale. Honorable Senators, after listening to the points of order by the three Senators, I undertook to issue a substantive ruling on the application of Standing Order 111 in the Senate debates. In preparing this communication, the following matters came out for determination. 1, what is the scope of Standing Order 58? And 2, what constitutes adverse reference in the context of Standing Order 111? Allow me, therefore, to address the first question, which is the scope of Standing Order 58. As honorable senators are aware, Standing Order 58 states, and I quote, "During statements hour, a senator may, by the indulgence of the Senate, explain matters of a personal nature, although there is no question before the Senate, but such matter may not be debated." This standing order has previously been used on several occasions in this Parliament. For instance, on the 17th of September 2024, the Senator for Vihiga County, Senator Godfrey Osotsi, MP, made a statement on his nomination to the position of Deputy Party Leader of the Orange Democratic Movement, ODM. In the statement, the Senator's comment centered on his elevation to the said position and the heavy responsibility placed on him to assist in steering the party's policy and direction on pertinent issues affecting the country. The Senator also used the opportunity as a rallying call for the party to remain united. On 31st of July 2024, the Senator for Marsabit County, Senator Mohamed Chute, made a statement that sought to clarify his appearance before the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, on the 11th of June 2024. In the statement, the Senator clarified that his appearance before EACC was on invitation by EACC to provide information arising from several complaints the Senator had filed regarding misappropriation of funds in Marsabit County. In another instance, on the 2nd of May 2024, the Senator for Nandi County, Senator Samson Chirange, MP, made a statement concerning the denial of access to his verified X, formerly Twitter, account. Senator Chirange expressed concern on his lack of access to his account, which the Senator argued was tantamount to denial of his ability to effectively engage with his constituents and the public. Now, honorable senators, ordinarily, personal statements in the Commonwealth are mechanisms that provide a limited opportunity for members of Parliament to explain matters of a personal nature. By practice, personal statements are not subject to intervention or debate on account that they are personal. As such, therefore, the contents of the statements are submitted to the Speaker to ensure that they are confined to matters of a personal nature, and the members granted leave by the Speaker to make such statements are not allowed to depart from the approved text. The approval of such statements is given with a high degree of caution on the part of the Speaker to ensure that parliamentary proceedings remain focused and not derailed. In this respect, honorable senators, personal statements, as Standing Order 58 implies, should be giving explanation and should be restricted to a specific matter that a senator wishes to explain. While the facts of the matter may be stated briefly, this should not stray into general arguments or seeking responses. These are the parameters that have been and will be applied when considering requests for personal statements. I urge all honorable senators to observe them when preparing personal statements. Now, honorable senator, the second question that required my determination is what constitutes adverse reference in debates within the meaning of Standing Order 111. As honorable senators are aware, adverse reference in the context of parliamentary debates means unfavorable or defamatory statements or allegations of an incriminatory nature against individuals or institutions. Standing Order 111 is a safeguard measure that protects individuals who are not in the Senate and therefore lack the privilege to defend themselves. This is rooted in the principle that those who are not present in the Senate and hence cannot respond to comments made by honorable senators are not targeted or maligned in the course of proceedings. While all senators are entitled and indeed obligated to bring to the attention of the Senate any matter which one believes merit to be investigated to safeguard good governance, this must be done without resorting to personal attacks on the office holders. It is necessary, therefore, to exercise caution and restraint not to delve into debate that may form grounds for removal from office. There is an elaborate procedure for such debate as provided for under Articles 145, 150, and 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order 78, 79, 80, and 80, which allow the Senate to make a distinct decision on such matters. Comments that touch on the grounds for removal should therefore be reserved for the appropriate substantive processes, while general matters of concern may be addressed through the relevant legislative tools. Honorable Senators, going forward, therefore, I expect that we adhere to the provisions of Standing Order 101 in debates in the Senate. Moderation, civility, and restraint are some of the hallmarks of parliamentary debate. It will be out of order for any senator to make adverse reference to the conduct of office holders referred to in the standing order without a substantive motion. However, statements of fact are permissible in debates on a question before the Senate. As regards the application of Standing Order 58, statements must be confined within the scope I have highlighted, and they must be submitted to the office of the clerk for processing. Likewise, going forward, the Presidium will strictly approve statements that have been processed in accordance with standing orders. For avoidance of doubt, the Chair will not entertain requests for approval of statements while seated in the chamber. The Senate is therefore guided accordingly. I thank you, Honorable Senators. I thought this statement is elaborate enough. Yes, Senator Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need your guidance on a number of issues. While I appreciate, and as a member of this House, I will abide by your directions. So, Speaker, what troubles me is whether a witness can discuss the conduct or the state of a member of the Senate who sits in the Senate. Because, Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance. When you look under Article 125 and Article 124 on committees and on compelling of witnesses, and Mr. Speaker, looking at Article 96, as 96, Article 96, 4, the Senate shall participate in the oversight of state officers by considering, among others. So, Mr. Speaker, I really wanted your guidance that whenever we invite witnesses to appear before the House, under standing orders, looking at a standing order 101, and in your power of standing order number 1 of the standing orders, do they have powers to discuss the conduct of members of the Senate who are sitting in plenary, whether they are present or absent, Mr. Speaker, so that we are aware, so that is it possible, because, Mr. Speaker, I'm at a loss, that I cannot discuss the Senator of Nairobi, for example, substantively, without a substantive motion. So, Mr. Speaker, in that same spirit, One of the witnesses yesterday purported, and I'm happy and I'm grateful that you did stop that, pursuing that line, but is it possible to strike it off the record of the Senate, those comments that were made in bad faith? Because, Mr. Speaker, the principles of natural justice demands that you must hear both sides of the story, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I'm requesting humbly that those comments were made in bad faith by the cabinet minister in charge of Interior, Mr. Speaker, with a lot of tremendous strength. In fact, when I was in school, he never taught me. He was among the librarians in the law school that I was there, Mr. Speaker. And even the allegations is that he was doing STGs in some of the classrooms, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want that matter to be put to rest. Because the clients, a number of clients, including the great fathers of Nandi, have never slept throughout the night. Because they know me as one of the brilliant, hard-working, top-performing senators of this Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Can you issue a directive that whenever a witness appears before you in plenary, and I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, I'll be eternally grateful for what you did. Even before our committees, the chair of roads, before any committee, Mr. Speaker, can you direct that the witness does not have power to discuss any conduct of any member, either in plenary or in any other form, Mr. Speaker? Then, as they say in Catholic, sema neno moja tu na roho yangu itapona. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator for Nairobi City County.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, now that we are discussing the question of specific substantive motions, if you look at Standing Order 101-4, Honorable Speaker, it requires that we should not impute improper motive on any other senator. And it talks about no senator shall impute improper motive to any other senator. I want to know, Honorable Speaker, whether when this standing order speaks of no senator, it includes the chair. Because, Honorable Speaker, yesterday, there was an imputation from the chair that some of us come here to collect TikTok videos. And it is something that has upset me greatly, Honorable Speaker, because I was elected to this house to represent people, and most of those people look like me. And, Honorable Speaker, I remember very well 2 famous governors in the 2013-2022 period who used to produce very good content. They were dancing on platforms. One of them is now a cabinet secretary. The other is the Speaker of the Senate. So, Honorable Speaker, when did it become wrong for us to end up on social media, depending on the work that we do, and whether it is correct for the chair sitting there to impute improper motive on a senator who has come to do the job that he was sent here to do by the people who elected him?
Honorable Senator for Nairobi City, you're out of order. If you read Standing Order 101, you cannot discuss the conduct of the Speaker in the manner you are doing. Go back to Standing Order 101 and appreciate its contents. For as far as this point of order raised by the Senator for Nandi, I will look at the Hansard and give a substantive guidance on that particular matter. Next order. Yes, Senator for Nakuru County.
Speaker, you have not answered my question.
Senator for Nairobi County, I have clarified on that particular matter, and that is the position of the chair. Senator for Nakuru, proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Senator for Nairobi, thank you. Maybe. Thank you.
Proceed.
Yeah. Just for a clarification, I've heard your statement, and as you protect those people who are not in this house, kindly can you also protect us, we as the senators who are in this house? Because the minute you bring a statement, like the one I didn't start it. The person that I mentioned is the one who had started it. So I need to clarify to the people of Kenya that I'm not sick. Because anywhere I was on the street, people were just asking me, are you well? Even up to today, people are still asking me, are you well? Even here, when I'm entering, I think there's a new sergeant at arm who is telling me, oh, nice to see you. You are well. Are you healed? So I had to come and really make a clarification so that Her Excellency Susan Kihika should not go again on a live television and start claiming that her senator is sick just because I'm doing my job diligently and wishing him even to die, that I'm 3 minutes to the grave, and where I'm only doing my job, and she's feeling the pinch of the oversight role I'm playing in Nakuru County. So that's why I came. But I can never start anything and mention her name here if it didn't come from the public. So I came here because that thing came from the public, and I wanted to clarify to the people that I'm well. And senators, I repeat it again, I'm healthy and fit, and you can even, like a host, and you can even look at me, and I've never been sick, and I thank God. And those who are sick in hospital, we continue praying for them to get well. But anybody who can wish anybody to be sick, that person must be sick up here. So I sit well.
Senator
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator for Nakuru, I can assure you that balance will be guiding on the applicability of 101. Yes, Senator for nominated Senator Veronica, certainly it's not a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the Senator for Nakuru to almost put a censure on the direction you have read in the communication you've given to the House?
Senator Veronica, I've already guided the Honorable Senator.
It is very wrong for her to continue while she knows she actually went on the same TVs and actually spoke on the personal issues of the governor for Nakuru.
Senator Veronica, let us not generate this into an argument. Senator Fernandez, just have a seat, Senator Veronica. Senator for Nakuru. Senator for Nakuru. Senator for Nakuru, I've given you a lot of latitude to ventilate your matter, and I've advised you, because what I picked from your lengthy intervention is, as we seek to protect, we are not really protecting, but this is what you say. As we seek to protect those who are not in the House, we should also not lose sight on protecting those who are in the House. I am quoting what the senator said. Honorable senators, a ruling has been made by the chair. Kindly abide. Next order. Next order. The chairperson, Jailak, you may proceed to table your report.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 12 June 2025, report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on the report on consideration of the Presidential Memorandum on the referral of the Conflict of Interest Bill 2023, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2023. Thank you.
And this is about the security in Nakuru.
Yeah, but it has to go through the... Secretariat, can you make copies of the report that has been tabled by JLAC available to all honourable senators. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, the Honourable Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two statements. One is regarding the status of radiotherapy equipment at Kenyatta National Referral Hospital. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of national concern regarding the operational status of radiotherapy equipment at the Kenyatta National Referral Hospital, KNH. Following public complaints and the hospital's own admission about persistent machine breakdown. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenyatta National Referral Hospital, being the largest national referral facility in the country, plays a critical role in the diagnosis and treatment of cancer. However, recent concerns raised by patients and advocates indicate that essential radiotherapy machines include linear accelerators are frequently non-functional or completely broken down, leaving hundreds of patients in distress and without access to timely cancer treatment. The hospital, too, via a press release on 28 May 2025 by the AG, by the Chief Executive Officer, Acting Chief Executive Officer, admitted that the linear accelerator LINAC machine has failed and was out of service. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number 1, the operational status of all radiotherapy machines and equipment at Kenyatta National Hospital, reasons for the frequent breakdowns, including whether they are due to lack of maintenance, absolute technology, or budgetary constraints. Number 2, strategies in place for repair, replacement, or upgrade of non-functional machines, including the budgetary allocations toward radiotherapy services in the current financial year. Number 3, whether there are plans to decentralize radiotherapy services to other public hospitals to ease the burden. Mr. Speaker, sir, protect me from Senator Mutata. Number 3, whether there are plans to decentralize radiotherapy services to other public hospitals to ease the burden on KNH and enhance access to patients in underserved regions. Finally, the contingency measures in place to ensure uninterrupted treatment for cancer patients during periods of equipment failure and long-term solutions to strengthen oncology infrastructure and service delivery across national and county referral hospitals. The second statement, Mr. Speaker, is regarding the status of the Bus Rapid Transport Project, BRT. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement for the Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing on a matter of national concern regarding the implementation. Mr. Speaker, can I get some silence, please?
Honourable Senators, kindly allow the Honourable Senator to be heard in silence, please.
All right, Mr. Speaker, so I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing on a matter of national concern regarding the implementation status of Bus Rapid Transport, BRT, system in Nairobi and other urban areas. Mr. Speaker, sir, the BRT project was envisioned as a transformative urban mobility initiative aimed at decongesting the city, reducing carbon emissions, and offering efficient and affordable public transportation. Years since its launch, however, the project remains incomplete, with key corridors, particularly along Thika Road, Mombasa Road, and Ngong Road, exhibiting minimal progress or outright stalling. The public continues to endure traffic gridlocks, and the delays also risk escalating projects costs and diminishing public confidence in infrastructure delivery. In the statement,
Order, honorable senators. Senator Karen Nyamu and Senator Fonakuru. There is a difference between the chamber and the senator's lounge.
thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the clarification. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number one, the progress of the BRT project, reasons behind the prolonged delays and current stalling of construction and operationalization, including timelines for completion of each corridor. Number two, the roles of various government agencies involved, particularly the Nairobi Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, NAMATA, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, KURA, and the Ministry of Roads and Transport. Number three, funds allocated, disbursed, and utilized on the BRT project to date, and whether there has been any contractual or procurement challenges affecting implementation. Finally, accountability frameworks and implementation safeguards to ensure the timely and cost-effective completion of the BRT initiative. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, I've just had a consultative engagement with the leadership of both sides, and arising out of those consultations, I will move to rearrange today's order paper pursuant to Standing Order 45-2. We will move to order number 8, and thereafter we will come back to the order that we had just started. Order, honorable senators. Again, after further consultation with the leadership, we will proceed with the statements until such a time that the leadership gets back to me. So I will call upon Senator for Nyandarua County, Senator John Methu. Just let the Honorable Senator read his statement before he comes for
Just 1 minute, Senator Omogeni. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm raising to request for a statement on the safety of potatoes grown in Nyandarua County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of national concern, namely the safety of potatoes grown in Nyandarua County. Mr. Speaker, sir, Nyandarua County is a leading potato producer and plays a critical role in enhancing national food security and supporting rural livelihoods. However, a recent research attributed to scientists from Egerton University has raised alarm by casting doubt on the safety and quality of these potatoes. The research alleges that farmers in the region use excessive pesticides on potatoes, causing the produce to have excessive pesticide residue above recommended limits, which is harmful for human consumption. If unchallenged, such assertions risk damaging consumer confidence, eroding market demand, and inflicting severe economic hardship to farmers who depend on this crop. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following concerns. Number one, the authenticity and scientific validity of the claims attributed to Egerton University researchers alleging the presence of harmful pesticides residues in potatoes produced in Nyandarua County. Number two, whether any studies or safety assessments have been conducted by the relevant authorities, including the Ministry of Agriculture, Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, KEFIS, Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, or the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, CARO, regarding potatoes grown in Nyandarua County, including their findings. Number three, the measures by the Ministry of Agriculture and affiliated regulatory bodies to dispel misinformation, uphold consumer confidence, and protect the integrity of Nyandarua County's agricultural produce. Number four, interventions being pursued to support farmers, including awareness programs on safe pesticide use, enhanced inspection protocols, certification processes, and strategies to restore and sustain the market. Senator John Muhamedu, Senator for Nyandarua. Thank you.
Senator Richard Onyonka. That statement is dropped. Okay, proceed then.
Speaker, I'm reading this statement on behalf of Senator Richard Onyonka. The request for statement on review of constituency boundaries. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on a matter of national concern regarding the review of constituency boundaries. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, that's IEBC, as required by Article 89(2) and 3 of the Constitution, is responsible for ensuring continuous review of constituency and ward boundaries at intervals of not less than 8 years and not more than 12 years. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the measures in place to ensure immediate review or subdivision of large constituencies in counties such as Kisii, Nyamira, and Migori, among others, by the IEBC ahead of the 2027 general election to promote equitable representation and manageable electoral units in line with Articles 89 and 95 of the Constitution. On behalf of Senator Richard Onyonka, Kisii, thank you.
Senator Fonandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for a statement on reduction of tea prices by tea companies in the North Rift and other regions in the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of national concern regarding the reduction of tea prices by companies in North Rift and other regions in the country, considering that the tea prices in other parts of the country remain a higher and stable price. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following. 1, the reasons why only tea factories, mainly located in Nandi, Kericho, and Bomet counties, have in recent months reduced their buying price of tea from farmers to as low as Kenya shillings 17 shillings per kilo cumulatively, without engaging the farmers in the price determination process. Mr. Speaker, number 2, the measures in place to ensure that the Tea Board of Kenya regulates the entry of unscrupulous business persons who exploit farmers and to promote fair and stable tea prices across the country. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, the total amount deducted and remitted as cess by tea factories in Nandi County during the financial years 2023-2024 and financial year 2024-2025, indicating how these funds are being utilized, including details of finance projects and any other corporate social responsibilities, activities undertaken. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, the measures in place by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development and the Tea Board of Kenya to cushion small-scale farmers from the low prices of tea. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the strategies the government intends to implement to ensure that farmers receive fair bonuses and fair prices for their produce, especially in the light of prevailing low prices and market stability under the guarantee minimum returns. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, let me proceed to my second statement. Request for a statement on attacks and killing of livestock by a mysterious wild animal in Nandi County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of county-wide concern, namely the persistent attacks on livestock in Nandi County by a mysterious stray wild animal believed to be from the leopard family. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, why Kenya Wildlife Service, KWS, has failed to take action against the mysterious wild animals that have continuously attacked livestock for the past 6 months in Bonjoge area, despite repeated complaints from the local communities. So, Speaker, number 3, specific details regarding the identity of the animals responsible for the attacks, steps taken to either capture and return them to their natural habitat or neutralize the threat posed by these wild animals. Mr. Speaker, finally, actions taken by the State Department for Kenya Wildlife and Kenya Wildlife Service to minimize conflict between humans and wild animals within Nandi County and across the country, including plans to compensate affected livestock farmers while also ensuring the protection of Bonjoge endangered wild animal sanctuary in Kabwareng Ward at Aldai Sub-County in Nandi County. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Maruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to request for a statement on discrepancies in supplementary budgets for financial year 2024-2025 in Taita Taveta County. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of county-wide concern regarding discrepancies between Supplementary Budget 1 and Supplementary Budget 2 for the financial year 2024-2025 in Taita Taveta County, particularly on allocations for the settlement of pending bills. Mr. Speaker, sir, in Supplementary Budget 1, the county government allocated 360.7 million towards pending bills. However, this allocation was later reduced by 80.7 million shillings in Supplementary Budget 2, with no clear explanation provided for the adjustment. Further, concerns have been raised over the authenticity and approval process of Supplementary Budget 2. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. The discrepancies in the approved and the two supplementary budgets for the financial year 2024-2025, submitted by the county government of Taita Taveta. 2. Whether Supplementary Budget 2 followed the proper channels and stages of approval, including the correspondence between the county government and the Office of the Control of Budget regarding both supplementary budgets. 3. Account for the 80.7 million shillings initially allocated to pending bills in Supplementary Budget 1 and the voted or expenditure line it was redirected to in Supplementary Budget 2. 4. Whether the county government of Taita Taveta intends to honor bursary payments as appropriated in line with the recent court rulings affirming the obligation of county governments to disburse funds already allocated in the approved budgets. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Karungo Thangwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the imposition of land rates by the county government of Kiambu. Mr. Speaker, sir, residents of Kiambu County have raised serious concerns over the manner in which land rates are currently being imposed by the county government. Specifically, they cite the lack of public access to a valuation roll, absence of notification on charges or absence of notification of changes to land rates, and the unexplained surge in the amounts demanded. This is compounded by inadequate service delivery in areas such as roads maintenance, waste management, and other essential county functions. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. Whether the county government of Kiambu has a legally prepared and adopted valuation roll. 2. If such a valuation roll exists, when it was prepared, by whom, and when it came into effect. B. The process followed in its preparation, including dates of preparation and adoption. Evidence of public participation during its development. Where and how the public can access and inspect the valuation roll. And E. Why the valuation roll has not been gazetted, published, or publicized as required by the law. 3. The method and basis used to calculate the current land rates being demanded by the county government. And finally, details of any enforcement measures undertaken or planned with regard to recovery of land rates. Mr. Speaker, sir, this matter touches on the fundamental rights of property owners and the principles of fair taxation and public accountability, and therefore merits urgent consideration by the relevant committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Omtata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53, brackets 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on a matter of national concern regarding the operational status of the National Police Service Commission, in brackets NPSC, in light of the existing vacancies in its membership. Mr. Speaker, sir, it has been more than 2 months since vacancies arose in the membership of the National Police Service Commission, leaving the Commission without the constitutionally prescribed quorum. This situation raises serious concern about the management of transitions in independent commissions, as well as the operational status of these commissions during such periods. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the current state of operations at the National Police Service Commission, brackets NPSC, in the absence of a quorate commission, including an assessment of the validity of decisions and actions by the Commission regarding transfer, promotion, and discipline of police officers, among other administrative matters. 2, the contingency plans in place to prevent such governance gaps and ensure continuity of operations at independent commissions during such transitions in the future. Signed, Andrew Mtata MP, Senator from Busia County, 10th June 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Senator for Kisumu County, Senator Tom Ojenda.
Honorable Speaker, this is a request for a statement as requested by Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, Senior Counsel, and approved by yourself, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is a request for a statement on the role of technology in enhancing transparency and accountability in public procurement in the national and county governments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of national concern, namely the role of technology in enhancing transparency and accountability in public procurement across the national and county governments. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, extent of implementation and operationalization effectiveness of e-procurement systems within government entities. 2, impact of these systems in addressing procurement irregularities, delays, and incidents of corruption. 3, measures in place to address challenges such as digital literacy gaps, infrastructural limitations, and resistance to the adoption of the e-procurement technology. 4, existence and effectiveness of public participation and oversight mechanisms integrated into e-procurement platforms. And lastly, plans in place to further leverage technology to enhance procurement integrity, transparency, and overall efficiency. Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, Senior Counsel, MP, Senator for Kisumu County. The second statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, is a request for statement on the professionalization of county enforcement units. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on a matter of national concern regarding the conduct and professional standards of county enforcement officers. Mr. Speaker, sir, while county enforcement units are central to enforcing devolved laws, frequent complaints have emerged over the heavy-handed treatment of informal traders and members of the public by the enforcement units. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, whether a national framework exists to guide the recruitment, training, and deployment of county enforcement officers. 2, whether the Kenya School of Government has developed standard training modules for the training of enforcement officers across counties. And lastly, legislative interventions to ensure county enforcement practices uphold human dignity, protect informal livelihoods, and curb abuse of power. Senator Professor Tom Ojienda, Senior Council MP, Senator for Kisumu County. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is a request for statement on national infrastructure resilience to climate change. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing on a matter of national concern regarding the resilience of Kenya's national infrastructure to climate change. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the climate resilience and adaptation strategies integrated into the planning, design, construction, and maintenance of national infrastructure. 2, funding mechanisms and resource allocations dedicated to strengthening infrastructure resilience to climate change impacts from the financial year 2021-2022 to date. Lastly, the challenges encountered in implementing resilience measures and recommendations for strengthening national capacity for adapting infrastructure to evolving climate risk. Senator Professor Tom Ojienda, Senior Council MP, Senator for Kisumu County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Senate Majority Leader.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a statement on the business of the Senate for the week that will commence 8th of July, 2025, pursuant to Standing Order number 57-1. Mr. Speaker, I want to present the business of that week because honorable senators are aware that at the rise of the House today, the 12th of June, Mr. Speaker, 2025, the Senate will proceed on a 3-week recess and regular sessions will resume on the 8th of July 2025. I know there is a likelihood, Mr. Speaker, that we will be called back here actually for a special sitting, Mr. Speaker, given that there are quite a number of legislations that are important to the country and they are in the mediation process. Should our colleagues succeed to get a breakthrough, Mr. Speaker, then they will guide us. If they don't, it's adios until 8th of July 2025 at the rise of the House this evening. As we proceed, Mr. Speaker, today as we conclude business this week, this is the status of legislative business before us. It is as follows. There are 53 bills, of which 37 are the second reading and 16 are actually at the committee of the whole. There are 32 motions that are pending conclusion. There are 26 petitions that are pending conclusions, out of which 18 are actually due for reporting by the various standing committees. Mr. Speaker, this is quite troubling. I don't recall the last time, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable senators. May the majority leader be heard in silence. Let us take a seat. Senator Fotaita Taveta. Thank you. Senator for Nyandarua and Senator for Mandera. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I was saying, Mr. Speaker, that this is the first time I've seen this number of petitions due for reporting. 18 is such a high number, and therefore I want to urge our chairpersons to expedite work that is before them, particularly work that has statutory timelines. Part of statute by law that has been established, Mr. Speaker, is when parliamentary business is considered out of timelines, it is actually considered an nullity. And there are instances where the courts have declared so, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we don't want citizens to petition this House. The Senate makes very solid findings, but eventually those ones are struck out or people don't observe the findings of the Senate on account of time delays, Mr. Speaker. So I want to urge all the chairpersons who in their vice and membership in the various committees, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they conclude on business ASAP. Mr. Speaker, there are 489 statements pursuant to SO 53-1 that are under consideration by the various standing committees. Mr. Speaker, on 8th of June, when SBC meets, they will prepare the business of week for that week. The tentative business on the 9th of July will be various questions to various ministries. Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Land, Ministry of Youth are the ministers set out to appear on the 9th of July when we resume from recess. Mr. Speaker, there are these bills also, the PFM amendments, Office of the County Government, County Attorney, and various county governments amendments laws, Mr. Speaker, and a number of motions that are before us. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank all the senators for your efforts during the part 3 of the 4th session. I hope that we shall vote shortly. There's a new trend that is being introduced, Mr. Speaker, in the House, where people canvass the business of the House behind the scenes. While it's not bad, Mr. Speaker, but I thought the vote is the actual determinant and is the one that says the truth. On this issue of the formula, in all the other occasions, people have convinced each other by vote. As it is today, Mr. Speaker, this is the 3rd week, and we are yet to take the vote on the initial motion because of subsequent amendments. So I want to plead, Mr. Speaker, that as we move to the next order, let us vote. Whatever the result is, it is not fatal, Mr. Speaker, because we are now discussing the amended version of the motion, meaning even if it was to be defeated, Mr. Speaker, you revert back to the original motion. If it carries the day, then that's it, Mr. Speaker. So I want to urge us to take time today, Mr. Speaker, and vote on this particular motion. This business of canvassing for too long, Mr. Speaker, I don't find it a clean way of transacting legislative business. Let's vote. If you convince people, we proceed. If you don't convince people, you move ahead, you move away, we get the next person to try and convince the rest of the citizens. That's how you transact business in this House. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to stand on the way of actually the vote that I'm proposing, because I know it is the next order that you're about to consider, Mr. Speaker. With those many remarks, I beg to lay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, order, honorable senators. Before I allow comments on the statements that have been sought, we will move to handle order number 8. Clerk, you may proceed to call that order.
Order number 8, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among counties, resumption of debate on the proposed amendments interrupted on Tuesday, 10th of June, 2025.
Now, honorable senators, when debate was interrupted on the 10th of June, 2025, the Senate was debating the amendments as proposed by Senator Okongo Mogeni. That is what is to be debated. And therefore, the floor is open. We will proceed. Yes, Senator Okongo Mogeni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, this issue of formula is a negotiation, and we have had a discussion between myself, the chair, finance, and other senators, and Mr. Speaker, in that spirit of give and take and of accommodating everybody, I intend to drop my amendment to give way for an amendment that is being introduced shortly by Senator for Kitui, Senator Wambua, Mr. Speaker. The motion, Mr. Speaker, will drop the initial money that was to be shared among 11 counties from the initial 4.46 billion, if the equitable share is at 4.05 billion. So we are dropping it down to 3 billion, with the rider that if we are able to get an increase of the equitable share to 415 billion, then we can
Senator Mogeni.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to inform the House that I'm dropping my amendment from the order paper.
Now, honorable senators, Senator Mogeni having dropped his amendments, that means we are back to the original motion as drafted by the Committee on Finance and Budget. So we are now proceeding to debate the original motion. Senator Wambua, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the original motion by the Committee on Budget and Finance, but even propose an amendment to that motion. Mr. Speaker, the motion appearing in the order paper, I want to move it in an amended version. That, Mr. Speaker, the motion be amended by deleting the phrase county allocation is equal to baseline allocation ratio of 387.425 billion plus 2 billion shared equally among the identified 11 counties, 45% population index, 35% equal share index, 12% poverty index, and 8% geographical size index. Mr. Speaker, appearing after the words as follows, and substituting thereof with the following.
What is your point of order, Senator Fernandes?
I'm moving an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, there is no problem, man. Why are you mad?
Senator Fernandes, what is the point of order?
No, Mr. Speaker, you need to protect us. We are not in a market. Mr. Speaker, I rise and we must do things as per the law. As per the standing order number 68. Amendments must be in writing and should be supplied to members early enough, Mr. Speaker. This is what our standing order is saying. And when you look at the amendments, I don't have a problem with the amendment. I have a problem on the procedure of moving an amendment. We cannot allow backdoor amendments to the main motion, Mr. Speaker.
If you look at the order paper, Senator Fernandes, The amendments are contained in the order paper. If you go to page 1049.
Mr. Speaker, and also further clarification on standing order number 67, and of course in writing, which, Mr. Speaker, an amendments to the relevant motion. So we need the express approval by yourself and specific removal of those words, Mr. Speaker, so that when we go to the main motion, which has been dropped, is it a process of introducing, Mr. Speaker, the new amendment to the main motion, which you have allowed, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, Senator Fernandez, just take your seat. The senator for Nyamira, having withdrawn his proposed amendments, we reverted to the original motion. And I called upon Senator Fokitui to make his comments on the original motion. While supporting the motion, he came up with amendments, which is totally in order. So allow him to move his amendments, in which case then we will not debate the original motion. We have to dispense with the proposed amendments. And those amendments are contained in the order paper if you go to page 1049. Proceed.
No, it's okay, guys. Let's just do this. Cherargei has learned. Cherargei has learned. So, Mr. Speaker, so the county...
Senator Fernandez, let us make progress.
Remarks, Mr. Speaker, point of order. Mr. Speaker, under standing order 101, you cannot allow him to make snippets. Again, is what I've said. Our standing orders belong to the Senate. It doesn't
Very well.
belong to the...
It's noted, Senator Fernandez.
Can he withdraw and apologize? Okay. Otherwise, I will object and reject his amendment before he even debates.
No,
stop shouting, my...
Senator Fernandez, Senator Samson Cherargei.
That's okay, Senator. So, Senator Cherargei, really I withdraw and apologize. So let's continue. So, Chair, Speaker, that I had moved to amend my original amendment, the Speaker, by deleting the phrase county allocation is equal to baseline allocation ratio of 3 to 7.425 billion plus 2 billion shared equally among the identified 11 counties plus 45% population index, 35% equal share plus 12% poverty index plus 8% geographical size. Speaker, there is very loud consultation behind me.
Now, honorable senators, these proposed amendments
it's a very important
are very key, and it's good that you get to understand what the honorable senator is proposing, so that you vote based on some information that you do understand. Proceed, honorable senator.
So, for county equitable share below 415 billion, Mr. Speaker, I am proposing that the county allocation shall be equal to the baseline allocation ratio of 307.25 billion, which becomes the baseline for all the counties, plus 3 billion shared equally, Mr. Speaker. If senators can listen to this, this would benefit a lot of counties.
Now, honorable senators, I thought consultations on this formula have been concluded. So why don't we allow the honorable senator to move the amendments, please?
So 3 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties, 45% population index, 35% equal share, 12% poverty index, and 8% geographical size index. The Speaker, for county equitable share of 415 billion and above. The county allocation will be calculated. The baseline allocation will be 387 for all the counties, plus an affirmative action, Mr. Speaker, share of 4.446 billion, shared equally among the identified 12 counties. Then 45% population index, 35% equal share index, poverty index of 12%, and 8% geographical size index. Mr. Speaker, and then lastly, by deleting paragraph 2 of the original motion after the word where and substituting thereof the following. The 12 identified counties are Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kirinyaga, Laikipia, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Vihiga. Mr. Speaker, the import of the amendment that I am pushing is that, Mr. Speaker, we should have a situation where no county loses any money using this formula, irrespective of the amount of money that is given for us to share among counties. Mr. Speaker, for now, what we know is that the National Treasury and the National Assembly have proposed 405 billion Kenya shillings to be the money that will be shared among counties. We have our own position as a Senate of 465 billion Kenya shillings. The Speaker, mediation will kick in, and the work of the senators that we are sending for mediation is to ensure that we get a lot more money from where we can share. But even if, Mr. Speaker, the worst comes to the worst, and we get exactly what the National Assembly and the National Treasury have proposed, Senator Eddie, you have to also have some respect to other leaders. So, if we get 4 or 5 billion, then what will happen is that every county, including the ones that we have identified as small counties, every county will benefit from that allocation. Mr. Speaker, because I can read the mood of the House that members want to vote on this motion, on this amendment, Mr. Speaker, I would just want to urge members to do one thing. Mr. Speaker, our call to duty is to ensure that devolution succeeds. If devolution succeeds in Kitui County by getting all the money that there was to be allocated, and then we deny Mandera or another county money, then we will not be contributing to the success of devolution. If devolution fails in one small county, it will have failed even in the biggest of the counties that we have. We must have that spirit. We carry along each other. And I want to urge the 35 counties represented by honorable senators in this House to just agree that we invoke Article 203 of the Constitution on affirmative action when considering this formula, so that those counties that are receiving very little allocations will get something that they will be able to do basic things, like even construction of ECD classrooms, construction of roads, Mr. Speaker, and that this money is not going to be used for the recruitment of people, and I was told the other day, recruiting people that are just close to the government. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I move my amendment and ask Senator Roba to second.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I move to second this motion, I would like to make just the following statement in support of the secondment. Mr. Speaker, this House, the Senate, stands for protection of devolution. And the devolved family comprises of 47 counties. And the 47 counties have to function properly with some aspect of development as well as recurrent expenditure management. Our extensive consultation to avoid what happened in the third Senate, where the level of controversy has torn this House apart, is that we find a reason to consider these 12 counties that are getting very little money to be given 3 billion shilling equally shared among the 12 counties that are getting very little money. And then the remaining be shared using two hybrid formulas. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to sincerely clarify, because I've heard from a number of senators when they are contributing, making reference to the formula of the committee as only the formula that carried the variables of population, equal share, poverty, and geographical land size. The formula of the committee is a hybrid formula where at 387.425, we have applied the third basis of revenue sharing to hold each county harmless. And anything over and above 387.425, which now we have applied the formula of population, equal share, poverty, and geographical landmass, and at population at 45, equal share at 35%, and 12% at poverty, and 8% at geographical land size. Mr. Speaker, and now the subsequent amendment to carry the 12 counties that are getting very little money meant that the money we are holding constant for purpose of holding harmless has increased from 387 to 390.425 in order then to get any additional amount beyond 390 to be shared using the second part of the formula, which is population at 45, equal share at 35%, geographical land size at 8%, and poverty at 14%. Mr. Speaker, we have extensively debated this, and this position is position of consensus. I would like to move to second and plead with my colleagues, the honorable senators, to find it within themselves that we conclude, voting on this formula, so that then we're able to process the county allocation of revenue bill, CARA, which now will go to horizontal share of revenue between county governments, as well as establishing the ceilings. Mr. Speaker, I move and I beg to second. Thank you very much.
Honorable senators, please let us take our seats. Honorable senators, I will now proceed to propose the question that the motion be amended by deleting the phrase county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.25 billion plus Kenya shillings 2 billion shared equally among the identified 11 counties plus 0.5 population index plus 0.35 equal share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index, additional county equitable share above 389.25 billion, appearing after the words as follows, and substituting thereof with the following. For county equitable share below 415 billion, county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.25 billion plus Kenya shillings 3 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties plus 0.45 population index plus 0.35 equal share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index, county equitable share at Kenya shillings 390.425 billion. B, for county equitable share of Kenya shillings 415 billion, and above, county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.425 billion plus Kenya shillings 4.46 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties plus 0.45 population index plus 0.35 equal share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index at county equitable share of Kenya shillings 391.89 billion. A, deleting paragraph 2 after the word where and substituting therefore the following. The 12 identified counties are Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kirinyaga, Laikipia, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Vihiga. Now, honorable senators, these are proposed amendments to the main motion. In the main motion, you are entitled to 20 minutes if you take to the floor contributing. These are proposed amendments. If we then grant 20 minutes per senator speaking, we will not make much progress. We need to dispense with these amendments so that we go back to the main motion. I was therefore proposing, if agreeable, if we can restrict time on, well, with your concurrence, then we can straight away move. I can put the question to allow you to vote. Sergeant at Arms. Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 5 minutes. Okay, order, honorable senators. Order, honorable senators. Sergeant at arms, kindly draw the bar and close the doors. So, honorable senators, we are now going on division on the proposed amendments by the Senator for Kitui. I will therefore proceed to put the question. Senator for Kiambu, kindly take your seat. Thank you. I will now put the question that the motion be amended by deleting the phrase county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.425 billion plus Kenya shillings 2 billion shared equally among the identified 11 counties plus 0.5 population index plus 0.35 eco share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index, additional county equitable share above Kenya shillings 389.25 billion, appearing after the words as follows, and substituting thereof with the following. A, for county equitable share below 415 billion, county allocations equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.25 billion plus Kenya shillings 3 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties plus 0.45 population index plus 0.35 eco share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index, accounting equitable share of Kenya shillings 390.425 billion. B, for county equitable share of Kenya shillings 415 billion and above, county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.425 billion plus Kenya shillings 4.46 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties plus 0.45 population index plus 0.35 eco share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index, account equitable share of Kenya shillings 391.89 billion. B, deleting paragraph 2 after the word where and substituting thereof with the following. The 12 identified counties are Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kirinyaga, Laikipia, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Vihiga County. Now, clerk, is the system up and running? You can log in and proceed to vote. Yes, you may vote, honorable senators. You may proceed to vote. Yes, the system is running and has been running for the last 56 seconds. Now, order, honorable senators, order. Let us take our seats. Honorable senators, let us take our seats, please. Thank you. Senator for Migori, kindly take your seat. Thank you. Now, honorable senators, the result of the division is as follows. Ayes are 27 votes, nays 0, abstention 0. So the ayes have it. Sergeant at Arms, you may now withdraw the ban, open the doors. Now, honorable senators, the effect of this vote is that the original motion has been amended, and therefore I'm going to propose the question on the motion as amended. Take your seat, honorable senators, please. Take your seats. Now, honorable senators, I will now proceed to propose the question. Order, honorable senators. I will now proceed to propose the question that the Senate knows the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among the counties laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, the 17th of April, 2025, and that pursuant to Article 217(1) of the Constitution, approve the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among the counties for the financial years 2025, 2026 to 2029, 2030 as follows. A, for county equitable share below 415 billion, county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.425 billion plus 3 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties plus 0.5 population index plus 0.35 eco share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index and county equitable share at Kenya shillings 390.425 billion. For county equitable share of Kenya shillings 415 billion and above, the county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at 387.425 billion plus 4.46 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties plus 0.45 population index plus 0.35 equal share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index at county equitable share of 391.89 billion. Where 1, baseline allocation ratio equals to the allocation factor derived from each county's allocation for the financial year 2024-2025. 2, the 12 identified counties are Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kirinyaga, Laikipia, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Vihiga. 3, the population index is based on the 2019 Kenya population and housing census. 4, the poverty index is based on the 2022 Kenya poverty report by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And 5, geographical size is capped at 10%. Now, honorable senators, having proposed the question, the floor is open for debate. If you will allow, I can call the mover to reply, because we cannot put the question without the mover having to reply. So with your consensus, therefore, I'm calling upon the mover to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I move to reply, and having built consensus on this issue, through various proposed amendments and a lot of discussions, and having also gone through several engagement with various senators, and having moved an amendment motion that has been voted on, I believe that the honorable senators' contributions have been taken into account during the entire process, and as such, I beg to reply. Thank you.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. Sergeant at arms, kindly close the doors and draw the bar. Now, honorable senators, we are going to division on the motion as amended. I'll therefore proceed to put the question that the Senate knows the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among counties laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 17th of April 2025, and that pursuant to Article 217(1) of the Constitution, approve the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among counties for the financial years 2025 to 2026 to 2029/2030 as follows. A, for county equitable share below 415 billion, county allocation equals based on allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.425 billion plus Kenya shillings 3 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties, plus 0.45 population index, plus 0.35 eco-share index, plus 0.12 poverty index, plus 0.08 geographical size index at county equitable share of Kenya shillings 390.425 billion. B, for county equitable share of Kenya shillings 415 billion and above, county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.425 billion plus Kenya shillings 4.46 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties plus 0.45 population index plus 0.35 eco-share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index at county equitable share at Kenya shillings 391.89 billion, where one, baseline allocation ratio equals the allocation factor derived from each county's allocation for the financial year 2024-2025. Two, the 12 identified counties are Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kirinyaga, Laikipia, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Vihiga. Three, the population index is based on the 2019 Kenya Population and Housing Census. Four, the poverty index is based on the 2022 Kenya Poverty Report by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And five, geographical size is capped at 10%. Now, honorable senators, you may log in and proceed to vote. Honorable senators, you may now vote. The Honorable Senator Omtata, kindly proceed to dispatch and cast your vote. Now, Honorable Senators, the result of the division is as follows. Ayes, 28 votes. Nays, 0. Abstention, 0. So the ayes have it. Sergeant at Arms, you may now Honorable Senators, we have two divisions. That is order number 9 and order number 9 and order number 10. So, clerk, proceed to call that order.
Order number 9, the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 51 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate, division. Order number 10, the Labor, Migration and Management number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate, division.
So, Honorable Senators, I'll proceed to put the question on order number 9. You'll vote, we'll announce the votes, and then we go to the next order. Senator for Migori, kindly take your seat, and Senator Kamau. I'll put the question that the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 51 of 2024, be now read a second time. Honorable Senators, you may now proceed to vote. Senator Fernandi, proceed to dispatch and cast your vote. Senator Kamau, take your seat. Now, honorable senators, the result of the vote is as follows. Ayes at 28, nays at 0, abstention at 0. So the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to various laws and for connected purposes.
Now, honorable senators, I'll put the question on order number 10. That the Labor, Migration and Management number 2 bill, Senate bills number 42 of 2024, be now read a second time. You may now proceed to vote, honorable senators. Senator Haji, kindly proceed to dispatch and cast your vote. Honorable Senators, the result of the division is as follows. Ayes 27, nays at 0, abstention 1. So the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the regulation of private employment agencies and...
Speaker, I wanted to comment on the statement that was brought...
Order, Honorable Senators.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to comment on the statement that was brought by Honorable Dangwa. Mr. Speaker, with very good intentions, we passed the Rating Act. And we wanted to support our county governments to increase their own source revenue, collect rates, Mr. Speaker, so that they can give efficient services to the people residing in counties. But, Mr. Speaker, there are governors who have totally misused...
No, Honorable Senators, please take your seat, please.
Mr. Speaker, there are governors who have totally abused the new Rating Act. Mr. Speaker, in the county of Nairobi, I've seen instances where, Mr. Speaker, houses that were located almost 40 years ago, where very senior citizens are already residing. Those are the only homes they have known. Now those homes are being auctioned by my good friend Senator Sakaja and evicting people from those homes, and then a cartel ends up buying those houses. Mr. Speaker, that is really not, that was never our intention, Mr. Speaker. This idea of taking away people's homes in a very arbitrary manner, Mr. Speaker, is inhumane. I saw on Sunday, and I hope Governor Sakaja would listen, I heard on Sunday the president advising Sakaja in a church service. And he told him, please approach this matter by engaging the people who are already residing in those homes. Mr. Speaker, how can it be that to recover rates of about 104,000, you auction a house valued at 12 million, 15 million? This is a scheme of robbing very dedicated civil servants who bought those houses long ago and who have used those homes as their homes, so to speak. But let me even pose a question. You are supposed to collect rates to provide services. Mr. Speaker, where I live, and I'm challenging Governor Sakaja to come here and give a contrary view. Mr. Speaker, I've never seen any vehicle from the county government of Nairobi collecting garbage from where I live. Yet every year I pay rates to the county government of Nairobi. We repair, in our court, we bring money together, we repair our roads, Mr. Speaker. But the governor of Nairobi is insisting that if you have not paid rates, he will come and auction your house. That is not the way to go, Mr. Speaker. We must call this governor to order. I want Senator Sakaja to come here and tell us what plans he has put in place for garbage collection. If you ask senators here, where we, in our respective estates, we have never seen a vehicle from Nairobi County government coming to collect garbage. We have never seen. Maybe Galwale has seen, but me I have never seen where I live. A vehicle owned by county government of Nairobi coming to collect garbage. We are using private companies. All he wants is just to collect money, collect money. Mr. Speaker, if you are collecting money, we must also hold you to account. We want, Mr. Speaker, Governor Sakaja to come here. Let him tell us how much he collects from Nairobi. Let him tell us the vehicle he has put in place to collect garbage. Otherwise, what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is just creating an avenue for people to enrich themselves at the expense of citizens who are not getting services. So I'm urging the government of the day to call Mr. Governor Sakaja to order. Protect senior citizens who own homes in Nairobi, but who are now at the mercy of Governor Sakaja and some mandarins from the county government of Nairobi. That was never our intention, Mr. Speaker, when we passed the Rating Act, Mr. Speaker. That was never the intention. So I'm really urging the committee in charge to summon You know, we should see Sakaja seated there the way we sat yesterday, so that he can answer.
Thank you, Senator. Senators, for the statements, each senator 3 minutes, so that we can conclude and move to the next order. Senator Cherargei.
Just 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, I rise on the issue of review of constituency boundaries ahead of 2027. Mr. Speaker, we need guidelines because I think we did postpone this county boundaries review and constituency review. I'm happy the President has gazetted the IEBC commissioners in place. We hope with the reading of the budget today, Mr. Speaker, the IEBC will set in place and give us. And Mr. Speaker, I hope as we do constituency boundaries, we must be careful so that we protect what we call protected constituencies, like in Lamu. I know a number of them is in Mount Kenya region and others in Rift Valley and across the country, so that we ensure we protect those constituencies that are classified as protected among the region, Mr. Speaker. I hope in the review we must consider Kenya National Bureau of Statistics on population census, Mr. Speaker, so that we can protect. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the statement of rates in Kiambu County. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad because I have engaged a number of businessmen and women in Kiambu Town, Thika, and around Kiambu County. Mr. Speaker, the governor and the county government are harassing, yet as a member of public accounts, I have served with distinction for the last 8 years, Mr. Speaker. Kiambu County does not have a complete valuation roll. They don't have a complete asset and liabilities register, Mr. Speaker. So which basis are they using, Mr. Speaker, to assess in terms of payment of rates and rents? So I want to thank the senator, the distinguished senator of Kiambu, my brother Senator Karungo Adhangwa, that this statement is upright so that when we do waivers, the waiver in rates and rent that Senator Sakaja, Governor Sakaja is doing, we must agree. While we agree that people in Nairobi should not live houses rent-free, there must also be accountability. Because I know under the revenue potential by CRA, Nairobi City County has a revenue potential of 63 billion. But they are only collecting paltry 12 billion, Mr. Speaker. So in terms of on-source revenue, even as we discuss on division of revenue, we must relook and ensure that everybody that enjoys service, and I want to agree, I'm told Senator, the majority leader is telling me Senator Kalwale has seen a cabbage truck that collects cabbage around this place. And we are wondering maybe because the governor comes from his region, because personally, Mr. Speaker, or it depends on the estate where you live. You know, if you live in a state where Senator Meto lives, I don't think he has ever seen a cabbage truck his entire life because he lives near Kiambu and also in a road reserve, so he will be able to prove that, Mr. Speaker, because how can you collect cabbage on a road reserve, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Senator Methu, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, with tremendous respect to my brother, Senator Cherargei, first, he was one of those who are crying in terms of imputing improper motive on a senator. Mr. Speaker, did you actually hear the senator from Nandi alleged that I live on a road reserve and also alleged that I live in Kiambu? I am very surprised, and I think it is important, you know, because it is very important. I wonder how Senator Cherargei would even know where I would have been chased a long time ago. You must find him out of order. He must withdraw and apologize. I live in Nyandarua in a place called Jambini, and I'm sure Senator Cherargei does not know where I live.
Senator Cherargei, you are indeed out of order. So you please apologize to Senator Methu and withdraw the fact that he lives on a road reserve. Senator Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, while I agree, I withdraw and apologize. You know, I was the vice chair of Senator Methu in County Public Accounts, and I used to take some documents to his house. I don't know why he's denying, unless he showed me the wrong house. Mr. Speaker, and you know it is on record that I'll be the vice chair of County Public Accounts, Mr. Speaker. So unless while I withdraw and apologize, Mr. Speaker, Senator Methu should be careful. Because I could be shot or umbwakale if I go to that same house, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw and apologize. I was making it on a light chest, Mr. Speaker, but in conclusion, I support all the statements.
Very well. Final speaker, Senator Beatrice Akinyi.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you, but from the onset, I would like Senator Methu to know that you don't need to visit people to know where they live. You can know where people live just by observing how they operate. Honorable Speaker, I would like to support the statement by the same Senator of Nyandarua, Senator Methu, on the concerns on the quality of potatoes grown in Nyandarua County. And Honorable Speaker, it is not only on Nyandarua County, but Honorable Speaker, this speaks to our agricultural systems with our farmers generally across the country. And specifically, Honorable Speaker, my concern is on the excessive use of pesticides. Honorable Speaker, a doctor once told me that most of the diseases people are suffering from today are caused by things that get through the mouth. Honorable Speaker, that is basically most of the food that we eat. Honorable Speaker, that is why we are calling on the county governments that are executing the function of agriculture, that we need to have the right number of extension officers that will be overseeing and advising our farmers. Honorable Speaker, it is because of this that probably we have a number of cancer patients afflicted by cancer, Honorable Speaker. And so, Honorable Speaker, I support this statement. And secondly, Honorable Speaker, I want to support the statement by Senator Ojienda on the conduct and professional standards of county enforcement officers. Honorable Speaker, the counties need to do so much by training. Honorable Speaker, in my other lessons on corporate governance, Honorable Speaker, we need to train and retrain people whenever they are engaged. Most of the county enforcement officers are a number of supporters that are employed soon after elections, and the enforcement units end up with all manner of people. And so I support that their training must be looked into so that they have the right skills to treat our traders, and they must know it is from what the traders contribute that really pay them finally, Honorable Speaker. So the issue of county enforcement officers in terms of their conducts, instead of the standards, must be looked into, Honorable Speaker. On another level, Honorable Speaker, and on the same note, I would like to suggest that we as a government must think of retraining and retooling all public officers, and especially at all levels at the Kenya School of Government because of their harmonized training. Honorable Speaker.
Senator Seki.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to request that I support the statement from the Senator of Kiambu, Mheshimiwa Honorable Karugu Adhangwa, on the issue of the land rates in the county. Honorable Speaker, it is true that we have a problem in our counties, especially on the issues of land rates, where counties imposing high rates to residents of the counties and making sure that they are unable to make sure that they are unable to pay these rates. Honorable Speaker, this is emanating from a very elaborate consultation within a county. Honorable Speaker, for a county government to bring in the issue of land rates, should be a consultative process where evaluation role is put or is subjected to a number or even to all counties residents to agree and even to make consultations with residents of that county. Honorable Speaker, it is something that has to be consulted, the county has to be consulted. Approvals must be done through the county assemblies. So it is not something that the county government executives or administrative or governors just impose these land rates to residents. I understand this because, Honorable Speaker, this, somebody has just said that assets and liabilities has been approved by the county governments through the local governments, particularly on the allotment letters. But in terms of rates, where you need to do the change of user, change the title, the use of the title from the leasehold probably to leasehold. These are things that need some processes. And I believe that if county government can involve members of the county and make sure that the business people are not oppressed, so that the kind of business that they are doing also through those plots is well articulated too. Honorable Speaker, I also want to support the statement by Senator Cherargei on the issue of livestock and by the issue of human-life conflicts. Honorable Speaker, human life conflict is a problem in our counties, particularly on the counties like Kajiado, Taita Taveta, and the counties that have wildlife. Even this national park of Nairobi has been a big problem.
Honorable Senators, we are out of time for statements and questions. Senators, we are out of time. Seki, 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This wildlife conflict, it is very, very, very bad to our counties. Honorable Speaker, KWS must be put on notice because you can see Honorable Cherargei has brought a problem where a cheetah has been a problem, has been a menace in his county. And as we have a problem of lions eating children, I have a problem, Honorable Speaker, where a lion has just eaten a child completely in my county, just here next to Nairobi National Park. This is a big problem. It's a national problem. It is a problem where we have a big, big, big problem in our counties, and the counties, the national government through KWS must be put on notice in this statement. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, we have come to the end of questions and statements. At this juncture, I would like to rearrange the order paper so that we move to order number 19. Clerk.
Order number 19, the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2025, second reading.
Senator Majority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025 be now read a second time. I've had the distinct honor of moving important bills in this House, Mr. Speaker, but from a person that is socially conscious of the needs of vulnerable people in our society, Mr. Speaker, I would say this is perhaps the most important. Mr. Speaker, in our country, we have various forms of social protection measures that we give out. Unfortunately, due to lack of proper organization by successive administration, we have a one-size-fits-all approach to social interventions across our country. And there are many conversations that are lost because our needy people, Mr. Speaker, don't have somebody to speak out for them. In fact, on many occasions, Mr. Speaker, the conversations on social interventions is left to the elite here in Nairobi, who can speak, Mr. Speaker, on these particular issues, who are, Mr. Speaker, articulate, have representations, Mr. Speaker, and nobody speaks for the needy. In fact, I want to challenge you, colleague senators. I'm just laying the basis, Mr. Speaker, before I move this bill, that you must take your legislative responsibility more seriously, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that you speak for the people that sent you here. Senator Eddie, my good friend, you are not sent here by very well-to-do people. I know the people of Migori. They're just as much like the people of Kericho that I represent. They are standing on the wealth radar of the country is almost average, Mr. Speaker. And there are many things that we do as a country, Mr. Speaker. Forget about, I'll come to the social intervention programs, what we send to persons with disability, Mr. Speaker, to the social support program to those citizens that are 70 year plus. If you go to your county, Senator Beatrice Akinyi, and ask in a public gathering in Homa Bay, where you come from, you'll find that there's a 70-year-old who is in the safety net and they are being supported. Then you'll find another one who isn't, with no clearly defined process upon which this exercise is done. There's a lack of specific focus on this special category of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. There's even a very live conversation. This is the wrong time to have it, but we need to have this conversation as a country, Mr. Speaker. This issue of zero rating of bread and milk. How many of your constituents, Eddie, buy milk and bread from shops and supermarket? 99, if not nearly 100% of the people that you represent in this parliament, Senator Eddie, they wake up to take milk with a guache, duma, or even without any quote-unquote accompaniment, if that is what your people call it. Yet many times when you have a conversation about the cost of bread, it is made to appear as if it's a national problem. Yet the Kenyans that actually consume bread on their breakfast, Mr. Speaker, they don't form the larger population. 99% of the people that many of us that come from the rural counties represent in this house, Mr. Speaker, that is not part and parcel of their basic requirements. Yet we are told that it needs to be zero rated because it's the food of the poor, Mr. Speaker, and therefore my constituents who are very poor, Mr. Speaker, they do their share in paying the tax burden on the country, but then that same tax that has been deducted out of them is used to shoulder the burden of those who enjoy bread and milk. Even if you are to move it to Nairobi, for example, and our cities, Mombasa, Nakuru, Eldoret, and the bigger cities, Mr. Speaker, what Kenya has not been able to successfully do is to stratify the locations and the areas through which those that need to benefit from social interventions from the government and support, Mr. Speaker, live and are able to access these services. Why should I, who live in a fairly affluent neighborhood, want to buy because the justification, if you read why, for example, bread and milk, Mr. Speaker, is subsidized at the same price with people who come from our informal settlements, Mr. Speaker. If it's a subsidy of some sort to help the urban poor, and that shouldn't be a problem because we must be a society that appreciates that people are not at the same place in terms of their spending ability, Mr. Speaker, is it not possible to classify so that those that benefit from these social interventions, Mr. Speaker, are targeted and therefore we don't burden the entire country benefiting people who don't necessarily need it? Take the example even of the issue that we had a few weeks ago, examination fee. There was a big headline. President William Ruto has stopped payment of exam fee for students. And I dug deeper to begin to try and understand what exactly is the conversation. Mr. Speaker, you know the problem, the unfortunate thing with our newspapers, the editors, people that speak in the media, Mr. Speaker, is that we see every government policy decision through the prism of politics. And it's so fashionable, Mr. Speaker, to critique governments of the day, successive administration, but more specifically the current one, Mr. Speaker, for reasons that you and I know, but they are not very far from the reasons of what you said yesterday, Mr. Speaker, when you were interrogating the matter that was before us on this House, Mr. Speaker. And I was mentioning the example of payment of examination fee and why, even as we try to shoulder the burden of parents that cannot afford to pay examination fee for their students, Mr. Speaker, is it not a given fact that there are those that can afford? And therefore there must be a basic understanding of how you separate those who can afford and those who can't afford, Mr. Speaker, so that you don't end up running a near socialist republic, because that's what we are nearly becoming. Every other policy nowadays, we are told, no. Free primary education was introduced, free this was introduced, without ever reverting back to ask ourselves, who is paying for all these free things that we want to enjoy in this country, Mr. Speaker? We are told, oh, these ones are demonstrating. They need a salary increment. Yeah, let's pay them. Another load shows up. There's a disconnect between our financial sense, Mr. Speaker, and the realities of the country that we live in. We are actually a country that is penny-wise but pound-foolish, Mr. Speaker. We believe that it is possible to ignore the cents, but they believe that the shillings, Mr. Speaker, will make sense. It's not possible from an economic perspective. And we must begin to think and reflect back, Mr. Speaker, on what is the proper way of rolling out our social intervention programs, Mr. Speaker. So that when we do interventions in the exam sector, we can have a conversation and say, those that go to public primary schools, for example, you are almost certain that anybody in this day and age who allows their children to go to public primary schools, Mr. Speaker, indeed need government support. But those that go to certain section, a certain categorization of schools and certain academies, Mr. Speaker, can do either with a full subsidy, with a half a subsidy, Mr. Speaker, or no subsidy at all, Mr. Speaker. And their parents will be okay to go about it. But we should not undermine the millions of other children who can benefit from these programs, Mr. Speaker, simply based on the fact that it's not economically viable to make some of these programs. And therefore, I was just laying the basis for us to appreciate that as a country, a time has come for us to have and be under the full realization that it is not possible to have a one-size-fits-all proposal on various social intervention programs, Mr. Speaker, and believe that things will definitely be okay. On to the specifics of this bill, Mr. Speaker, that this bill actually seeks to provide a framework for the administration of non-contributory social protection interventions in Kenya and establish the National Board for Social Protection, create a comprehensive legal framework to guide implementation of social protection programs that support vulnerable individuals and households, Mr. Speaker. At least we have been able to map out the households. Through the Kenya National Population Survey of 2019 and the previous years, Mr. Speaker, you are able to tell what is the number of households that are in our counties. That's the data that we use for guiding, Mr. Speaker, policy decisions, just like the formula we've just passed. And therefore, this board that we are creating, Mr. Speaker, is to advise and to guide and to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that these programs are not run blindly. I had said previously in this House, Senator Cherargei, if you recall, that I will not move any other government bill that creates another board. But remember the specific nature of this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, that I said it must make sense. But I hope, Mr. Speaker, that later when we go to third reading, we can put in the transition clause what are the bodies, government entities that do this social intervention, Mr. Speaker, which must be wound up as a result of the creation of this board, so that we don't end up with hundreds of boards, Mr. Speaker, that duplicate their roles. We are trying to reduce actually the cost of running government, Mr. Speaker, and that cannot be achieved if we continue to have many boards, Mr. Speaker. But I have said that we need to make special exception for boards such as this, and I have laid the basis why this is extremely important, Mr. Speaker, to be in a country where social intervention programs, Mr. Speaker, are not rolled out in the form and the manner that they are rolled out. I believe, and it is my understanding, that when you create this particular board, Mr. Speaker, they are able to interact with Ministry of Education and ask them, what are these costs and payment structures? What are the support and capitation that you send to the public institutions that exist in this country, Mr. Speaker? And how do you measure so that you don't end up in a situation where you believe that it is possible to standardize and you pay for the entire country, Mr. Speaker? We must appreciate that we are not an oil-rich nation, Mr. Speaker, that we have almost run out of fiscal headroom to either borrow or tax Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Yet the cost of running government continues to increase. And you can see the kind of headlines that we have, where people believe that it is possible to continue, Mr. Speaker, paying and meeting every bill from health, Mr. Speaker, to education, Mr. Speaker, to all these other things without some level of measure. And it is the creation of boards such as this, Mr. Speaker, that needs to be needs specific and ensure that we give. Additionally, this bill seeks to cushion persons in need against risks and contingencies, build human capital capabilities and resilience among those in need, promote the overall well-being of vulnerable persons. We know, Mr. Speaker, that one of the biggest signature successes of this administration, you know, we live in a country where when a government does right, Mr. Speaker, it is nothing. But wait until something goes wrong somewhere, then it makes headlines. One of the boldest decisions that President William Ruto took upon taking on the reins of power is the intervention on government policy on those that are in the social support program, the vulnerable and the elderly, Mr. Speaker, that actually they are paid before civil servants are paid. Previously, if you recall, in previous administration, sometimes they'd wait for 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 months before, Mr. Speaker, paying or getting their contribution. As it is today, Mr. Speaker, I saw the statement tabled here last week. It's part of the documents that I table here every other day. Month-on-month payment to the vulnerable. But we need to ensure that the amount that is being sent to them, Mr. Speaker, is enough to meet their basic needs, and all people that meet the criteria, Mr. Speaker, for being vulnerable people that needs to be supported end up actually benefiting. And that is part and parcel of that. Social protection, Mr. Speaker, is essential to address poverty and all those things, and I have mentioned, Mr. Speaker. Specifically, under Part 1 and Clauses 1 to 6, Mr. Speaker, are general terms. Clause 7 to 27 provide for this particular board that I have mentioned and functions of the board, which include the Cabinet Secretary relating to social protection, designing and implementation. Mr. Speaker, I would like also to highlight the roles of county governments in social contained in the bill. Mr. Speaker, county governments will be responsible for implementing national government policies through county-specific legislation, what I had mentioned earlier. The specific needs of a certain category of people in Homa Bay may not necessarily be the same as those in Kericho, as those in Nyandarua, in Garissa, where you come from, Mr. Speaker, and all these other counties. Counties also will develop the interoperable county registries for social protection beneficiaries, ensuring that you can countermatch actually what the national government has and what the county government has. Remember, we passed in this House, Senator Cherargei, last term, the county statistics bill, because we said it's not just important to use the, what is it called, national statistics, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Even our counties need to develop capacity to develop their own statistics, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Part 4 and 5, Mr. Speaker, are just the various offenses, Mr. Speaker. Section Clause 49 to 56 provide for repeal of Social Assistance Act, transition of staff, the things I was talking about earlier. With those very many remarks, I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, and request the Senator Senator Beatrice Ogola, Mr. Speaker, to second, because faced with a choice between two young men that are hot-blooded and a lovely mother like Senator Beatrice, Mr. Speaker, I choose Senator Beatrice to second this bill. They will contribute.
Senator Beatrice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, the Majority Leader, and a Senator of my choice, for granting me the opportunity to second this bill, the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025. Leader, I happen to resonate so well with the ideals that you have just explained here. Sometimes back when I was a young woman, but growing into leadership, and at the time of the Ground Coalition then, you must have been in school, and Senator Cherargei and Eddie was still elsewhere that we might not mention today. I happened to have been growing up in Homa Bay district then as a young woman leader. And I happened to have been chosen by the DDC then to sit at the policy-making body nationally at the initial social protection that dealt with the coming up of the elderly cash transfer form. And that is why I'm excited, and I will be willing to really support, to second and support. But, Honorable Speaker, even then, when we started with the elderly cash transfer, Honorable Speaker, before the orphan and children cash transfer came, I would like to relate a story that has worked well for this country. That in the initial time, I remember 2 areas were picked for obvious reasons, and that was Nyeri and Bondo. And then the president was from Nyeri, and the other prime minister was from Bondo. And those 2 areas were picked as pilots. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this has been a success story in this country. At the implementation time then, they began by paying out cash of 2,000 shillings to the identified elderly people then. And Honorable Speaker, you should have seen the state in which those old elderly people were. Apart from the fact that they were aged, Honorable Speaker, a number of them were also sick. And when they were brought to pick the initial 2,000 shillings, which was paid in cash, they were brought like they were being taken to an hospital, Honorable Speaker. You should then have seen the success story and the success pictures after the initial reception of the 2,000 shillings. Honorable Speaker, a number of these elderly people were people who even were taking care of orphans, apart from the fact that they were elderly. And this tremendously transformed their lives. Initially, Honorable Speaker, support was given in terms of kind. The government would provide maize and beans in terms of support to such people. But an idea came that people needed to live in dignity, that even though they were elderly, they needed to decide what they wanted to do with themselves. You do not need to prescribe for somebody what they are going to eat in terms of maize and beans. And so with the provision of the 2,000 shillings, they were able to plan for what they needed, Honorable Speaker. Where you needed some rice, Honorable Speaker, I would need some fish, or just buy soap for my family. A number of those elderly people even used this little money that we thought was so little to pay school fees for some of the orphans that they were staying with. And Honorable Speaker, I can stand here and give evidence of such elderly people that ended up paying fee even with the little they have, apart from the subsistence of taking care of themselves. And so I stand here to say that this initial initiative that has continued to expand, and now there are so many in number, is a real success story in this case. And finally, Madam Speaker, in consequent months, when these elderly people were paid, a number of us asked ourselves whether they were still the elderly we saw initially at the commencement of this project, because now there were people who had lives into themselves. They looked happier. They looked like people who were living now in a dignified way, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we live in an African setup in a community, and we cannot lose our brotherhood, Madam Speaker. We must be a people in terms of leadership or in terms of families who care about the vulnerable, Madam Speaker. And it is on those bases that I rise to second and support this bill. But, Madam Speaker, allow me to give out certain key thoughts from myself on the Social Protection Bill, the National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2025. Madam Speaker, even as we talk about the elderly, there have also been commendable programs by the government on the orphans and vulnerable children, which closely followed after the elderly cash transfer that was initiated at the time of the Grand Coalition government. But key, Madam Speaker, are seriously vulnerable cohorts in our society, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to single out key cohorts. As a community, as a country, we must pay attention when we talk about social protection to certain calibers of people in amongst ourselves. Madam Speaker, do we ever even think about college and university students out there? And Madam Speaker, I'm not talking about their tuition money. I'm talking about certain support that I see that is very lacking. The government must be certainly is giving some support. But Madam Speaker, I want to talk from a personal experience I've had with a number of students that we relate with. And I know all the leaders here and elsewhere relate with them. Madam Speaker, it breaks my heart when I see some of the life that university and college students live in a number of our institutions. Just recently, Madam Speaker, I happened to just realize that there are some students in our universities and colleges that because they are not able to pay rent, even when fees has been paid, they are not able to pay food, Madam Speaker. They live in very miserable situations. And Madam Speaker, the basis of this bill that I support is banked on the fact that people need to live with dignity, Madam Speaker. A child or a young person or anybody who lives and grows in dignity grows to be a very strong personality, Madam Speaker. People who are confident of themselves, and that is what this nation needs. I'm happy that this bill, the main objects is about cushioning some of these people in their livelihoods. It is about helping people to grow well, Madam Speaker. It is about promoting equality, promoting quality life, and promoting equity, Madam Speaker. And there, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about social justice amongst everybody else, and especially as a Kenyan. Madam Speaker, I've talked about these college students and universities. As we, as a country, we must think about those cohorts. And as I've said, even though the government and people, guardians might provide for fee, there are specific students that are languishing in poverty in our colleges. And what, as a nation, are we doing about them? Can't we have a mechanism in which we can pick out some of these students so that they grow in their professions, but they grow not languishing in poverty so much so that their egos are affected. Madam Speaker, the other reason why I want to support this bill is that there's another cohort in our society. The mover of the bill has talked about the urban poor. But, Madam Speaker, I want to expound on that. I live next to a sub-county headquarters, a peri-urban place, Madam Speaker, in a town head of my constituency called Ndewa Town. Madam Speaker, as these urban areas spring, and as a number of people move to some of these urban centers, they come with a lot of people that are coming to look for jobs, a number of people that are coming to look for their livelihoods. But at the end of it, they are not able to get. And most of the time, Madam Speaker, I cry for a number of women because I meet them each time I go home. A number of women, especially, who come to live in the urban centers in search of some work, in search of some livelihood. And because these jobs are not forthcoming, Madam Speaker, they join the growing population of the urban poor. As we talk about this social protection bill, as a country, we must be thinking about that cohort. Madam Speaker, I've often related a story where in this same city, I came face to face with a number of some young girls who had come to work somewhere that I had visited, just on this daily cause of just cleaning houses. And it pained my heart and broke my heart, Madam Speaker, on that particular day, that when their host decided to serve them with a cup of tea, and later after they finished that work, which they were doing, Madam Speaker, they were served with a plate of lunch. Madam Speaker, these women were hesitant to eat that food because their main reason is that they would not take breakfast in this house and take lunch. Madam Speaker, they opted to keep this food so that they would take it home to their children. And that should tell us that in this country, there's a cohort of people that we must pay attention to, Madam Speaker. And it is on this basis that I want to second this bill and to emphasize that this board that will finally be put in place, Madam Speaker, must widen their scope and identify the different cohorts of people that we need to take care of as a country. Madam Speaker, the other group that comes to my mind in the communities that we live in is that we have all over parents, they may be single or just parents, who are terminally ill, are bedridden, Madam Speaker. But even in their state of being bedridden, Madam Speaker, some of them have young children that they have to look for that cannot look for themselves. Same state, I often encounter this group of people when I'm in my village, in my home. And when you walk around, you find mothers that are terminally ill, but, Madam Speaker, they still have children. And these children cannot fend for themselves. Madam Speaker, these are the groups we must focus on this social protection bill, National Assembly Bill 12 of 2025. And so, Madam Speaker, as we second this bill, Madam Speaker, there are also points of interest that finally support or serve these people that I've talked about. And these are our schools and hostels. Even though they are entities on their own, Madam Speaker, but these are convergent points that serve these vulnerable groups. And Madam Speaker, why do I say so? I also happen to live, as I said, in a peri-urban place, and we have schools around there, especially in the urban centers, that in some of these schools, we have children that are coming from wanting families. Some of them, as I've said, A mother might be terminally ill or a father, but you have children. Madam Speaker, you know there are children who go to school in this country, and yet they are going to learn but hungry, Madam Speaker. They have gone without food. So I support this because I expect that these are some of the entry points that must be focused on. So the social protection bill, Madam Speaker, the approach that we must give it is we must give it an all-inclusive. Even in terms of government structures, we must have different structures. We must have different sectors that are paying attention to this urban, to this vulnerable group. So, Madam Speaker, this is a bill that expounds ideals that I believe in, ideals that I've lived watching, ideals that will restore the dignity of a number of our people in the society. And Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, dignity ensures that people grow in a very, very strong way, as I've said. So, Madam Speaker, I second this bill, I support it, but Madam Speaker, one thing that I want that must be looked into is the board that has been created in this bill. I've seen we have the chairperson that will be appointed by the President. We have two permanent secretaries, principal secretaries, Madam Speaker. Those are national outfits. Madam Speaker, I've seen only one person that will be nominated by the Council of County Governors. But, Madam Speaker, we must take note that social protection cuts across all the levels of government. And in any case, Madam Speaker, all those vulnerable groups that we are talking about live in some county. And so, I support this and as I second this bill, Madam Speaker, the constitution, the numbering or the membership of the board can be looked into, and we must bring in more representation of the counties, one or two more, but I support this, and Madam Speaker, I second this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Senator. Honourable Senators, I propose the question that the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2025, be now read a second time. And it's now time now for senators to make contributions to this motion, and I invite Senator Eddie Okich. Honourable Senators, we also want to agree, because of the nature of the proceedings of today, we have to create some time for the adjournment motion, seeing that we are going on recess. So I want to humbly urge, because of the number of minutes remaining, to share out that time. We have two senators there, Senator Eddie Okech and Senator Cherarike. It doesn't have to be finished, but we need time for the adjournment motion. So I would give a direction that you share the 10 minutes. Okay, so Senator Cherarike, you can take the floor. Then I'll stop you at an appropriate time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the onset, I rise to support the National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025, the Social Protection Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I want to support this bill because in the essence, I want to rise from Article 54, Article 54, Article 56, Article 57. Madam Speaker, it speaks to persons with disabilities and entitled to be treated with dignity and respect, and therefore their rights must be protected. One of the essence, Madam Speaker, is economy, well-being and welfare, including access to health, and also even materials and devices to come from the persons with disability. And in fact, the law, Madam Speaker, has been passed to accommodate and ensure that the people living with disability, Madam Speaker, are well taken care of. So our constitution, in essence, has provided for the vulnerable in the society. Look at the children also, Madam Speaker. Some of them are vulnerable, they are born into poor families, and therefore, Madam Speaker, I think it is very important that we set into that asset, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, even youth, there is an access, Madam Speaker, that youth should be part of the conversation of this country. And the Constitution has taken care of. Madam Speaker, I'm aware as the debate is ongoing, under Article 37, Madam Speaker, the Constitution gives each and every Kenyan right to demonstrate. But the scenes we are seeing in Nairobi City at the moment is very unfortunate, because as much as Article 37 gives the right to freedom to demonstrate, to picket, to strike, it does not give the right to destroy or burn vehicles or bring disorder and lawlessness within the city. That is what is happening, Madam Speaker.
The mic.
The mic, eh? Madam Speaker, I am talking about Article 55 on young people. I know we have a number of young people who are yet, Madam Speaker, to get opportunities. Government is doing a lot through affordable housing program, Madam Speaker. We're having support programs through scholarship, Madam Speaker, the issues of education. So even what is happening, while Kenyans have a right to demonstrate under Article 37 and majorly youth, their rights only envisage peaceful demonstrations and protests. But the scenes we are seeing today afternoon within Nairobi City is very unfortunate, where there is vandalism, there is burning of vehicles, there is lawlessness. I don't think Article 37 envisages a situation, and I think what we are seeing on our streets at the moment is the acts of criminality, and I want to urge the security agencies to deal firmly with these acts of lawlessness. No Kenyan should lose their lives or property at an account that is violating Article 37. Madam Speaker, when you look under Article 56, it talks about minorities and marginalized groups. Therefore, I agree with Senator Ogola, what she has said about we must look at those marginalized. We must ensure the minorities have a say. I'm happy. Madam Speaker, the other day, President pushed for identification cards to be given to minorities and marginalized in this country, especially northern part, and I was shocked that some leaders were uncomfortable, Madam Speaker. We are aware the Makonde tribe in Coast, which they didn't have identity. This is part of the affirmative action into what we call social protection, Madam Speaker. Because I running through Article 57, Madam Speaker, talks about the old members of the society. I know we have started homes, but you know in our culture, Madam Speaker, the nature, even where you come from, Muranga County, Madam Speaker, the nature of African society is the dependency is the parents take care of you when you are young. When they get older, you are supposed to be the one. So the issue of taking care of older, I have seen the Catholic Church is very good at it, Nyumba ya Wazee and many others. I remember, Senate, before, during the Constitution, it was referred to Nyumba ya Wazee, but fortunately, majority of us are young people in the Senate. So, Madam Speaker, even this issue of care, home care, in as much as in our culture we don't advocate, we take our older parents to home care homes or caregiving, Madam Speaker, we must be alive to the fact that there are some old parents without children or without dependents, and therefore the Constitution under Article 57 has provided it. Number two, Madam Speaker, because I need to rush through it so that we can go to adjournment motion. Madam Speaker, I'm happy that these long-term limitations, aging, illness, injury, and disability, these are caregiving. We know people who suffer from terminal illnesses. We must look at it. The issue of cash transfer, Madam Speaker, we must look at it again. And of course, the older members of our society, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy, Madam Speaker, under Inua Jamii program, where President has moved. In 2024, we had 1.7 million dependents on 2024 Inua Jamii program, Madam Speaker, which are paid through e-citizen. And I want to thank the government for this initiative. And they are paid 2,000 shillings per month through e-citizen program and M-Pesa, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Safaricom and other agencies have done very well. And I hope I saw Safaricom, Madam Speaker, denying their role in providing for locations to some of the suspects when the police are looking for them. I want to believe and I believe and call upon Safaricom and other telcos in the country not to reveal any personal details because that is infringing on right to privacy. Therefore, in as much as doing a good job, we must deter them from going into an unholy alliance of revealing personal details of any Kenyan, whichever the nature, unless, Madam Speaker, you are a senior counsel in this country. Such right to privacy must be provided under court order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the Inua Jamii program, I'm aware under social protection, 1.5 million in 2023 were under government social support. And therefore, this Inua Jamii program, and there's a number of them, Madam Speaker, I'll run through. There is cash transfer programs through orphans and vulnerable OVCs. There is also older persons cash transfer where they are being to 2,000 shillings, Madam Speaker. And then persons with disability transfer program. And this involves among caregiving, Madam Speaker. So the setup of this board is very critical. Because, Madam Speaker, we must, as a country, be realistic. That the only way to carry the rest of Kenyans who are vulnerable, we must be deliberate in providing social health, social protection mechanisms that can protect our vulnerable in the society. The true test, Madam Speaker, of a nation is not the wealth, is not the military hardware, is not how good we are in democracy, in English or Kiswahili. The true test of a nation is how they treat the vulnerable in the society. And that is the true nation of a society, Madam Speaker. And in as much as the government is struggling in terms of raising, I've seen under KRA, the projection is they'll collect around 2 trillion Kenyan shillings, while the budget is deficit with 4.2 trillion Kenyan shillings, Madam Speaker. We agree there are challenges, but we must take care of the vulnerable in the society, Madam Speaker, through cash transfer programs, through feeding programs that we are seeing in our nation, Madam Speaker. So I want to still appeal to the nation that we must take care of it, and this one is a right, Madam Speaker. The Constitution envisages, and you and me, Madam Speaker, having been one of the distinct, because I've done my master's in constitutional law and governance at the University of Nairobi, Madam Speaker, we must be alive to the fact that every right inherent, and no one should deny your right, including state and non-state access. And when the professor of human rights, Dr. Mutaha Kangu, taught me about red rights, white rights, civil rights, political rights, human rights, Madam Speaker, we must look. So the establishment of this board is very important. And therefore, even, Madam Speaker, as we read the budget, we must put into the factor. Number 4, Madam Speaker, because I'm quickly running through so that we can get more time for other colleagues, Madam Speaker, let me rush to clause number 33. Madam Speaker, the funds board shall comprise, I want to appeal to the majority leader, that when it says under clause number 23, we should amend majority leader because we are legislating ourselves out of business. It says such monies as may be appropriated by the National Assembly for the purposes of the board. Madam Speaker, I want to invite the majority leader to Article 249 sub Article 3, 2010, which says Parliament shall appropriate monies to independent commissions and other within the law, Madam Speaker. And if you allow me, for the benefit of the answered and the record, we need to amend, Madam Speaker, this section of the law, because Parliament, as per Article 93, is very clear that Parliament is the Senate and the National Assembly. It says Parliament shall allocate adequate funds to enable each commission and independent office to perform its functions, and budget of each commission and it shall be a separate vote. So, Madam Speaker, we will amend clause number 3 to say monies as may be appropriate, because, Madam Speaker, and the mover of the motion is here, and the seconder is here. The issue of social protection care is not only to national government. It is a shared function, Madam Speaker, just like a disaster. So I want to appeal to majority leader that the issue of social protection, we should ensure that it is not only a work of national government. County governments, I remember during the era of Blocom, or was it Governor Isaac Ruto, I was told he used to pay 1,000 to old Wazee. Yeah. So that was a social protection mechanism. But where his friend is the governor in Nandi, he has never thought about the old. And you know when the old will speak, he will not go nowhere. Wakati atataka mate yao, it will not be very good. But I'm saying finally on clause number 23,
According in 2022 on Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Madam Speaker, you know the move had requested me to second. That is why I'm very proficient. 39.8 or over 20 million Kenyans in 2022, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, were below poverty line. Can you believe 16 million of us in this country do not view basics? Basics is food, shelter, and what else? The table office. Food, shelter, and clothing. Can you believe there are Kenyans who are still working naked, or they are working naked without clothes, or even food? Or you meet somebody, some of us when we were in primary, in St. Francis Chapter 8 Primary School in Mosoria, we had even done crackers to most of our shorts until you could not see the color of the short, Madam Speaker. So these were the challenges that we still struggle up to today, Madam Speaker. Even as we talk today, in 2021, 5.4 million Kenyans are up and poor. You know, they are up and poor. People who live in Nairobi, but they are very poor than the poorer in the village. So, Madam Speaker, we must agree that the poverty issue, and I want to thank Majority Leader, that social protection we must look. And I agree in the categories of orphans and vulnerable children, poor older members of the society. Madam Speaker, I went to Tuya Bay over the weekend, and there is a young mzee called Chepkwony. He's so poor, he's old, and now the community is coming up to build houses. I know a number of us, even you, I see normally donating bosho and rice and everything, and iron sheets, Madam Speaker. Almost, yes, Madam Speaker, and you are doing a good job, and we wish you well in your future endeavors. We are doing a lot to protect the members of the vulnerable in the society, even persons living with disability. I want to thank an organization like Jeshila Wokofu. There is Jeshila Wokofu, this Salvation Army. They are doing caregiving homes. The Catholic Church is doing caregiving homes. A number of religious institutions, I think they are doing a vulnerable job. But I want to warn young Kenyans. If you have the capacity and ability, as my Majority Leader said, take care of your old parents. Don't take them to nyumba kumi, nyumba ya wazee. You will be cursed. Madam Speaker, if God has blessed you, you have all the resources, take care of your parents at home. It doesn't take a lot. Build them a nice house. I was embarrassed. Some of leaders in elected position, we visited some of their homes. I was embarrassed. Their parents live in a dilapidated and dejected. And I don't want to name names because it will not be very good. I am warning those members of parliament, both in the Senate and the national and the elected people, please build your parents' homes. Before next time, I'll come and table their names plus the pictures, because I was embarrassed and I felt ashamed of myself that as young people, God has given us a chance to have at least something wealth. We should at least build our parents, Madam Speaker. I went even to one of the senior government officials, and you might know that person. When the funeral happened, you could see the house, there was no water, there was nothing, there was no electricity, Madam Speaker. I don't want to go to that direction. God in heaven sees such individuals. People fear persons affected by shocks, unpaid and deficient and supported caregivers. I know our children are suffering in Middle East and other areas because they are caregivers. I want to appeal, this is a good, Madam Speaker, the social care services, which include rehabilitation services. I want to appeal with NACADA. There are many young people, even those who are demonstrating today. Most of them are high on drugs. Some of them are drug addicts, alcohol addicts. We must make a deliberate to open rehabilitation centers. I think it is no longer an issue of one region. I know in one region, Madam Speaker, I'm told ECD centers are being closed because the young men are no longer procreating as God envisaged. Instead of sleeping on top of the bed, they are now sleeping under the bed, and therefore a number of ECD centers have been closed. And of course, you know that region from the way you smile, Madam Speaker. So we agree, Madam Speaker, let us allow what God told us to do. Let us procreate for the better of this nation, Madam Speaker. So psychological support, respite care services, Madam Speaker, home-based care, Madam Speaker. I don't know what the Majority Leader says by TAR, because I'm not aware. In fact, I was concluding, Madam Speaker, by saying the following, that if there is a time that the entire Senate and Parliament should be on social care protection, I conclude, and I want to repeat because the mover of the motion was, the true test of the nation will not be known by the military hardware, by the democracy, by the beautiful human rights, by how we can write so many long speeches in social media. The true test of a nation is how they treat their most vulnerable in need. Madam Speaker, with those colorful quotes, allow me to end and support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Cheradike, for those contributions. I will say nothing regarding the members of parliament you've referred to and senators and officials, senior government officials who you have alleged have not built their parents any homes. I will say nothing, but I'll just underline it. There being no other contributor on the dashboard, I wish to call the majority leader to reply maybe to one of the signature bills he will get to present before this House.
Thank you.
In terms of its transformation.
Thank you.
The people.
And Senator Beatrice Ogola, I watched you actually, your entire speech, and I must say I was moved by your deep understanding of social protection. And I think this is your area of expertise. I've heard you speak on many subjects, and you speak fairly well, Mr. Speaker. And this is one of those items that you have spoken with so much depth that I want to appreciate. Mr. Speaker, I see Senator Eddy panting back to the room. Senator Eddy.
So what is your point of order, Senator Eddy?
Madam Speaker, the bill that you have called the majority to reply on is a very important bill to the entire country. It has got implication on tax revenue of this country. It has got implication on the people we want to help. You had guided, when I got up to speak, that because we want to make sure that there is a time left for adjournment motion, that then we will have a chance to speak to this perhaps on another date. To get majority to reply to it is to deny us an opportunity to actually speak to some contribution to this bill. There are a lot of amendments that we think will be important for the country to this bill. If you don't contribute to it, Madam Speaker, it will be a disservice to us.
Senator Eddy?
Yes.
You know the extent to which you are out of order because you walked out then, and by the time Senator Cheradike finished, you were not within the precincts of the chamber.
After consultation with you, Madam Speaker.
So the only way, did you expect Madam Speaker to walk out and pick you?
No, you consulted, and I respected
that.
That
was never going to happen. So Senator Eddy, if you need time, the best you can do is approach with wisdom and caution and request majority leader to share his time, not to address the speaker right now the way you have, because you were not there when that opportunity was closed out. So if you wish, I have given you a guide. If you wish to share the time with the majority leader, approach the majority leader. You were not in the House. If I insist on procedure, I will ask majority leader to proceed. That's why I've given you a chance to ask him to give you time.
Majority.
Also, Senator Eddy, you have not explored the avenue available to you under Standing Order 110. Were you in the House when Senator Cheradike finished? Senator Eddy, you can do better than you are doing now. I have guided you. Standing Order 110.
Okay.
I will then ask Majority Leader to proceed on.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I was willing to share my time with Senator Eddy if he wanted, but it's clear.
He's interested. He's interested in an exchange, which the chair is not interested in. Proceed on, Majority Leader.
In any case, Madam Speaker, this is the second reading stage where members contribute and share their thoughts. The most important part of the bill, this is the second most important part, but the most important is where we do actual work, which is what is called Committee of the Whole, Mr. Speaker, where if you feel like I listened to Senator Beatrice, share the things you want to change in the bill. I have listened to Senator Cherargei also on parts of the bill that he feels needs to be amended, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate the colleagues that took time. You know, yesterday we spoke, or on Tuesday actually, I did mention on the need for colleagues to stay behind in the House. Our sitting time is not that long, actually. It's just 3 hours, 3 times a week, with the exception of Wednesday, from 2:30 to 6:30, 4 hours, Madam Speaker. But virtually every other evening, with the exception of maybe Senator Mongatana and Senator Cherargei, and Boni Halwale also does a fairly good job, Madam Speaker. There are hardly 10 senators who see the rise of the House at 6:30 every other afternoon. And we must learn to practice that. I am, from the old people that I found in this House, Madam Speaker, when I came here, they would stay until 6:30. And they were very senior people who served as cabinet ministers, and so on and so forth. I wish my colleagues in this current 13th Parliament could borrow that practice, because for some reason, people actually find it hard to stay until 6:30, which is something I find difficult. Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate the 2 colleagues that spoke on it. I know there are many others, Madam Speaker, who would have wished to, but such is work. I have become accustomed to this, actually, that on many occasions when I move bills, 2, 3 other people speak, the rest say, oh, we want to put this to a vote so that we conclude. But nonetheless, we have to make do with what we have. With those many remarks, I beg to reply. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 66.3, I want to request the deferment of the putting of a question until a later date. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. The putting of the question is deferred, and I want to reorganize the order paper and now move to order number 27. Order number 27. Majority Leader.
Order number 27, motion, adjournment of the Senate.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 31.3, the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, the 8th of July, 2025. Madam Speaker, that you understand that at the rise of the House this afternoon, this House will actually proceed on
Majority
recess.
Leader, can you first move the motion?
Oh, sorry. Okay. Madam Speaker, it was order number 1927. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to Standing Order number 31.3, the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, the 8th of July, 2025. Madam Speaker, this is a fairly straightforward matter, because you do understand that at the rise of this House, Madam Speaker, I'm struggling I would wish to request my colleagues behind me to kindly consult.
Can the Majority Leader be heard in silence? Senator Eddy, Majority Leader to be heard in silence.
Kindly.
The attitude this afternoon is all wrong. You got a chance, you walked out, you come in and you're just grumbling with the other senators. That's not correct. Let Majority Leader be heard in silence.
It's a very small motion, actually, that, Madam Speaker, I want to request that colleagues take time to visit with their constituents, do other parliamentary business that is before them. Madam Speaker, I am almost certain, though not full, that actually at the rise of the House this afternoon, once we do this recess, Madam Speaker, there'll still be an opportunity to meet before the end of this recess, because there's particularly the matter of the Division of Revenue Bill, which, Madam Speaker, we have, or we hope our colleagues who are serving in the mediation committee will conclude quickly so that we get to meet and speak on that particular matter when they eventually call us. Therefore, Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to move and request Senator Professor Margaret Kamar to second.
Senator Margaret Kamar.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the motion on adjournment. Madam Speaker, this House has been very busy. Remember yesterday we even changed programs and we spent the whole day, and members have worked very hard. So it is good, as the leader of majority has said, that we take a break, we go and reflect, and we go and meet our constituents. Madam Speaker, breaks are extremely important, not only for recharging our energy, but also for consulting our constituents. Currently, Madam Speaker, the senators have been extremely busy in oversight. Different committees have been moving to different corners of the country. We have been inviting governors from different corners of the country, and we are in a very good momentum. I know in the Committee of Education we have met, within this session, we have met 17. We have met 17, 18 actually. Today we have met Turkana, so we have met 18 governors. Looking at the education sector, looking at our ECD centers, and we told ourselves, even as we go home, we've encouraged members to go to the ground and ground truth some of the things that we discussed with the governors. Because in our section, the education sector, we are really looking at 3 areas. We are looking at ECD, we are looking at libraries, and we are looking at VTCs. And we have submissions that have come forward. And I want to encourage also members that whenever a committee has done, has had the address
Buildings, Nairobi, a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you have managed to join us for these proceedings that are expected to commence from 2:30, being the time allocated for the sitting. So what you are currently seeing on your screens, that is inside of the National Assembly chambers, members already getting in and taking their positions, ready for the business that is lined up for consideration this afternoon. And talking of the business that is to be transacted, this afternoon, the members will be considering a number of motions. Just to remind you that being a Wednesday afternoon, whereby, as is their tradition, the House hosts cabinet secretaries. However, this afternoon, that question time period or session will not be there. However, there is a number of business that the members of the National Assembly will be looking at. There is a motion with regards to the ratification of the agreement on fisheries subsidies. Also, a motion with regards to the report on the consideration of the audited accounts of state corporations for Central Region. And this afternoon, also, the members of the Senate will be considering a special motion from the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. Of course, this is with regards to the nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. You will recall that the committee carried out the approval hearings on Saturday, 31st of May. And this afternoon, or rather yesterday, the committee tabled its report. And this afternoon, that particular business is lined up for consideration, with the committee approving the appointment of the members or the nominees who were appointed as chairperson and members of the Independent and Electoral Boundaries Commission. We shall be taking a look at it just later on. But as you can see, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is already in the chambers to preside over this afternoon's sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast that is brought to you by by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Kamche Menza. Good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utazame kwa rehema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tulikutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikisha mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
Well, the prayer has been said and the chair taken, and the House should have commenced its business. However, there is a quorum hitch. That is why we have the quorum bell currently underway as directed by the Speaker. And as you can see on your screens, members are walking in to join the rest who are already inside the chambers, at least to enable the House also raise that much needed quorum for the House to be able to commence its business. And once that quorum is raised, then of course we shall let you in on the proceedings of the day, or this afternoon, as lined up for consideration. As indicated earlier, is that this afternoon a special motion by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on its consideration of the findings of the nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, that is IEBC. It's tabled its findings or its report on 3rd of June, that is yesterday in the afternoon sitting. And the committee approved the nominees for appointment. The approval hearings were conducted on 31st of May, that is last week Saturday. And in its observation, the committee indicates that the nominees satisfied all constitutional and statutory requirements, including those on leadership, ethics and integrity, tax compliance, and higher education loans board. Also, the nominees met the integrity threshold, demonstrated knowledge of topical and administrative and technical issues of the positions to which they have been nominated, and had the requisite abilities, academic qualifications, and professional experience to be approved for appointment. For suitability, the committee indicates that the nominees have demonstrated deep understanding of the affairs of the IEBC and their respective roles of chairperson and members of the IEBC, and they possess the requisite abilities required for the persons to serve in the various capacities in the commission. So this afternoon, that particular business will be considered for the whole House, or rather for the House to approve or consider that report of the committee and approve the appointment of the persons. They include Erastus Edung Ethekon, appointed as chairperson, Anne Njeri, Moses Alutalala Mukwana, Mary Karen Sorobit, Hassan Nur Hassan, Francis Odhiambo Adwol, and Fahima Arafat Abdallah as members. of the committee. So that is a business that once the quorum is achieved or is raised, then that particular business will, of course, be considered. This afternoon also, the
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Order, honorable members, take the nearest seat. Chairperson, Mediation Committee on the report on the Gambling Control Bill. I think that
agreements with the Kenya Tea Development Authority that include, among others, reduction of management agency fee from 2.5% to 1.5% of the gross sales value and absorption costs.
Dr. Mutunga, too long. Can you paraphrase?
I have only 2 minutes, Honourable Speaker. Just that. The final issue. I was saying that it has reduced from 2.5% to 1.5% of the gross value and absorption costs of seconded staff by the management agency. The final issue, Honourable Speaker, was on the timeliness within which the ministry will address the disparity to ensure that tea farmers across the country are treated fairly. And the response is that the ministry has developed guidelines on minimum leaf quality standards to address the declining quality of tea. The guidelines will be operationalized in June 2025, this month. Additionally, the Strategic Tea Quality Improvement Program, which is a 5-year program, has been ongoing for the last 2 years and is aimed at assisting tea farmers with lower quality of tea to improve to meet the market standards. The program will ensure that factories manufacture tea of higher quality as desired by the market. And achievement of this program is expected to improve the price of tea from the affected factories within a period of 1 year, taking into account market dynamics of supply and demand. Further establishment of a laboratory for quality analysis and tea testing is expected to be completed in 2025. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Doris Donya, that is a response to your statement. Are you satisfied?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even Chair knows what he has given is the same as understanding that the airtime bundles expire. I've never understood why they expire, Mr. Speaker. So even with the Honorable Chair, he knows what he has stated. The farmers cannot get contented with it because they have said it's the factories which determine the prices of tea bonuses, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what I'm going to do about it, but I'm not satisfied.
Do you have any supplementary question to ask him?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Saying you are not satisfied is not
Why
enough.
can't then the chair through the Ministry of Agriculture do a survey to the factories and inquire how best they can help the farmers in determining the prices of bonuses? Because, Mr. Speaker, when our farmers in Kisii were told that the tea is tested, they tasked me to go to Kiambu, I buy the tea leaves, the tea bags, I go to Muranga, I buy Kericho. So they made the tea, they tested, and it was the same. They've until today not known the difference of their tea and the tea from the mountain, Mr. Speaker. They literally tested with their mouth. It is the same.
Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just have an additional supplementary question, especially on one of the strategies that Chair has told us in terms of how to improve the quality of green leaf. Because, Honorable Speaker, I'm just wondering, the fact that a tea tree is usually in existence for between 50 to 100 years, and it is the same one that usually produces the green leaf. So how are you going to improve the quality of the already existing tea trees unless you are now saying that the farmers will need to completely uproot this and put in new ones. I feel like this strategy is not very realistic in the current situation, and it is not going to help, especially the farmers from Kisii and Nyamira, who are very aggressive but are not getting the same prices in terms of their produce in comparison to our friends from the east side of the reefs. Thank you.
That member for, yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I had at some point asked almost a similar question, a related question to Honorable Donyas, but mine appreciating that these factories are also private companies who deal with their matters privately as a privately registered companies, limited companies. But if an issue arises, there is a Tea Board of Kenya where someone can easily fall back to and request for a special audit. For my constituency, Gishogo, where two companies are domiciled, that is Thumaita and Kemunye, I requested for a special audit from the Tea Board of Kenya way back last year, and this has never happened. Can the chairman, through the ministry, intervene so that we can also be able to get answers from the Tea Board of Kenya, which is a creation of this parliament through a legislation? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Mama Zamzam, hold Mtunga.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi naomba kamati ambayo husika iweze kushughulikia, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, haiwezekani mkulima ambaye anapanda majani chai sehemu nyingine ambayo quality yake ni same ya huku aweze kudidimizwa na kunyanyashwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakulima wetu lazima wapewe morali, wakijua kuwa bidhaa zao zikiingia soko zitaweza kuchukuliwa kwa usawa, na siasa isiweze kuingizwa kwenye majani, kwa sababu mkulima wa Kisii kama chai yake iko sawa na mkulima wa sehemu nyingine, basi wenyewe pia waweze kupata usawa katika bidhaa zao. Mheshimiwa Spika, na Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nikimalizia naweza kumpongeza dadangu Doris Donya kwa kuweza kuleta mambo, kwa sababu wakulima wengi huhangaishwa sana. Inaonekana sehemu moja ya taifa inapata uzito sana katika bidhaa, wakati wengine ambao wanajibidiisha nao wananyimwa kupewa usawa. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi ni Wakenya sote, wakulima wetu wote waweze kuchukuliwa katika mkondo mmoja, Mheshimiwa Spika, ili mazao yao yaweze kuingia katika market. Mimi nasema utamu wa chai ni kuweka kwa maji ya moto, kuangalia uzito wake, na ikiingia tumboni ni chai. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo mimi namsifu sana dadangu Dorcas Donya. Asante sana.
Mutunga.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I would like to say that I understand the tea sector a bit. Honourable Speaker, I'm not disappointed by this response.
You are not?
I'm not disappointed by this response, because rarely will you find a regulator saying that we are doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to support the farmers to improve their quality. And the regulator also saying the farmers are to blame for 1, 2, 3, 4. It will never come out, but it has come out in this particular response. Last time this question was asked in this house, it never came out. And I prevailed upon the ministry to tell us exactly why. They have cited the issues of cost. They have cited the efforts that the ministry is making, the effort that the KTD is making as a private entity. And if it is KTD, a private entity, which sets the prices based on the parameters around the factory itself.
Honourable Mutunga, whatever it is you are saying, the factories may be private.
Yes.
The farmers are not. What you should do to help this house, because the foundation of our constitution is equity and fairness, you should go and bring more information tabulating the amount and level of bonus paid by each and every tea factory.
We did.
For analysis and comparison. If the variable is minimal, we will understand. But if the variable is as wide as the difference between day and night, then there will be questions to ask for further clarification.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the guidance, but
I listened to your statement very carefully because this matter has been lingering in this parliament for more than 20 years past. Let it be you to crack it.
Okay, thank you.
A farmer in Kirinyaga, a farmer in Murang'a, a farmer in Nandi, a farmer in Kericho, or Kisi is a farmer.
Honourable Speaker, I stand guided. Thank you very much.
Yes, I give you 2 weeks to bring a complete tabulation on how much bonus is paid by each and every factory so that you can also do the analysis yourself on the levels of disparity. Yes, Sunguli? Yes, Donya, what is it? Hold on, Sunguli.
I confirm to the chair and the Ministry of Agriculture that I have not received, I have not read, I have not seen this report. So I need another one.
Yes, Sunguli.
Mr. Speaker, I was requesting you to include in your instructions to the chairman that he brings, he has said that the factories to the east of the Rift Valley have more prudent financial borrowing, and that the factories in the Rift Valley and west of Rift Valley borrowed from with a higher interest rates, and that's why the farmers are paying it. Can he actually also bring that kind of tabulation so that we see that it is a fact?
Mutunga, you've heard what Honorable Sunguli is asking. Include in your additional information the borrowing profile of the factories to back your assertion that some are prudent and others are not. Yes, Mandazi? Give Mandazi the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the same, there is normally support that is extended to farmers in terms of doing construction of roads, in terms of tea-paying centers. We would equally want to know the number of tea-paying centers that have been constructed within the regions that we come from as compared to the other regions, maybe in the eastern and western. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery Tuio Moi Primary School from Rongai, Nakuru, Karangare Secondary School from Bere, North Embu. On behalf of myself and the House, we welcome the students and their teachers and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Honorable members, we'll go back to order number 2. Take your seats. Makali Mulu, Ruth, take the nearest seat. Order KJ and your companion, take your seats. Honorable members, I have one more communication on the incident of violent altercation between a sitting member and a former member of parliament on Wednesday, 9th April 2025. Honorable members, you recall that on Wednesday, 9th April 2025, I issued a communication regarding an incident of violent altercation that occurred within the precincts of Parliament. The incident involved the Honorable Umulkhair Harun Mohammed MP, a nominated member of this House, and the Honorable Iman Falhada Deko MP, former Senator and current member of the East African Legislative Assembly, IALA. In the communication of members, I directed the Honorable Falhada explains herself to the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission in writing on Monday, 14th April 2025 by 5 p.m. A further order that the member be precluded from accessing the precincts of Parliament, Parliament buildings and facilities for a period of 90 days, save for Monday, 14th April 2025 being the day she was to deliver her written explanation to the Speaker. Honourable members, I also indicated that upon reviewing the response by Honourable Falhada, I would guide the House on any further or other action that would be taken, not only on the two members involved in the altercation, but also on the member claimed to have recorded the video of the incident. Honourable members, I wish to inform the House that indeed the Honourable Falhada delivered her written response to my office on 14th April 2025 as directed. Upon receipt of her written explanation, I reviewed it concurrently with the explanation and apology tendered by the Honourable Umulher to this House on Wednesday, 9th April 2025. Further, I reviewed the incident report submitted to me by the Sergeant-at-Arms through the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly and the video clip of the incident despite it being unauthorized recording. I think lawyers like Otiendo Molo know the value of illegally obtained evidence. Honourable members, from my review, I have satisfied myself that whereas the Honourable Mulher Harun Mohammed, MP, was involved in the altercation, she appeared to be the victim in the violent altercation and not the provocateur. Accordingly, she bears no fault in the matter, hence I will not prefer any sanctions on her. Honourable members, with respect to the Honourable Falhada, the Iyala Member of Parliament, and having carefully considered her detailed account of the altercation and the apology therein, I note that although her actions towards the Honourable Mulher were indeed unwarranted, they were not premeditated. I also note that she expressed unreserved remorse and apology for the incident. However, the Honourable Falhada was a visitor who decided to tag along another visitor into the precincts of Parliament. I noted that the visitor appeared to have been very enthusiastic in her engagement in the unfortunate altercation. As a former member of this House and also a sitting member of Iyala, the Honourable Falhada did bear a greater responsibility to be of good behaviour. Consequently, I invoke the provisions of Standing Order Number 1 and vary the period of her expulsion from the precincts of Parliament from the 90 days that I pronounced on Wednesday, 9th April 2025 to 45 days. For clarity, the 45-day period commenced on Wednesday, 9th April 2025 when I gave the order, filed my communication number 18 of 2025. For the avoidance of doubt, the period effectively ends on Monday next week, that is on the 9th of June 2025. Honourable members, you may also recall that when I reported to this House the unfortunate incident of violent altercation, the House was in a profound shock as to the claim that a sitting member of this House recorded and circulated a video of the incident. To this end, I indicated that should the claim be ascertained, that abhorrent act would attract the sanctions under the Standing Orders and Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, Cap 6. Honourable members, witness accounts have identified the Honourable Lawrence Mpuri Aburi, MP, the member for Tigania East, as the member believed to have made and circulated the video. Indeed, members, I personally spoke to the Honourable Mpuri Aburi, and he claimed that he recorded the video for fun, shared with one female member of this House, who subsequently circulated the video unlawfully. I have no evidence to that effect. I take exception to the member's irresponsible conduct, given that he is a senior member of this House and therefore bears a higher level of responsibility befitting a ranking member in upholding the dignity of the House. Honourable members, I hasten to emphasize that any form of indignity by one of us becomes an indignity to all of us, this House, and indeed to the institution of Parliament as a whole. I implore all of us who are members of this House to collectively safeguard the dignity of this august House in the manner we conduct ourselves in the chamber, within the precincts of Parliament, or elsewhere in our private or public life. Honorable members, as members of Parliament, you have no private capacity. You are honorable members of Parliament, in Parliament, out of Parliament, in your homes, in your constituencies, and even outside the jurisdiction of this country. Accordingly, honorable members, having considered the circumstances surrounding this matter and having duly allowed the Honorable Lawrence Mburi Aburi reasonable opportunity to reflect on his conduct, I will now allow him, the Honorable Lawrence Mburi Aburi MP, should he be present in the House, to rise in his place and proceed to tender an appropriate and conditional and unqualified apology to the House. If he is not present in the House now, I will allow him to tender this apology at the next appropriate time in the presence of Mr. Speaker. The Clerk of the National Assembly is hereby instructed to take the necessary action to enforce those directions. I thank you, honorable members. Is Mburi Aburi in the House? Is he in the House? He's not in the House. Yes, Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, in line with your communication, Mr. Speaker, which was well written, Mr. Speaker, this is the first time such an incident has happened in the House, where there was an altercation and the person recording the video is an honorable member of the House, Mr. Speaker. All along it has been either outsiders or other people. Mr. Speaker, I know the matter of discipline rests with you under your committee, but Mr. Speaker, I feel that it is very lenient for the member to only to apologize, Mr. Speaker, because the crime he has committed might be even worse than the other two who are fighting, Mr. Speaker. And you saw the way that video was showing many things, Mr. Speaker, many things which were necessary, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that guy must, the member must get a severe punishment, which is worse than, Mr. Speaker, even the culprits, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Let's listen to his apology and see whether it will attract further sanctions. And for the female member who circulated the video according to Mpuri, if he turns up and mentions you and has proof, you'll also face some sanctions. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, ratification of the agreement on fisheries subsidies, question to be put.
Honorable members, take your seats. Honorable Ferdinand, take the nearest seat. Honorable member on her feet, take the nearest seat. Haika. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8. Which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation on its consideration of the agreement on fisheries subsidies laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 17th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D approves the ratification of the agreement on fisheries subsidies. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, report on consideration of the audited accounts of state corporations for Central Region, question to be put.
Honorable Donya, take your seat. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education on its examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of state corporations, Central Region, for the financial years 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 6th December 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, special motion. Consideration of nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC.
Chairman, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 3rd June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 25(2)(b of the Constitution, approves the appointment of the following persons to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. Number 1, Mr. Erastus Edung Efcon, chairperson. Number 2, Ms. Anne Jerry Nderitu, member. Number 3, Mr. Moses Alutalala Muhwana, member. Number 4, Ms. Mary Karen Sorobit, member. Number 5, Mr. Hassan Nur Hassan, member. Number 6, Mr. Francis Othiambo Aduol, member. And number 7, Ms. Fahima Arafat Abdallah, member. Honorable Speaker and members, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee held approval hearings for nominees to be appointed as moved on Saturday, a weekend. This was due to the fact that there was urgency in the matter due to the timelines and also the delay that had been caused by the court order that barred the vetting of the members the previous Monday. As a result, the committee had to burn midnight oil and also spent the entire day first evaluating the report of the selection panel and conducting the hearings physically, whereby all the 7 nominees appeared before the committee and were actually vetted. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to thank members of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, all of them singularly and plurally, including the Vice Chair, the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, who is here, Senior Counsel Otiende Amolo, who is here. I saw Dahoud Mohammed of Wajir East here, Johnny Makali of Kandui, Stephen Mogaka of West Mogirango, and the rest of them. All of them, as named in the report, played a key role in actually vetting these members and making this report, which was tendered to this House yesterday, an elaborate report. It's a bit long, but I hope every member has had a chance to read this report, to acquaint himself or herself with it, so that you know the reasons why the committee has made a recommendation that we approve the 7 nominees. The report begins with the chairperson's forward, in which observations are made, including compliance with the Constitution, the reasons why this was done on a Saturday, and the position we take regarding the court order that stopped vetting on the 26th of May. That indeed it appeared on the face of it that the courts were barring or injuncting Parliament from carrying its duties. We took exception to that, and pointed out that Parliament and the Speaker and the Speakers have ruled on this severally, cannot be injuncted from discharging its constitutional mandate. Be that as it may, this is a house of law. We obey the law as it is. Before we could evaluate the order, we had to obey first. Then after that, we had to evaluate what to do. And fortunately, the judge actually realized the mistake he made. And on that Thursday, he was able to vary the order to what it is in the present form today. The first, chapter 1, which is the preface on the establishment of the committee, is self-speaking. Chapter 2, which is on the background information of the committee and the nominated members, is also self-speaking, and I will not go into this for purposes of saving on time. Chapter 3 is on the memoranda from the public on the suitability of the nominees, and we need to speak on this because there were various issues that were raised by several members of the public, and those issues are captured in chapter 3 of the report. On each member where there was any objection raised, we have not captured the approvals because we also received quite a huge amount of paperwork which were affidavits in approval. But since we are not required to consider these and table reports on them, because we are only required under the Approvals Act to discuss the objections, we did not capture the approvals. However, we have captured the objections as raised before the committee, and in chapter 3, the House can actually look at what was said about each. I will be commenting on this shortly. And number 4, it's on approval hearings. We have tried to capture this almost verbatim, what each of the nominees presented to us, right from their own opening statements, whereby they gave a history of themselves, and eventually we had to look at their academic background, experience in the works or in the various fields, and suitability, which is a requirement of the law when it comes to vetting. We looked at all this, and it is captured in chapter 4 of the report. Chapter 5 Chapter 4 is quite lengthy because I repeat, it captures almost verbatim what the nominees had to say, including their responses to the objections. Now, chapter 5, which is very important, is on our observations regarding the nominees, our committee observations on the nominees. We have observed whatever it is we took of interest and importance. We have set it in chapter 5 on each of these nominees, and chapter 6 is actually on our recommendations. Having evaluated these particular nominees, we did not hesitate to recommend that each of them be actually approved. Now, who are we approving as the nominees? For the chairperson of IEBC, we have Mr. Erastus Edung Evekon, who hails from Turkana. Number 1, he was one of the 2 persons who were forwarded to His Excellency the President for nomination, and he was picked from those 2. Then, as regards the process of nominating him, we were satisfied that the process was in compliance with the Constitution and in compliance with the Parliamentary Public Approvals Act. Mr. Evekon demonstrated knowledge of his area of specialty, which is law, and that he satisfies to be a judge of the Supreme Court, which is a requirement for his appointment. He has more than 15 years of practice, and he also has a lot of experience in other matters, including conflict management, which we think is very important, and especially because of the disputes that arise after elections. There was an objection to Mr. Ethekons's appointment on the basis that he is closely related to the governor, to the former governor of Turkana, Mr. Josephat Nanok. This was in a sworn statement, and therefore we are to deal with it. On the interrogation, Mr. Ethekon confirmed that he has no relationship whatsoever with Mr. Josephat Nanok, apart from work-related relationship. That at one time, he was appointed as the county attorney of Turkana, and he worked with Mr. Josephat Nanok. Even after Mr. Josephat Nanok left office, he continued working with the governor, who is presently in that office, and therefore work-related relationship cannot be a bar to his becoming the chairperson. Otherwise, he demonstrated knowledge of electoral matters, he demonstrated knowledge of law, and he actually confirmed that he has the spine to deal with elections in the Republic, which are ordinarily very emotive. With those remarks, we were convinced that he suits to actually be the chairperson of the IEBC. The second person was Ms. Anne Jerry Deritu, who currently is the registrar of political parties. She has worked for over 10 years with the IEBC, where she rose to become a director. Therefore, in our view, we actually termed her as an insider, a person who knows how IEBC works. There was an objection to her nomination on the basis that she is a state officer. The person who objected stated that the appointment was contrary to the law because she is a state officer. And unfortunately, the law is clear, which is that you cannot be appointed when you are a state officer. The word used is appointment and not nomination. She was able to clarify to our satisfaction that she has not been appointed, she has only been nominated. The third person is Mr. Moses Alutalala Muhwana. Mr. Muhwana, who actually is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with over 11 years experience. On top of that, he has been a teacher for a long time, amongst the many other things he has done. What struck the committee with satisfaction was his ability to communicate. Mr. Muhwana is a good communicator, especially when he started giving us his journey through life in Kiswahili. Eventually, he answered our questions in English. He is able to speak both languages in a manner that he will be able to relay matters of IEBC to the country when the time comes. So, to him, the gem he takes to IEBC is that of communication, and I hope he will make use of it, because the one reason Kenyans have a problem with IEBC, the trust issues we have with IEBC, is purely because communication is not as good. We want to hear what is happening at every step of everything, including awarding of contracts, so that nobody feels we are being shortchanged or somebody is trying to do things under the table with a view to delivering elections that are not credible, fair, and justifiable. Mr. Muhwana will fit that shoe so well. The fourth candidate was Mary Karen Sorobit, another advocate of the High Court of Kenya, who came in with experience from many institutions of the government, including the Advocates Complaints Commission, vetting of judges, and many other areas that she has served in for the last almost 20 years as an advocate. Mary Karen suits the position. We felt that as a lady again, she also gets now into the gender equality, which is very important, and also as a person from South Rift, then again, regional balance is achieved. The fifth person was Mr. Hassan Nur Hassan. Hassan Nur Hassan has worked in the public service for over 40 years. Although today he is not working with the public service, he has great knowledge in the matters public. He has great knowledge in the matters dispute and the conflict resolution, as he demonstrated. In fact, due to his age, we said the rest of them are young. We require somebody of his age to guide the commission when the time comes. Therefore, in spite of objections raised to him, and there were many, including that he had been in the Rift Valley when there was the clashes, he was able to show that even when he was there and the clashes occurred, he was able to quell them, he was able to resettle these persons, and peace was restored. There was an objection to his relationship with a member of parliament. We will not discuss that much, apart from he is a brother-in-law to the member of parliament. Anything else was not material in the objection, because, as we have said, he is a senior citizen. In fact, his response was that he was where he is even before that member of parliament was born. So it is coincidental that one of them is married to the sister of the other, which does not affect, it does not impair his way of delivering results when it comes working for IEBC. With those reasons, we were convinced that his relationship to the member of parliament was actually not material to the way he was going to discharge his duties. Number 6 was Mr. Francis Othiambo Aduol, a gentleman who has worked in the universities ever since time immemorial, with an advanced age, which we also felt was extremely useful for this commission. Number 1, he has great experience in quantity surveying, geospatial engineering, and many other matters he brought before us. He struck the nation because they were listening to him as a person who is highly knowledgeable in the matters relating to the earth and the way you can subdivide the earth. All of you are looking forward to having constituencies delimited. And here is one person who is able to match the size of the constituency with the number of persons so that we are able to arrive at a fair and just decision. Therefore, Mr. Francis Aduol is suitable to be a member when it comes to exactly what Kenyans expect, which is fair representation on the basis of constituencies. We did not hesitate to approve Mr. Francis Othiambo Aduol to become a member of the IEBC. Finally, there was a young lady who came from a place called Shela in Lamu. Young, she's 32 years old, and the first impression she created was that of a youth. Therefore, youths who have been extremely agitated, they have been anxious, they have been complaining that they do not get involved in such important matters like electoral matters, IEBC, etc. Now have one of their own in this particular commission. So, Ms. Fahima represents the youth.
There is a point of order.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I have heard the able chair of this committee refer to this lady, Fahima, and use the word she created the impression of being a youth. I thought you'd say she is a youth. That impression, that statement is misleading. So, and because we are on the floor of the House, can you correct that and say she is indeed a youth?
Murugara, did she create an impression or she's a youth?
No, she is a youth. Yes. She is actually a youth,
yes,
as required in law.
Yes.
All right? What the impression was, being 32, when she actually appeared, we thought she was in her 20s. Otherwise, she's 32 years old, extremely knowledgeable. No.
That is not a qualification.
That is not a point to be considered, Honorable. Although Honorable Farah kept on constantly repeating that one, and some members who have found it quite curious. When he gets a turn to speak, he will possibly speak on it. But this young lady has worked ever since she left.
Yes, Honorable Farah.
The Honorable Chair is casting aspersions on me. He doesn't know that my wives are watching this now. And he wants to land me in problem when I go back home. So
he's saying you have roving eyes. You have roving eyes.
Thank you, Honorable Farah. The operative word is wives. The wives are watching, not wife. However, he observed it, and let him just tell us something about it. This young lady has worked right from her days after university with Lamu County. She has been a ward admin. She has risen all the way today. She is the CECM finance in that county. So when we evaluated her, she actually met all the parameters that were required. Number one, she's a youth, we repeat. So the youths of the Republic of Kenya are taken care of. And they should not complain again that we, the elderly gentlemen or gentle ladies, are actually avoiding them when it comes to matters important as this one. Number two, she is a lady because she cannot be anything else. Gender. So the ladies have produced a youth who will represent the youths, both the men and the women. And this is extremely important. Number three, she's from a small community. Although by uni, she's a Shela, a small community in Lamu, not very developed, marginalized to some extent, but she has actually been able to rise to that important position. And number four, the education. She holds a degree from the university, Kenyatta University. She has worked in senior positions, and she has demonstrated she is able to deliver. And our question was this: can she stand up and defend IEBC when it is under attack, especially by the youth? She demonstrated that she will be speaking directly to the youths. Matters IEBC. When they issue, when they are questioned, when there are questions to be answered, she will be speaking to the youths directly so that they can hear her and understand her. So, with those very many remarks, we looked at every one of them. We were satisfied that they suit the nominations given to them, and we did not again hesitate to approve all of them. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, allow me kindly to beg and move and then request the senior counsel in the House, with the permission from my vice chair who is here. Yeah, these days, you know, we are broad-based, and we have to be broad-based everywhere. With my vice chair who is here and is listening attentively. The senior counsel is no other than Honorable Otiende Amolo, the Member of Parliament for Arieda, who sat throughout, listened to these people writing the reports and everything else. Senior counsel, kindly, Mr. Speaker, allow me so that he seconds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this special motion, and I thank my chairman, my vice chairman, and the other members for sacrificing not just their Saturday, but their Madaraka. For us, we had no Madaraka on this day because we sat throughout. Mr. Speaker, it's important that Kenyans and this House understands the context in which we are recommending all the nominees to be passed. First of all, Mr. Speaker, we had a very robust vetting session. It was covered live in most of the stations. We posed to the nominees all the questions that had been raised by those who had objected. And there were 3 people who objected, Dr. Gikenyi, Mr. Omondi, and Ms. Masinde. And it is their constitutional right to object. But we were satisfied that all the objections they had raised were sufficiently dealt with to our satisfaction. It is important also to note that in some cases, we actually had to recall some of the nominees for further clarification when some of the members also raised issues which looked like they were not sufficiently addressed. And they came back and answered those questions sufficiently. Mr. Speaker, let me just very briefly speak to some of this. I think the chairman has covered a lot of them. Let me start with the nominee for chair, Erastus Ethekon. It is important to note that for you to be chair of IEBC, you must be qualified to be a judge of the Supreme Court under Article 166. To be a judge of the Supreme Court, you need either to have practiced for 15 years as an advocate, or been a judicial officer for 15 years, or have done something relevant in the field of law. We were satisfied that this nominee had practiced for 22 years continuously. But in addition, the work he has done over the period, including his current station as an expert in the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, in South Africa, qualifies him in any other relevant field of law. And that is why we have recommended him. Mr. Speaker, Madam Anne Deritu, objection was based on the fact that she is currently serving as the Registrar of Political Parties. Now, that was satisfied, Mr. Speaker, as explained by the chair, on the issue that the disqualification is on appointment. And this nominee produced to us a ruling by our own speaker of 4th December 2014, which has been religiously followed, that the disqualification comes at the point of appointment, and assured us that should she be successful, she will resign before appointment, and therefore it satisfied that objection. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Moses Alutalala is a man whose journey, who has had an odious educational odyssey, having qualified first as a primary school teacher with a diploma, and then rose through self-education to be one of the first parallel students in law. And his journey has been very long. But of note to us is the fact that he was admitted as an advocate in the year 2014 and was able to produce to us every practicing certificate each year since then. And that satisfies the idea of being a practitioner of at least 10 years. And that's why we were satisfied. Mr. Speaker, Mary Karen Sorobit has practiced law for 29 years. But an objection was raised that she may have been a member of the governing council of a political party, contrary to Article 88. This nominee was able to demonstrate to us that although she served as a deputy CEO in one of the political parties, she was never a member of the governing body, and went to the registrar of political parties and produced those who were members of the governing body for Jubilee since inception, and even for UDA, and therefore was able to demonstrate that she is not disqualified under that rubric. Hassan Nur Hassan is a gentleman with about 40 years in public administration as required by Section 6 of the IEBC Act. But of note was an objection that had been raised under Article 88(2)A, that he may have vied as a governor within the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Hassan was able to demonstrate to us by reading the express provisions of the Constitution that the disqualification only applies to members of parliament and MCAs, not those who vie for president, not those who vie for governor. Mr. Speaker, as a committee, we came to the conclusion that you cannot import a disqualification into the express provision of a text. And therefore, we were able to find that he was not disqualified. The other nominee is Professor Francis Aduol. Mr. Speaker, this Professor Francis Aduol was quite impressive. He is a professor of geospatial science and engineering. Shall I repeat? He's a professor of geospatial science and engineering. And part of his specialty, his first PhD, was on the study of the earth. And he told us he can actually tell where any of you are at any one point if he gets your phone number or something like that. But of importance is the fact that one of his areas is delimitation of boundaries. Delimitation, including the focus on what weight should be placed on population, size, and even poverty. And we came to the conclusion that of all the nominees, this nominee will be very helpful to the Commission when it comes to the issue of delimitation. And we are all aware that we are immensely out of time on the question of delimitation. We are also all aware that it's a very emotive matter. It was important to note that Professor Duol has worked with all the bodies that have dealt with this issue, from the Interim Independent Boundaries Commission to the Committee of Experts to the IEBC and every other body. And therefore we had no hesitation in recommending him. Mr. Speaker, Fahima Abdallah, I think that the chairman has spoken to all that there is to speak. She ticks the three very important boxes: youth, minority, and gender, and has had at least 10 years in public administration. Mr. Speaker, this particular nominee was accompanied by her father, and one of the members had the courage to ask whether she was married or not, which was not part of our consideration. And I've heard Honorable Farah objecting that the chair is casting aspersion. But Mr. Speaker, I do not see any aspersions there, because I know Honorable Farah is allowed by religion more than one wife to get even up to the fourth. And even after getting to the fourth, I am sure Honorable Farah is allowed by religion to divorce. Talak, talak, talak. So it means Honorable Farah remains permanently eligible.
There is a point. Honorable Farah.
Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a conspiracy against
you seem to have You seem to have exhibited some profane behavior. In the committee.
The senior counsel.
What is your point of order?
My point of order is that I did not say that this lady is single. You know what I mean? So, of course, somebody said.
What is your point of order? You are compounding the allegation. Because you seem to be very excited.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Jeanette, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I want to come to the aid of Honorable Farah. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, Honorable Farah is the cuckoo danger of Northern Kenya. Mr. Speaker, you know what I mean, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
This is the real cuckoo danger, Mr. Speaker, the way you're seeing it.
Yes, Zamzam. Mama Zamzam.
Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka niwaambie Mheshimiwa Tendo Amolo na wenzake, huyu ni mtoto wetu mrembo sana, mzuri, lakini hajakuja hapo masala ya ndoa, amekuja pale kuchapa kazi. Ni mwanamke, na wanawake wakionekana sehemu, sionekane ndoa tu, wapewe nafasi yao ya kuweza kujenga taifa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Otienda Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually agree with the Honorable Zamzam, but hasten to remind her that there is also a right to marry. So it's not excluded in the Constitution. And I am happy that Honorable Farah has sustained his excitement right from vetting to this committee. Mr. Speaker, I second.
Order member on the feet, take your seat. Who is that member with his back to the Speaker? Take your seat. Honorable members, I'll now propose the question at order number 10, which is that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as chairperson and member of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 3rd June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252B of the Constitution, approves the appointment of the following persons to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission IEBC. 1. Erastus Edung Ethekon, Chairperson. 2. Ann Nderitu Njeri, Member. 3. Moses Alutalala Muhwana, Member. 4. Mary Karen Sorobit, Member. 5. Hassan Nur Hassan, Member. 6. Francis Odhiambo Adwol, Member. And 7. Ms. Fahima Arafat Abdallah, Member. Kamket, how many honorable members, how long do you want us to take on this?
5 minutes.
How many?
10 minutes each.
Let me allow some debate, and I'll call the mover to reply at 4:30. Yes, Kamket.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this motion.
Honorable Kamket, I have a proposal from the minority whip that you can compress your contributions in 3 minutes. I'm sure you are capable of doing that, and everybody else. Kamket?
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, what if you cannot say it in 2 minutes or 3, then you better not say it. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the ruling you made that the vetting of these commissioners or proposed nominees continues, because the attempt to block Parliament would not have been constitutional. Mr. Speaker, the delay in the appointment or in the nomination of the IEBC has been very costly to this country. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, as I speak, I feel for the people of Banisa constituency, Msambweni constituency, Magarini constituency, Ugunja, Mbeere North, Malava, as well as the constituency of the nominated member left by Honorable John Badi. As well as, Mr. Speaker, the several ward vacancies that have been caused by the delay in the delay of the constitution of this commission. Mr. Speaker, when the IEBC, when we approve this commission, their hands will be full as they seek, Mr. Speaker, to look at, number one, the delimitation of boundaries in the constituencies. In fact, Mr. Speaker, one of the constituencies I believe, as we move forward, that needs to be divided into 3 is Tiati constituency. Tiati constituency deserves to have 3 members of parliament. It's not because that I'm not capable of representing Tiati as it is now, but the size and the population, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the commission needs time to look at the operationalization of the KIMS kits, because that is one of the major revolutionary achievements that we achieved as we reformed our constitution and we reformed the IEBC Act at the beginning. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important things in our election cycle is this thing called KIMS. And I want to tell all those lazy politicians who always want to blame the referee. Mr. Speaker, I have hardly spoken. And I see the red light is there. Mr. Speaker, it is important for any politician to understand that votes can only be found by hard work. All those politicians who come and blame the referee, Mr. Speaker.
Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from onset, let me say I support the approval of these 7 great Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we do not have a perfect society. That's why God, the Almighty, allowed us to submit to the will of God. And the will of God also allows us to have rules in the form of regulations, constitutions, and everything else. Mr. Speaker, having said this, these individuals have gone through all the due process. We have an election, we have a constitution, we have an election act, Mr. Speaker. The election act stipulates that we ought to have a panel. The panel mandate is clearly spelled out, Mr. Speaker. We have the Public Appointment Act. We have the vetting, the entire process. They have gone through, they have been subjected to public participation. The public have also had the right to say what they wanted to say. And ultimately, the concerned committee made a decision that these 7 individuals were eligible to be approved by this House. But Mr. Speaker, we must speak as Kenyans. We have politicized literally everything, Mr. Speaker, in this country. Isn't it the high time that we think out of the box and be prepared to contribute to the continued peace, stability, respect, and tranquility, Mr. Speaker, so that as a country, we are respected, we respect ourselves, we are respected regionally, we are respected continentally, and we are respected globally, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right now, everything bad in this region, we have been projected as a society that ever complains. We have been projected as a society that does not believe in itself. We have been projected as a society that does not have faith in its own administrative mechanism. Mr. Speaker, I know managing elections is a very difficult time. The membership, out of the 7, quite a number of them come from the pastoral community. Wherever they are, I want to ask them this. You have been entrusted with a very important exercise. I may not talk to you individually, but collectively, we want you to carry the image of this republic. We want you to continue to project the respect the Kenyan people, through this parliament, have allowed you. Mr. Speaker, I do know right now that many people maliciously, capriciously, have tried to impute improper motive on these individuals. Mr. Speaker, I do know that once they are approved, and I pray that this other process is going to be shortened, they will carry the flag of this country high, they will project our image, they will continue to protect Kenya as a very important premier republic, and ultimately give us a credible election in 2027, Mr. Speaker.
Time up. Joseph Emathe, member for Turkana. Give him the mic.
Speaker, I want to thank you so much for this opportunity. First, allow me to thank the committee that was able to vet and bring out a good report of these people. Honorable Speaker, from the background, I want to speak to this man called Erastus Ethekon, the chair for IBC. Honorable Speaker, this is a demonstration of equity, a demonstration of inclusion, and Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee plus those who were able to nominate him. Honorable Speaker, first, this is a rare gem, Honorable Speaker, and I will want to attach it to a hummingbird, that in the first northern frontiers of Kenya, we were able to get a man who was determined and was able to rise up from a humble background, from the dust, from areas that are excluded, from areas that are always denied an opportunity, to where he has become. Honorable Speaker, as a hummingbird again, Erastus was able to become the first breed of law students from Turkana. And Honorable Speaker, as a hummingbird, he was able to flap his wings very hard many times to be what he became and to even be interviewed in that panel. Honorable Speaker, second, Erastus has been able to even be interviewed as a judge for this country. An opportunity was not able to get, but given his background, Erastus rose to be interviewed in that committee or board. Honorable Speaker, as at now, I want to say as a hummingbird, this Erastus will be able to go fast and even be able to land at an opportune time. Second, this guy will be able to even maneuver in the darkness and be able to get the direction. And Honorable Speaker, this is a man that I know, given our democracy, he will be able to be acquitted with whichever that is required and be able to give us a drop of what it means to have a fair election. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kupongeza kamati ambayo iliweza kuwapiga msasa hawa makamishna, wakahakikisha kuwa baada ya muda mrefu Wanakenya walikuwa wanauliza tunaelekea wapi, mwisho wakawapa jawabu kuwa ni hawa ambao wameteuliwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, niweze kuwapongeza makamishna wote ambao wameteuliwa wakiongozwa na mwenyekiti wao, na niseme kuwa kama Wanakenya tunafurahi kwa sababu tumeona wamechanganya. Leo tumepata chair ambaye ametoka katika jamii ambayo ni ya wachache, na hii inaonyesha kuwa Kenya tumekubali uongozi ni kutoka mahali popote. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi hasa ninasimama kwa sababu ya mtoto wangu ama mwanangu ama niseme mtoto wa Pwani Faima ambaye ametoka katika jamii ndogo sana kule Shela. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa nafuatilia vetting yao wakati unapigwa msasa, na nilikuwa naangalia maswali vile yanavyoulizwa katika ile kamati, na nikasema huu mtoto ama youth amekuwa na ujasiri mkubwa sana na ameshika bendera ya vijana wetu katika taifa kwa kuweza kuonyesha kuwa pia vijana wana nguvu na ari ya kushika katika sehemu kama hizi ambazo ni sehemu kubwa sana katika taifa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi napenda kuombea Mungu, najua hii ni kazi na mitihani mingi sana, lakini nawaombea Mungu inshallah wakati ambapo utafika wa kuanza kufanya kazi zao, wao wanaweza kulindwa na Mwenyezi Mungu na wasimame na haki na usawa. Hatutaki kuangalia ama kuona maafa katika taifa, tunawategemea kutoa haki kwa wananchi. Na Faima, mimi nasema kama mama kaunti wa Mombasa na kuombea Mungu sana. Umetuheshimisha wanawake, na umeheshimisha vijana. Ulizungumza kwa ujasiri, umeonyesha elimu yako ilipofikia, na mimi napenda sana na nimependezwa sana na kuombea Mwenyezi Mungu na azidi kukubariki pamoja na wenzako na Kenya izidi kuenda mbele. Kwa hiyo tuko tayari kwenye uchaguzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to rise in support of this motion for the approval of the nominees for the IEBC Commission. Honorable Speaker, first is worth noting, Honorable Speaker, that as much as the committee and the panel have done a very good job in vetting these nominees, first the panel in interviewing them and the committee in vetting them, we have been without an IEBC Commission now for the last almost 3 years. And we are indeed 3 years late in establishing an IEBC Commission. That's why, Honorable Speaker, I agree with you when you said that there is nobody under our Constitution who can injunct us from either vetting or approving these names. Honorable Speaker, I also want to speak to those who are in the judiciary to be considerate of the circumstances that we are in as a nation. Honorable Speaker, moving on to the nominees, it's saddening, Honorable Speaker, that because of politics, a number of us out there had started demonizing some of these nominees largely on account of where they
Majority
come
Leader,
from.
although you are entitled 15 minutes, but I want you to be considerate and speak for much less.
I will endeavor to do that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was saying it was very inconsiderate also, now that I want to be considerate, to hear somebody who has held a high national office assert that Erastus, the nominee, Mr. Erastus Edung Ethekon, the nominee for chair, does not warrant to hold that position on account of where he comes from. It was sad, Honorable Speaker, that somebody can say, because Erastus comes from a community that he perceives not to have shares or adequate shares in his own analysis, that Ethekon does not deserve to chair this commission. Honorable Speaker, if you read through the CV of this gentleman, a master's in law from the University of Derby in the UK, a postgraduate, a bachelor's from the University of Nairobi in law. This is someone who qualifies to be a judge of the High Court or even the Supreme Court, Honorable Speaker. And that is all that is required in law. The law never required you to come from an ethnic community that pleases those who think that it is on the basis of your ethnicity that people should be given jobs. Honorable Speaker, I want to say Mr. Erastus Ethekon, wherever he comes from, whether he comes from Nyeri or from Turkana, he is a Kenyan. And it was rather unfortunate to hear the former deputy president, the impeached deputy president, and disgraced former deputy president, assert that Mr. Ethekon does not warrant to be nominated for this position on account of the community he comes from. I heard another one, Honorable Speaker, Martha Karua, saying that this Ethekon comes from some bush somewhere. Turkana is not a bush. It is part and parcel of our republic. And we must respect people not on the basis of where they come from, but on the basis of what the content of their heads. And I am sure this lawyer is a better lawyer than Martha Karua. By far, I am certain. He's a much better lawyer. Honorable Speaker, this county of Turkana has produced a very well-schooled individual, Honorable Speaker. And I speak about Ethekon because I heard him being attacked by these disgruntled political faces on account not on his qualifications, not on his ability or capacity to lead this commission, but largely on the basis of where he comes from. And it's rather sad that people who purport to have held national offices can demonize a whole community on the basis, or a person on the basis of the community they comes from. And I want to say this, Erastus, looking at his CV, just like the CVs of all these other nominees, are people who qualify to serve the Republic of Kenya as commissioners of an independent electoral and boundaries commission, Honorable Speaker. And as I said, we are rather late in establishing this commission, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, to speak to those out there who are looking at these people on the basis of their ethnicities, on the basis of the villages they come from, let me tell them, you will never win an election on the basis of who is presiding over that election. You win elections based on what agenda you take to the people. If you take an agenda of
Honorable
ethnicity...
Joseph Ematha, you have already spoken on this. What is irritating you? Yes, what's your point of order?
Point of, Honorable Speaker, I beg if you will allow, and even to guide on this, that that thing has not been able to be responded well in my community. And we have the Committee on Cohesion. We also have a commission on the same. And Honorable Speaker, if that could be picked, if that could be picked as a country, because that
Honorable Mother, I gave you an opportunity to speak. You didn't even mention that. Take your seat.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe I reminded the Honorable Member what was said of this great man from the lakeside of Turkana. And he's a great leader. And I was saying, Honorable Speaker, you never win an election based on who is presiding over that election. If you want to win an election, take your agenda to the people of Kenya. Speak to the people of Kenya. You will never win an election based on hatred. You will never win an election because you are showing bitterness to everybody or belittling people from certain communities because you think the village you come from is more important than other villages in Kenya, Honorable Speaker. We all come from certain villages, and they are as important as your small village, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, this commission, as I said, we are 3 years late. And the sooner we approve, the sooner the president appoints, and the sooner this commission begins working, the better for this country, Honorable Speaker. Because there are people who are suffering in this country, lacking representation, Honorable Speaker. The people of Banisa, may I not remind you, Honorable Speaker, have sued you. Yes. Not anybody else, you as a Speaker of the National Assembly, because they lack representation in this House. And so are the other constituencies, Honorable Speaker, the people of Magarini, the people now of Kasipul, Kabondo, and many wards across the country where people are lacking representation simply because we do not have an IEBC. In fact, Honorable Speaker, any leader, whether in this House or outside there, who is not in support of this motion and the establishment of a new IEBC is an enemy to this republic, is an enemy to the people of Kenya. That is someone who does not wish this country well. And may I dare say, Honorable Speaker, even any person in the judiciary who would imagine that they would come into the way of stopping us from having an IEBC, you would not be acting in the best interest of the Republic and the people of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, may I also take this opportunity, Speaker, to plead with our judges and the judiciary, Honorable Speaker, to take what they call, or what you lawyers call, judicial notice of the circumstances that we are in as a country. We have the elections pending. We have electoral delimitation to be done ahead of the elections. May I also remind us, ourselves, Honorable Speaker, the Kriegler Commission told us that at least 2 years before every election, we should have a commission ready. Honorable Speaker, we are slightly above that 2-year threshold. It is time we have a commission so that if there is the limitation that they will do, they are able to do that. If they have to register new voters, they need time to register new voters. They need to remove those who are deceased from the register of voters. And they need to clean up the register of voters in good time so that when we defeat these hate mongers in the next elections, Honorable Speaker, they will have no excuse. Those who have a premonition that 2027, Honorable Speaker, as was said here in the adjournment motion by the leader of minority, those who imagined, Honorable Speaker,
point
that
of
would...
order from Chepkonga. What's your point of order?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, I was just listening very carefully to the majority leader, and I don't intend to interrupt him because he's saying very palatable things, Mr. Speaker. It is not impalatable. You know, he's saying very good things. The only thing that he has just said is that these nominees must be approved as soon as possible. Yeah. And I thought Standing Order 97 allows us to approve as soon as possible. Would I be in order, Mr. Speaker, to request you to call the mover to reply so that we approve as soon as possible?
Honorable
Mr. Speaker, you had said 4:30.
I had already said at what time I'll call the mover to reply.
Yes.
Yes. So wind up.
I think, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chepkonga was simply prompting me to close this so that we can approve these names as soon as possible, as he says, Honorable Speaker. And now I've even lost what I was saying. But Honorable Speaker, allow me to say that we need this commission as early or as soon as we can, Honorable Speaker, to allow this commission to get down to work. Honorable Speaker, in closing, I was saying, in 2 years' time, we'll have a general election because that is time-bound, and we must have a general election. And therefore, we must work within the timeline that is given to ensure that the commission that we establish or the commission that we put in place has adequate time to put all the measures necessary to ensure that we have an election in 2027 that will be beyond reproach, so that we shame the hate mongers, the war mongers who have been threatening us that 2027 there will be more bloodshed than 2007, Honorable Speaker. Those war mongers, those bloodthirsty leaders, Honorable Speaker, or so-called leaders who do not deserve to be leaders, if they can imagine that the 2007 post-election violence was a Christmas party, Honorable Speaker, we must shame them today by approving these names, having a commission in place, and having credible elections in 2027. And I am certain we will beat them on the basis of an agenda that is pro-people, an agenda that is transforming lives across the country. As they move around the country spreading hatred, inciting Kenyans, showing a lot of bitterness, and imagining that Kenya will go into the abyss because of their anger and hatred for other Kenyans. With that, I beg to support, Honorable Speaker.
Members, I had said I'll call the mover to reply at 4:30. It's now 4:32. Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Members, you are all saying the same thing.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Those who have not spoken, those who have spoken for all of you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join you actually in acknowledging all the members who have spoken and thanking them for their very valuable contributions. I know many of them would have also loved to say something about either all the nominated commissioners or a few of them. Honorable Farah was actually raring to say something, but we have spoken for him. My vice chair here, Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, was gearing to actually do a valuable contribution, and everybody else. Thank you so much for this. To the IEBC commissioners, we will approve your nominations this afternoon. But Kenyans are watching, and they are saying, if you do not have the spine to conduct elections, start growing one now. Because we have to have a fair, just, credible, verifiable election, which every Kenyan is going to be satisfied with. And those of us who may differ with those who are supporting, please do not make any threats to the country. We have our constitution, we have our laws, and we have institutions which we must have faith in. I know for sure there are trust issues with IEBC. It is the high time these 7 commissioners now grew the trust so that Kenyans can believe in this institution, which is very important for the country, known as the IEBC. Thank you so much. With those remarks, I beg to reply.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 10, which is the taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment. Order. Murugara. Order. Let me put the question once more, which is the taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 3rd June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252B of the Constitution, approves the appointment of the following persons to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. 1. Erastus Edung Ethekon, chairperson. 2. Ann Deritu Njeri, member. 3. Moses Alutalala Muhwana, member. 4. Mary Karen Sorobit, member. 5. Hassan Nur Hassan, member. 6. Francis Odhiambo Aduol, member. 7. Fahima Arafat Abdallah, member. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, motion. Ratification of the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, BBNJ agreement.
Bowen, before you move, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery Ansense Boys High School from Ainabukoi, Uasin Gishu. On behalf of myself and the House and the member for Ainabukoi, you want to 1 minute only because we are interrupting the moving of a motion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your very kind and generous generosity in allowing me to recognize, on behalf of the House, the students from Anderson's High School in Ainabkwe constituency. This is a boys' school, Mr. Speaker, which has very many students. It is the biggest boys' school in Ainabkwe constituency. Mr. Speaker, when I see these students, it reminds me what the late president of South Africa said. He said that education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change your world. Their visit to this house will indeed change their world. What they have seen, it's an educational tour, and what they have seen, Mr. Speaker, will change their world. I want to encourage them to continue to study and to excel in their exams. I wish them well when they sit for the exams. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I join you in welcoming the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the House approves the report of Departmental Committee of Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation and its consideration on the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the laws of the sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond the national jurisdiction, that is a PB&J agreement. Honorable Speaker, the PB&J agreement was tabled in the National Assembly on Tuesday, 29 April 2025, and subsequently referred to the committee pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 170A. The committee was mandated, Honorable Speaker, to facilitate the public participation and make an appropriate recommendations on whether the House should approve with reservation or reject the ratification of the agreement. Mr. Speaker, the agreement provides a comprehensive framework to address the critical gaps in the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond the national jurisdiction. The agreement was adopted in 19 June 2023 in New York, USA, by Intergovernmental Conference on Marine Biodiversity of Areas Beyond the National Jurisdiction under the auspice of the United Nations General Assembly. And it addresses quite a number of issues. Honorable Speaker, some of those areas addressed by this treaty is marine genetic resources, including a fair and equitable benefit sharing, the area-based management tools, which are used by the Marines and those who are doing business in marine, the environmental impact assessment. This is, Honorable Speaker, those who are doing marine business, either exploration or even fishing, before they conduct on a serious industrial in our waters, they must conduct an environmental impact assessment, capacity building and transfer of marine technology. Madam Speaker, Article 26 of our Constitution, read together with the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 4D, provides a legal foundation for incorporating international treaties into a domestic law. The National Assembly plays a critical oversight role in ratification and ensuring conformity with the constitutional values and public interest. Further, to Article 25, Honorable Speaker, of the Constitution stipulates that the general rules of international law shall form part of the laws of Kenya. Article 26 provides that any treaty or convention ratified by Kenya shall become part of Kenyan laws under this constitution. And that is why we are bringing this treaty, Honorable Speaker, before this House this afternoon. Madam Speaker, the Treaty Making Ratification Act 4D operationalizes Article 26 of our Constitution and defines a treaty as any international agreement concluded between states and governed by international law, whether single instrument or a multiple related instruments. In this regard, it is only upon ratification by the National Assembly that the treaties and the conventions becomes part of our laws. Madam Speaker, the committee placed an advert in 2 national newspapers on Monday, 6th May 2025, inviting for a public memoranda in compliance with Article 118, Sub-Article 1B of our Constitution and subsection A3 of the Treaty Making Ratification Act under our own standing orders under number 170A. While no memoranda was received, Honorable Speaker, by deadline, the committee convened a stakeholders consultation meeting on Thursday, 29 May 2025 at Radisson Blue Hotel with representatives from the State Department of Blue Economy and Fisheries, from Attorney General Office, the State Department of Foreign Affairs, Kenya International Boundaries Office, and International Union for Conservation of Nature, Africa. And Madam Speaker, after consultation, the committee made several observations. Number 1, the BPNJ agreement is open for signature by all states and regional economic integration organization from 20th September 2023 to 20th September 2025. And it will enter into force after 120 days from the date, Honorable Speaker. Upon ratification, Madam Speaker, the Kenya will need to align its laws, the regulations, and administrative procedures with the agreement. This includes reviewing the legislation on environmental protection, ocean governance, and biodiversity. Kenya will be eligible to submit proposals for areas-based management tools, ABMTs, including the marine protected areas, subject to scientific review and stakeholder consultation. The agreement is consistent, Madam Speaker. I want to confirm that this agreement is consistent with the Constitution and promoting the environmental conservation as outlined under Articles 60, Sub-Article 1E of our Constitution and 69, Sub-Article 1A, E, F, G, and H, Madam Speaker. The Kenya may be required to contribute financially to institutions established under the agreement, including the Secretariat. However, the country stands to benefit from the targeted support for developing countries through the capacity building, technology transfer, and technical assistance. The ratification will improve the ocean health, strengthen institutions, build capacity, and help meet sustainable development goals, and position Kenya as a regional leader in BBNJ and blue economy matters. The provision is focused on ecological connectivity and regulation of fishing in ABNJ will protect the African coastal waters from overfishing by foreign fleets or foreign ships. Madam Speaker, Part 4 of the treaty establishes a detailed process of how the environmental impact analysis is going to be done, and it's applicable to activities in APNJ, that is in the auctions, those within the national jurisdictions with significant environmental risks in APNJ. And Part 4 extends to the digital sequence, that's information, recognizing their commercial value. This is just for technology transfer, Madam Speaker. While the access and the benefit sharing committee is established with the defined terms, the institution architect includes the secretariat seat, the membership, and the tenure. Remains still part of this treaty, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Kenya should advocate for hosting opportunities, representation, and employment within the institutions established under the agreement to ensure equitable benefits for developing nations. There is need for evidence-based research in a treaty ratification process to optimize national benefits as envisaged under CAF 4D. The agreement provides that no reservations or exceptions may become made of the agreement, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the committee, having deliberated and conducted a public participation in line with the Constitution, the Treaty Making Ratification Act and our standing orders recommends the following. One, that pursuant to Articles 10, Sub-Article 1, Article 70 and 71 of our Constitution, that the agreement shall not apply to utilization of marine genetic resources and digital sequence information collected or genetic before an agreement entry into force for Kenya. Number two, that the agreement shall not undermine existing international treaties, agreements or framework to which Kenya is party, including but not limited to United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea and the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. That the Ministry of Mining and Blue Economy and Fisheries and other relevant ministries and state agencies to submit a quarterly updates to the committee on, one, the implementation of the agreement, number two, the financial and non-financial benefits, and number three, the capacity building activities derived from the agreement. Honorable Speaker, that is what this treaty is all about, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at the coastal regions, we have what is called the coastal lines. In Kenya, we have about 200 nautical miles, which is our boundary. But beyond that, Madam Speaker, is what we are calling beyond the national jurisdiction. And this treaty basically was crafted or was developed to make sure that the areas which is beyond jurisdiction, if there is someone who wants to utilize that around that area, at least there is procedures, there are rules on how the resources which you get from there are going to benefit the member states. It also provides some regulations. If you have to get into that area which is beyond the jurisdiction, and you want to do some mining, Honorable Speaker, you have to carry out some environmental impact analysis, because by so doing, at least you must be approved that what you are going to do is not going to harm the marine life. And then the other thing, Honorable Speaker, is that these treaties, if we sign as a country, there is a lot of benefits. We are going to benefit from a technology transfer, because there are some other member states which are more advanced on issues of marine, the US, the UK. So for us, which we don't have that kind of a technology, Honorable Speaker, being a member of this treaty, we are going to benefit in that technology transfer. So, Madam Speaker, I think as a country we stand to benefit if we adopted this treaty, and I want to ask all my colleagues that we approve this treaty to be part of our laws, and we are going to benefit from our natural resources, especially in the marine areas. Madam Speaker, I want to move and ask the member, my honorable member of the committee, the member for Matuka, Engineer Kasim Sawa Tandasa, to second.
Give him the mic. Maybe you might have to move to another. Okay, there you are, Robert Tandaza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, as the chairman has clearly stated, this is a treaty whereby if we assent through this House by passing this motion, the country is bound to benefit immensely. If I'm to stand along the shores of the Indian Ocean in my constituency at Zote Beach or Diani Beach, which most of us know, and we face east, we will be looking at 12 nautical miles, which are supposed to be territorial part of Kenya, 12 nautical miles. Beyond the 12 nautical miles, we are having 200 nautical miles, which is part of Kenya in terms of exclusive economic zone. The 12 miles is territorial. It's part of the country Kenya. The remaining 200 miles is for purposes of economic and exclusive again to Kenya. This is an area where we can license other countries if they are to do any economic activities within the 200 nautical miles. But this agreement is this treaty is looking at beyond the 200 nautical miles, commonly referred to the high seas, or now the area beyond the national jurisdiction, whereby each country or any nation can exploit that area without referring to Kenya, though it's part of the Indian Ocean. With the level of development that we have, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, we are not able actually to monitor that area. As it stands, we are not even able to monitor effectively the EEZ, the 200 miles. And out of this treaty, it's the only way we're going to get an opportunity to actually know what is happening at the high seas, that is the area beyond the national jurisdiction. And since we don't have the economic power, we don't have the technology, it is only by us assenting to this treaty that we'll be able to actually benefit by the knowledge that is will be being harvested there, the natural resources that will be being harvested there. And since the oceans are for prosperity, even when the time comes that now we can also exploit that area, then we will be able actually to know how much fish, how much biodiversity there is in that area, and therefore benefit. Honorable members, without deliberating so much, now that we have a whole ministry of blue economy, this is the right time for us to ratify this treaty so that the country can benefit. There will even be a fund through this treaty whereby as a country will be able to actually apply and tap into once we are signatories to this treaty. With those few remarks, I second.
Honorable members, it's been exciting listening to this because my degree was in maritime law and I studied law of the sea. One of the subjects was memorizing the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea. So it's wonderful to see that's been expanded after so many years of having it been signed in the first place. So with that, honorable members, it's my pleasure to propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation on its consideration of the agreement under the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond the national jurisdiction, BBN, agreement laid in the table of this House on Wednesday, 4th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, approves the ratification of the agreement under the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, BBN agreement. Okay. Members who want to contribute? Members who want to contribute, just press the intervention button. Honorable Peter Kaluma, I know we were running the Law of the Sea program together.
Speaker, thank you very much. The many things you taught me at the University of Nairobi was public international law, more so the law of the sea. And so, Honorable Speaker, I understand the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which you taught us was ratified in 1982. Honorable members, the sea territories are delimited in a particular way. 20 nautical miles from the shoreline is the territorial sea. And that part of the sea called the territorial sea is treated as part of the state from which the sea moves. After that, Honorable Speaker, 24 nautical miles from the territorial sea is the contiguous zone. It is called the contiguous zone because it is a zone where if there were war, it is a place to which again a territorial state is entitled for purposes of its exclusive war engagements. Honorable Speaker, 200 nautical miles from the shoreline of a territorial state into the sea is the exclusive economic zone. And that exclusive economic zone, Honorable Speaker, will mean that for purposes of economic exploitation, and I'm emphasizing this, Honorable Speaker, because we came from the Blue Economy Madaraka Day celebration. And you get people largely talking about fish and fish stock. The exclusive economic zone is the entitlement of a territorial state bordering a sea for purposes of exclusive economic exploitation. So whether it is fish stock, whether it is marine life, whether it is minerals prospected and discovered under those waters, they exclusively belong to the state. I'm emphasizing that to make the point, Honorable Speaker, that when you go deep into 200 nautical miles, I can tell you if you put that water area together, it means nearly a third of the territorial boundary of Kenya is within the sea for purposes of exclusive economic zone. Honorable Speaker, under the exclusive economic zone is the continental shelf. The continental shelf entitlement of a territorial state also goes up to 200 nautical miles, but with the agreement of the world bodies, it can be extended up to 350 nautical miles. And let me confirm to the House that for purposes of the continental shelf, we've gotten the permission of the relevant committee and international body, and now we stretch up to 350 nautical miles. That means anything falling within the continental shelf from across the Indian Ocean can be exploited again exclusively by Kenya following the agreement of the international community up to that level. Honorable Speaker, beyond the exclusive economic zone and the continental shelf is the high seas. And Honorable Speaker, you know, that is the area that we say is res communis. It falls within the right of the entire global community. And that is the area, Honorable Speaker, this treaty we are seeking to ratify is concerned about. There have been cases, Honorable Speaker, where highly industrialized nations, you go to China, you go to Japan, you go to those countries which manufacture or own big ships, they are trawling in these res communis, the IC areas, or those areas not falling within the exclusive jurisdiction of the territorial state. And what has been happening, Honorable Speaker, is that when you go trawling, you are searching for a specific, for instance, fish species, but you catch everything the nets will go with. And essentially, what you don't need, you just throw them away. So out of those practices, we are killing a lot of marine life, and then there is need, that area being a res communis, to be protected by this convention whose ratification, our agreement as Parliament, is needed for. I wanted to end, because of time, Honorable Speaker, by emphasizing the point that if you look at states like Kenya, Honorable Speaker, even going up to 50 nautical miles is still a problem because of the sizes of the ships we have and the level of technologies. We need to up our ability as a nation by investing in proper ships at our navies and at other levels so that we can protect marine life within those areas. But the areas beyond our territorial water boundaries are areas which we must protect under agreements such as this, which can, restrict these states with the power from finishing the marine life, from ensuring that we have waters which are sustainably used for people today, available for our children tomorrow, and available for our children's children in the future. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much, and I request the approval of my colleagues for this convention, whose being here confirms, Honorable Speaker, that indeed nothing can have the force of law in this country unless it is a provision coming from this house. So may we signify our approval so that this convention is ratified, it becomes part of our law, and the protection of those areas falling under the remit of res communis is guaranteed under this agreement. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you for giving me this opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Ali Hassan Joho, the CS for Blue Economy, for bringing this agreement before this House. Mr. Speaker, the BBJN agreement is an agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, I am a member of the Parliamentarians for Global Action, or PGA, where I have served as executive in the Executive Council, and now currently a member of the Council, and also the current chair of the Kenyan chapter. And Mr. Speaker, we have worked very, very strongly around this convention and on the issues of conservation of the oceans and the high seas in general. And therefore, the bringing of this convention to be ratified by the House is very welcome. Mr. Speaker, the agreement addresses 4 main issues. It addresses the marine genetic resources, including the fair and equitable sharing of benefits in the areas that Honorable Kaluma calls the res communis. Mr. Speaker, because of the limited resources, there's always been a perception that the resources in the waters are limitless or infinite. But time has shown that they actually can be misused and can be exhausted, and therefore it's very important that not only that they should be conserved, but that there is equitable sharing, because there has been an imbalance sharing with developed countries having more advantage than the developing countries. Yet we know that if indeed there is a place that still has a lot of resources, it's the high oceans, the high seas. Mr. Speaker, it also talks about measures such as area-based management tools, including marine protected areas, and especially again for ensuring that we conserve and expand what we already have there. Mr. Speaker, it talks about environmental impact assessments and capacity building and the transfer of marine technology that the mover mentioned when he was talking about. It also talks about cross-cutting issues such as establishing a funding mechanism and setting up institutional arrangement, including the conference of parties and various subsidiary bodies, a clearinghouse, and a secretariat. Mr. Speaker, it indeed is a very good convention, and I do support. Mr. Speaker, however, I'm concerned about one thing, that if you look at this convention and a lot of the things that are coming here, the focus is very strongly on the high seas and the oceans. And sometimes we forget our internal waters. And one, I think it's when the mover was commenting, or the person who was seconding, that commented that it is important that we domesticate, once we ratify, that we domesticate by providing laws that will be speaking to the same issues as what is contained here. Mr. Speaker, I would want to encourage the committee that when they'll be looking at those laws, nothing stops them from expanding into our internal waters and specifically into Lake Victoria. Mr. Speaker, yesterday as a Committee on Defense, we were looking, we had an engagement with an agency that works with our international boundaries. And they were talking about boundary demarcations. But if you actually look at a lot of the conflicts that happen in our whether internal waters or the high seas, the conflicts with other nations is generally about resources. And 2 of our islands were mentioned, Remba and Ringiti. And Remba and Ringiti were mentioned because they are actually very critical islands in terms of demarcating our boundaries. But, Mr. Speaker, those are some of the islands that always have a lot of conflicts with Tanzania and Uganda on fisheries. And, Mr. Speaker, it is not a conflict because of political issues. It's a conflict on fishing. It's a conflict on resources. And therefore, if you are able to replicate in our internal waters a convention that is similar to this one, or even bring, there's nothing stopping us, even amending the Fisheries Act, to bring something of this sort. The only reason why the Act would be limiting, it's because the Act will only talk to Kenya. But if we provide a treaty, then it will actually deal with our neighbors as well. So I would want to encourage the committee to look at this. And Mr. Speaker, even as I complete, Honorable Kaluma and the Speaker before you were really boasting how they have done international law and dealt with ICs. I can also boast that me and Honorable Karoli here were students of environmental law at our master's level, and we studied environmental law at a master's level. But do I say, Mr. Speaker, and I'm surprised that Honorable Karoli is not keen on speaking. But we are students of environmental law.
What's your point of order, Honorable Kaluma? Yeah. What's out of order?
Honorable Speaker, I didn't just study public international law. I'm the first lawyer in this country to specialize in law of the sea. In fact, I assisted our Navy in delimiting our sea boundaries when Abu Rafruf was still the Navy commandant. So Honorable Mili should confine herself to environmental issues within the sea areas.
What's your point
not
of order?
talking, not knowing I'm a specialist in that area.
What's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member for Homa Bay is actually misleading the House.
Yes.
The premier mind on law of the sea was the late Akicho Kola, Deputy Solicitor General, who attended all the negotiations until the law of the sea was signed in 1982.
Yes.
It is Akicho Kola. And the one speaking is the author of the National Environmental Management and Coordination Act. So stop misleading the House.
The Honorable Kaluma.
Honorable information. Honorable Speaker, Okola participated in coming up with the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea. But at the very heart of that convention was Dr. Androniko Oduogo Adede from Kwabuaen, the Homa Bay. And that is something for which he is credited. And Dr. Androniko Oduogo Adede was my master's lecturer when I was studying law of the sea. I think that is a point Honorable Karoli was forgetting.
Mr. Speaker, I have the floor. Mr. Speaker, I have the floor. And I want to educate Honorable Kaluma and tell him that there's a reason that I'm a senior lawyer. The Honorable Dr. Andriko Dede that is so proudly talking about was my boss in Letwal International. So don't even try.
Yes.
We've been there, done that, and got a t-shirt. So don't even try.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader. Give the mic to the majority leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to inform the House that the Honorable Kaluma is from Homa Bay County. The Honorable Mili Odhiambo is from Homa Bay County. The Honorable Karoli Omondi is from Homa Bay County. And you can hear the debate is about the law of the sea, environmental law, and the battle of wits of great men and women, great scholars from the county of Homa Bay. And Honorable Speaker, you know, we were in Homa Bay over the weekend, and the people of Homa Bay are a great people. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, let me also assert that the Honorable Mili Mabona Odhiambo, being a law student and having studied environmental law, part of what this treaty seeks to look at are issues touching on environment in the sea. Therefore, the law of the sea, the law of the environment merge and converge. Whether they converge in Homa Bay or in the National Assembly, it's converging and we all move together, happy.
Honorable KJ.
Mr. Speaker, I was of a different opinion, Mr. Speaker. On an afternoon when we have very serious business to transact, I wanted you to find this debate totally out of order, because the display here is a display of something that is well known to this country. The tyranny of brains, the tyranny of Akili from Nyanza. And it has been displayed fully. We do not need to belabor the point. We know we have some fine brains from that area in the House. And we also know that there are and fog bearers who are also...
Honorable KJ. Order. the chair assumes that some of those brilliant state of the current intellectual dissipation can also, basically permeate to the members, the overall house here, so that you, whatever you want to call it, I remember they used to say through osmosis or whatever it is, whatever it is, but order, Honorable KJ. Are you going to get your time to conclude? So this is it's well accepted. We are learning. We are learning a lot from these fine minds from Homa Bay. So proceed, Honorable Miro Diambo. I also did public international law. I did law of the sea, but nowhere near where the specialization.
Then we can allow you to stay in our circles.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I just wanted to say that I'm also currently doing my PhD in Leicester University.
Excellent.
And I am dealing with the issue of development, leadership, and on the issue of leadership and governance. And one of the things that I'm debating about, studying about, is whether there's something unique about Homa Bay. Mr. Speaker, the late General Ogola he came from Sia, but grew up in Homa Bay. CS Education, the current CS of Education, same primary school with me, Homa Bay Primary. PS Omola, Homa Bay. Tomboya, Homa Bay. I can go on and on, but do I say? We are serious. I can see the chairman budget now is trying to purport to have a girlfriend from Homa Bay, especially Homa Bay town. And I know Honorable Kaluma can now be proud as the member of parliament for Homa Bay because we are serious. But that aside, Mr. Speaker, what I was actually saying is that it is true, just as even Honorable Ichungwa said, because we are dealing with the high seas. But we sometimes forget the inland waters. Yes. The inland waters that has produced these great men and women like myself. And because we are told when you're growing up, you're told if you eat fish, you become completely brilliant. And I would want to encourage the committee, the relevant committee, to look, whether it is through the amendment of the Fisheries Act, which I don't think is very appropriate, but it's towards moving a more bilateral agreement between Uganda and Tanzania. And the agency we met yesterday has already agreed that they'll be willing to work with us because theirs is limited to boundaries. But we want to look at the issue of shared resources. The same that we are having for the high seas, we need to have for inland waters, so that we don't have our fishermen taken to Uganda, forced to eat raw fish with all our intelligence, and also forced to pay fines because they are fighting over the resources in Lake Victoria. Otherwise, with those few remarks, I beg to support.
Yes, the honorable member for Ndiwa, indeed Ndiwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The learned friends have talked about the anatomy and physiology of the sea and the boundaries. But I just want to say that in a global village, some households are bigger than others. And what this treaty is trying to do to us is to bring order to the global village. You can't do business if there is no legal framework that protects the little and guides the greatest. There is also an issue of capacity building here, transfer of knowledge and technologies. I think we will benefit as a country from this. Together we can address challenges. There's a lot of challenges when you come to the sea, especially those who have high technologies, big machines, and scoop everything. If uncontrolled, it has been said here, they will take all our resources and we can't do anything. Sensitivity to environment has been well spoken about. And of course, we have a share on this. And this treaty will bring everybody to order so that we can protect our environment. But who would like to be exploited? And who would like to get into conflicts with big powers? And then lastly, Mr. Speaker, which is very vital, in this treaty is the tapping into funds that can also help us as a small nation. So in all, I support the treaty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also rise to support the approval for ratification of this agreement on the biological diversity of areas beyond our national jurisdiction. Honorable Speaker, as the mover said, this agreement was adopted in June of 2023 in New York. And so far, Honorable Speaker, from what the mover has said, a total of 100 and almost 123 countries have signed this agreement, and about 26 have ratified this agreement, Honorable Speaker. And we should not be late, Honorable Speaker, because as has been said by the mover, and as was noted by the committee, we, as a country, stand to benefit a lot. As much as, Honorable Speaker, as with the signing of this treaty and its ratification, we also be bound to pay certain fees, especially towards running of the Secretariat, but we also stand to benefit in terms of, Honorable Speaker, the things that we will get as a country that come to nations that border the seas and among developing countries, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this agreement, as the mover has said, has a compendium of issues that include, as I said when Honorable Millie was speaking, environmental impact assessments. And that's what I was saying, there was also a lot of environmental law in it. It also includes marine genetic resources, including fair and equitable benefit sharing. And Honorable Speaker, as the mover and the chair of the committee had said, this agreement covers the area that is beyond the 200 nautical miles from our coastline between countries that share the seas or the ocean. And there is that area which would be naturally be considered as no man's land. And if there is no treaty or agreement that governs that area that is beyond our national boundaries, Honorable Speaker, or beyond the 200 nautical miles, then that space is bound to be abused by many people. Honorable Speaker, in order to ensure that if there are any benefits, whether it's minerals, whether it's fishing, that is being done along those areas, then the countries that border those areas benefit and share the benefits of the whatever resources, that marine resources that be in that area, equitably and fairly. And that is what this treaty seeks to establish, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, upon ratification again, Honorable Speaker, we may need, or we actually need to align all our laws, Honorable Speaker, our regulations and administrative procedures to be in line with this agreement. And I want that to be a challenge to our committee on blue economy and also our JLAC and JLAC committees, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that upon ratification by Kenya of this agreement, we have aligned all our laws, regulations and other administrative procedures in line with this agreement. And that includes legislation on environmental protection, ocean governance and biodiversity in the sea, Honorable Speaker, because as we said, it is also possible for anyone to argue that beyond the 200 nautical miles, since it's no man's land, people can come from anywhere and come and dump things that will pollute the sea and therefore pollute our environment. And therefore we must also accordingly align our laws to ensure that our laws cover even those areas. Of course, in close concurrence with our neighbors whom we share the seas and other boundaries with, Honorable Speaker. And in those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support. Honorable Speaker, a lot has been said about this bill. I do not want to say the obvious. I'm sure somebody else will say it, because I know the member for Alego Songa can see him moving in his seat because he is very eager to move the budget estimates report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to support.
Yes, what's your point of order? What's your point of order?
One more.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you. I thought I'm the one with the mic.
You were on a point of order?
Yes.
And this is to conclude the debate. Can I allow the Honorable Russell just to take 1 minute and say something?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'll take less than 2 minutes to contribute to this very important debate. I think this particular agreement is profound. This is about addressing the EEZ that stretches 250 nautical miles outside our territorial waters. The future of resources on Earth will actually be in the seas, or in the high seas for that matter. It is not just about an agreement. I think it is about how we are likely to exploit marine resources, not by using just our resources, but using resources of partners. There'll be exploitation of minerals, such as oils, such as whatever will be found in the deep sea, which will be highly beneficial to Kenya. Honorable Speaker, this is also about the freedom of the sea, that major world operators of ships and also of major navies are likely to use our EEZ. Then they are likely to cooperate with us to be able to do that. There must also be cooperation in the Indian Ocean Rim, where we occupy a sizable part of the East African or the Horn of Africa coastline. Finally, Honorable Speaker, they say that the next frontier of conflict will be in the sea, because every nation, many having exploited to the full extent what is on land, they'll be moving to the high seas. So for that reason, this particular agreement is very important, and Kenya must really be prepared in terms of resources, in terms of military power, to be able to protect what rightfully belongs to this country. With those remarks, I support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, considering that the blue economy is also in the budget, and I know those who would want to contribute on the same can still contribute on the blue economy, which is still part of the budget, would I be in order to call that the mover be asked called to reply, and we'll continue the debate, because the blue economy is there, the sea, and it's part of the budget, so we can proceed with it after the mover of the budget and appropriation, my chair.
Honorable members, I now call upon the mover to reply. As many of the appearance say aye. Aye. As many of contrary appearance say nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank all the colleagues who contributed to this motion for the ratification of BBNJ agreement. And Mr. Speaker, I want to take note of what the Honorable Millie said about there is need, as we ratify also treaties, international treaties, there is need to have even our own, say, East Africa treaties on fisheries, so that the shared resource like we have of Lake Victoria, Honorable Speaker, because of what is happening, we have seen many of our fishermen being arrested on the Ugandan side, and there is some issues around Migingo. If we can have even an agreement between Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and all those who are using Lake Victoria waters, I think it is something us as a committee, Honorable Speaker, we are going to take it up to, with the State Department. Mr. Speaker, so I don't want to repeat myself. I reply. Thank you.
Next order. You have to put the question.
Order number 12, motion, consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, general debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the medium term for the financial year 2025-2026 laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 4th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Standing Order 239. 1. Approves the issuance of a sum of 2,538,293,978,440 from the consolidated fund to meet the expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect to the votes contained in the first schedule, subject to paragraph 3, Committee of Supply. 2. Makes the policy and financial resolutions contained in the second schedule to the order paper. And 3. Orders that the Speaker do now leave the chair to facilitate the consideration of the said budget estimates with respect to each vote and program in the Committee of Supply as contemplated under Standing Order 240. Consideration of the estimates in the Committee of Supply. Honorable Speaker, I would like to, first of all, as I move, begin by thanking members of Budget and Appropriations Committee for their diligence in processing the estimates that were brought before us. Honorable Speaker, budget making is a sole mandate of this House, and all members of this House participate in budget making through their departmental committees. Honorable Speaker, in the reviewing of these estimates, we listen to departmental committees represented by their chairman. And I also want to thank them, Honorable Speaker, because departmental committees brought to us very, very progressive highlights of the programs that the government is implementing in various departments. Honorable Speaker, in the course of processing the estimates, we were able to listen to proposals from the departmental committee, some proposing changes, some staying the changes. Honorable Speaker, it is not in the DNA of Budget Committee to refuse to adopt changes brought by members of this House through their committees. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that as we are processing the estimates, there are some changes that the committee did not allow, but 99% of the changes were allowed. Some of the proposals that were not allowed by the committee involve reallocations of funds meant for fertilizer subsidy, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, as one of the cornerstones of this country, Honorable Speaker, agriculture remains one of the anchors of our economy. And even as I will talk later about some of the programs that have been funded, we did not believe that reallocating resources from the fertilizer subsidy was necessary. The other area that my committee did not adopt had to do with the reallocations touching on coffee cherry fund. Honorable Speaker, coffee is becoming one of the most strategic cash crops of our country, leading in foreign exchange, and also incomes to farmers is substantial. As a matter of fact, as I will be discussing some of the strategic allocations, you will notice that in one of the allocations, coffee development is one of the areas that we are putting more resources. Honorable Speaker, as I go to the content of the report, I would like to say that and thank National Treasury. Honorable Speaker, for the first time, we have revenue projections of National Treasury that is less than what has been projected by our own Parliamentary Budget Office. Honorable Speaker, Parliamentary Budget Office, our own, is a premier think tank. Actually, in this region, our Parliamentary Budget Office is leading Parliamentary Budget Office. In fact, in this region, regional parliaments are coming to us for benchmarking within that space. And our Budget Office has been leading in helping the regional parliaments to develop some of their ways of running budgets. And so, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank our Parliamentary Budget Office and National Treasury, because for the first time we are aligning our thinking. The thinking within Parliamentary Budget Office is that higher revenue projections has not been tenable. Even as we talk, Honorable Speaker, we are not being able to meet our revenue projections because we over-project. But for the first time, Honorable Speaker, the revenue projections given to us by Treasury is less than
what our own PBO has projected. It means, therefore, Honorable Speaker, that we are making a more realistic budget, because revenue collection projected is what will determine what kind of programs you want to implement. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the CS Treasury, the new CS Treasury, because he's giving us a budget that is more realistic. Also, Honorable Speaker, that we are seeking to live within the confines of our means, that going forward, public debt is not going to be a solution for our problems. In the past, Honorable Speaker, we have been running very huge budgets and not factoring the fact that we have limited revenue sources. We end up running a very huge fiscal deficit. In this budget, Honorable Speaker, the fiscal deficit that we are applying is 4.5% to GDP. Remember, Honorable Speaker, that when we did supplementary 2 here, our fiscal deficit was 5.2. So we have moved downwards by over 0.7 basis points. So, Honorable Speaker, this shows that for the first time, the reality of broad-based government, which is more inclusive, approaching development in a more inclusive way, is becoming a reality. Honorable Speaker, as I move into some of the strategic areas where we have been able to put more resources. Honorable Speaker, as I said earlier, agriculture remains the most important cornerstone for this economy. And in these estimates, Honorable Speaker, we have continued as usual to appropriate resources for fertilizer subsidy. Fertilizer subsidy is the reason, Honorable Speaker, that we have been able to increase food production in the country. As we talk, Honorable Speaker, we have been able to produce more food, and that is the reason why the cost of living has come down and even inflation has been managed. So, Honorable Speaker, this budget appropriates 8 billion shillings for fertilizer subsidy. Honorable Speaker, you have recently seen the reforms that have been initiated in the sugar sector. To support those reforms, Honorable Speaker, this budget allocates 2 billion to support those reforms so that the sugar sector becomes profitable. For a long time, the sugar sector has been a loss-making endeavor where farmers deliver their cane to the millers, and in the end, it is the government that ends up paying those farmers. Honorable Speaker, those reforms that have been initiated are being funded to the tune of 2 billion so that that sector becomes self-reliant. Honorable Speaker, I mentioned about coffee share fund. Coffee has become a strategic cash crop. In fact, Honorable Speaker, when we went round to engage in public participation, in the area of Nyanza, in the area of Rift Valley, in the area of Western, most farmers are abandoning their traditional cash crops and they want to move into coffee sector. As I said, the coffee sector is giving more returns, and also as a foreign exchange earner. Foreign exchange, Honorable Speaker, is going to be very, very important for our economy going forward. And therefore, most farmers are moving into coffee. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, Coffee Share Fund is an investment which this Parliament has done in the past. It is in the wisdom of this Parliament again that we continue to fund Coffee Share Fund, and we have allocated 2 billion shillings towards that. Honorable Speaker, I also mentioned that most farmers in those regions are trying to move away from other cash crops. They are engaging in what the budget report calls crop diversification. So in order to achieve that, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 2 billion shillings to help those farmers in those regions, farmers who want to move away from their traditional cash crops like maize, they want to go into coffee. We want to give them support so that they can be able to fully engage and support. Honorable Speaker, we need about 2.7 metric tons of coffee for export and for this market. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we want to urge more farmers to go into coffee farming. Honorable Speaker, livestock insurance is also a very important sector that we believe we need to fund substantially, and in this budget we have allocated 2 billion shillings for livestock insurance. Honorable Speaker, on the area of education, capitation still remains one of the biggest items in this budget. And this budget has allocated 90 billion shillings for school capitation, for JSS, for secondary education, and for primary education. Honorable Speaker, you heard about the uproar that Treasury did not allocate resources for examination. Honorable Speaker, in this budget, you have allocated 5.9 billion for examinations. Honorable Speaker, examination is a process, and it starts with procuring of exam materials. It goes into logistics later on, and lastly into payment of examiners. Honorable Speaker, the total vote for all that program is 12 billion. But for the start, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 5.9 billion so that this process goes on. In the course of time, this parliament will be able to appropriate the other resources to support it fully. Honorable Speaker, we have resources for recruitment of 20,000 more JSS interns in this budget at 7.5 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, in the area of health, Honorable Speaker, we have appropriated resources for procurement of vaccines. Honorable Speaker, vaccines, as you know, is very, very important, and that this country must be self-reliant in the area of vaccines. We have appropriated 4.6 billion for that. Honorable Speaker, we are building a cancer center at Kisii Level 5 Referral Hospital that is going to cost 1 billion from this budget. Honorable Speaker, we have UHC health workers that have been demonstrating across the country for the last, I think, 1 year. Honorable Speaker, it is the determination of this House that those workers be now converted into permanent and pensionable terms. And in this budget, we have allocated 6.1 billion towards that. Honorable Speaker, this will be done only after thorough audit of the number of workers that exist. Because, Honorable Speaker, when these workers were hired, the number was 8,500. We have since established, Honorable Speaker, that some of these workers left the service, some counties hired them into permanent and pensionable terms, and the numbers have come down substantially. So, Honorable Speaker, the first thing that we have said here is that the Ministry of Health must first of all engage in thorough audit so that they'll be able to tell us how many of these workers are in their service before their contracts is turned into permanent and pensionable terms. Honorable Speaker, for a long time, the country is benefiting from rain-fed agriculture. And this has done so well, especially in the recent past, when we have been favored by too much rainfall. But, Honorable Speaker, this is not really reliable all the time. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 15 billion shillings to support irrigation programs across the country. We would like various parts of the country to engage in small-time irrigation projects that can continue to help the economy, even if we are suffering from lack of rainfall. Honorable Speaker, in the area of industry, the county aggregation and industrial parks, which is a partnership between national government and counties, is a critical program that is intended to help regions harness and develop products that they produce. So, Honorable Speaker, in this budget, we have continued to allocate more resources towards this program, 4.6 billion that is allocated towards that, so that those programs in the counties, they can be concluded so that our people can be able to benefit from those programs. Honorable Speaker, there are so many Kenyans that are still landless, that do not have, government cannot be able to accommodate, give them land where they can be able to act their living. In this budget, we have allocated about 4 billion towards resettlement of landless Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, in the area of blue economy, the 6 counties in the coast and the 4 counties along the Lake Victoria have also benefited. An allocation of 5 billion shillings to help those fisher folks around the areas at Lake Victoria, that is Siaya County, Homa Bay County, Kisumu County, Migori County, and the other 6 counties in Coast, Kwale, Kilifi, yes, Busia also. Thank you, Mheshimiwa, Busia. So this allocation of 5 billion shillings is going to support the blue economy projects along Lake Victoria, and also along the Indian Ocean. Honorable Speaker, we have allocated resources for the transformative affordable housing program, which, as you know, Honorable Speaker, is intended to ensure that poor Kenyans afford decent housing. This is one of the programs, one of the major programs of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And this program is successful, Honorable Speaker. If you saw last week when the President was in Mukuru launching the program, it was beautiful. We believe that this program needs to continue, and this House has allocated, we have allocated about 95 billion towards that. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to say, Honorable Speaker, that we have a broad-based government that is inclusive. And, Honorable Speaker, if you go through the budget estimates, you will see that we have distributed programs across the country. There is no part of the country that has been left behind. Even when you look at the infrastructure from Northeastern, from Garissa, from Mandera, we have at least a program in those areas. And this is the promise that the President gave. And we, as proponents of broad-based government, we want to say that we're living to that promise. And this budget is the first, the first of many that is going to restore hope to Kenyans and ensure that Kenyans feel that they are part and parcel of this country. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge members of this House to study the report and support it because the report is huge. It has many other programs which I'm not able to highlight here in this opportunity. Let members support this budget proposal, which is before us, so that in the end, we will be able to have a more progressive country. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Seconded by who? Seconded by who?
Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask the Majority Leader to second.
Proceed, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And allow me, Honorable Speaker, to first thank the Chair, our new Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and all the members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, together with our chairs of the departmental committees and the entire membership of the departmental committees, and especially the very diligent ones like Honorable Nyikar, who is still here, to ensure that whatever he took before the Budget and Appropriations Committee has been considered. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting, I can hear others protesting like the Honorable KJ, in charge of the CII committee, to ensure that the digital economy is also well catered for. But Honorable Speaker, I was congratulating and thanking these members because when we usually break for the long recess, these members that sit in the departmental committees and those who sit in the Budget and Appropriations Committee, this long May recess usually have no recess. And they put in a lot of their time away from their families, their constituents, to sit and deliberate on these budget estimates. Honorable Speaker, as the Chair has ably put it, these budget estimates, as they came to us, Honorable Speaker, come in the backdrop of a time that is both promising and one that where we are coming from a very difficult period economically. And that, Honorable Speaker, you can see from the revenue projections from what we had last year, and with the challenges that we've had this last financial year that is now ending this June. Honorable Speaker, you remember this is a year that we had a very false start at the beginning of the year with the collapse of the finance bill. And eventually when we rescued the revenue-raising measures that were in the finance bill of 2024, at the end of December, at the beginning of December last year, we have only had about 5 months to be able to realize the revenue projections that had been envisaged as we prepared the budget estimates for the last budget of the 2024-2025 financial year. Honorable Speaker, we are fortunate that this year, Honorable Speaker, we are starting off at a time when our economy is not doing very badly as it were before, and there are less disruptions, Honorable Speaker, to our economy. The rains have done us a little bit of justice, Honorable Speaker, and therefore also food production in the backdrop of the subsidized fertilizer program, which has been provided for adequate resources in these budget estimates, have augmented our productivity in terms of food production. And when a nation is food secure, then the economy is naturally bound to do better, because we have always prided ourselves as being an agro-based economy. And that means, Honorable Speaker, that when agriculture is doing well, the entire economy naturally will do well. And that has been reflected, Honorable Speaker, with the improving prices of our food items, rather the food items whose prices have been going down for consumers, and also better returns for farmers, be it farmers in the dairy sector who are now, through KCC, enjoying at least a minimum of 50 shillings per litre of their milk delivered to KCC. Not to mention also, Honorable Speaker, farmers in Embu who are happy. And I can see Honorable Mukunji smiling because he knows farmers in Manyata now are happy lots, benefiting from very good coffee prices, the best in the last 10 years, Honorable Speaker. And this has been as a result of progressive and very well-focused economic policies that this government or this administration chose to embark on in the year 2022, away from the populist things that people say out there in funerals and in weddings and other political rallies, Honorable Speaker. These policies that have been implemented under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda are bearing fruit and bearing good fruit for the people of Kenya. Some, of course, Honorable Speaker, as we said earlier, may not have been very popular with the people, but it is not always that true that what is popular is correct and what is right is popular. And I am glad that this administration chose to do that which is right, not necessarily popular. But the popularity of those policies now can be seen, Honorable Speaker, including the huge investment that has been made in the housing sector, Honorable Speaker, with the implementation of the housing agenda in this country. Many people doubted whether this would be a reality, but with the continuous handover of completed units, the 1,200 units in Mukuru, Honorable Speaker, caused a huge frenzy in the country, because many people were made to believe by naysayers that the housing agenda would never be, and you'll never see those houses. And people believed that those houses were being built for a select few, and probably expected that these members of parliament, governors, ministers would be owners of those houses. Today, we have seen Mama Samakis in Homa Bay, Mama Mbogas in Kisumu, border riders and hawkers in Nairobi, in Mukuru, being owners, proud home owners, Honorable Speaker. And there is no greater dignity that we can give to our people other than giving them the opportunity to become home owners and become economically stable, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this budget estimates, Honorable Speaker, come with revenue projections, including A&A or appropriations in aid that are to the tune of 3.3 trillion shillings. And to be precise, 3.316.9 billion or 3.3 trillion, Honorable Speaker. And that constitutes about 17.2% of our GDP. On the other side, Honorable Speaker, we have expenditure estimates of 4.239.9 trillion or 4,239.9 billion. That's 4.2 trillion. That tells you, Honorable Speaker, ahead of anything else, you're already in a deficit of close to 876 billion. And that constitutes, again, a fiscal deficit of about 4.5% of our GDP in the next financial year. Honorable Speaker, I'm mentioning these figures because it's important, even as we embark on what the Speaker this afternoon has read out to us in his communication on a mediation process with our colleagues in the Senate on the division of revenue, that we mediate. And I want to take this opportunity to implore on the governors, our senators, that even as we go into that mediation process, we bear in mind the kind of figures we are talking about. Because it's very easy, Honorable Speaker, to throw around figures of 480, 500 billion and say this is what should go to the counties. And I've just said this afternoon, Honorable Speaker, in an interview with one of our media stations, that we all support devolution. And we support devolution and would all want to even see figures to the tune of 600-700 billion at one point in time going to our devolved units in the counties. Even as we call for accountability on how that money is utilized in our counties. Because again, a lot of this money is being looted in the counties, Honorable Speaker. And we must also, as we devolve money, ask our county governors to be accountable of the monies that goes to them in the counties. Because it is one thing to demand for money, but it's a totally different subject to be accountable of that money, Honorable Speaker. There are counties in this country, Honorable Speaker, that year in, year out, for the last 10 years, Honorable Speaker, of devolution, 10 years plus, have benefited from huge amounts, hundreds of billions, but the people still languish in poverty with no health cover in their counties, Honorable Speaker, with no water, with no access through roads, Honorable Speaker, yet they have churned out governors year in, year out, and governors growing richer by the day. And you have seen even those who are being arrested protesting and burning cars of EACC because they do not want to be held to account but we must tell EACC, DCI, and all other agencies, people must be held to account. If members of parliament are held to account over NGCDF that they do not implement, but if there is an issue with your NGCDF, the headlines, the banners will be so-and-so member of parliament, so much money has been lost in your constituency because you are the member of parliament, yet you do not in any way implement the programs under NGCDF. What of county governors, Honorable Speaker, who are executive members of government and actually implement projects in those counties, Honorable Speaker, even with the rampant looting that is there. Honorable Speaker was saying that for us to be aware that with a budget deficit of 876, that's close to 900 billion shillings. It's only 23.9 billion short of 900 billion shillings. 4.5% of our gross domestic product. Then it means, Honorable Speaker, we must be careful what we commit to even now as we go into mediation. Because should we say that we will need to raise another 60 billion shillings to be able to raise 465 billion for our county governments, Honorable Speaker, it means that 60 billion has to go to increase this budget deficit from 876 to now 940 billion. That, Honorable Speaker, will mean that you have to borrow more. That borrowing comes to at a cost, not just to government, but also to the investing community or our business community, our traders who have to borrow and now compete with government, with our commercial banks, because government will go to borrow from the commercial banks. We will also, as business people, go to borrow from those banks. And therefore, it becomes counterproductive. And that is why, if we have to manage our public debt, Honorable Speaker, we must be able to rationalize both our expenditure, even as we enhance our revenue-raising measures, Honorable Speaker. And I know we'll be speaking to our revenue-raising measures when we come to the discussion on our finance bill later this month, Honorable Speaker, in the course of this session. But, Honorable Speaker, let me also mention, because I've mentioned the figures that we have projected for, the overall figures in terms of our revenue projections and expenditure. For our county governments, Honorable Speaker, these revenue estimates, estimates have a figure which we have put in the Division of Revenue Bill that we have sent to the Senate, and they amended to 465, and we put a figure of 405.1 billion. Honorable Speaker, that is not all the money that we are sending to our counties. Because there is usually this misconception that it is only the money that goes through the shareable formula, the vertical division of revenue, through the division of revenue, that goes to our counties. What we are sending to our counties is this 405, plus the additional allocations, another close to 70 billion shillings. In actual sense, it's about 69.8 billion. So if you aggregate the two figures, 405.1 and 69.8 billion, you are talking about almost 474 billion going to our counties. Therefore, even as we talk about figures, 465 billion, let us also now from here speak about the 474 billion that is going to our county governments, including the shareable revenue through the division of revenue and the additional county allocations and grants of 69.8 billion. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'm saying that so that even as we mediate, Honorable Speaker, we do this with some sense of balance and rationalization so that we do not sink our country into further debt. Honorable Speaker, again, in support of our judiciary, the Budget and Appropriations Committee has been very magnanimous in supporting other arms of government, because so much money is going to the executive, a lot of money is also going to the judiciary and also to Parliament, and the Budget and Appropriations Committee has been very rational in ensuring that the judiciary is also well-resourced to be able to actualize on delivery of justice to Kenyans, and they are allocating them about 27 billion shillings, part of which about 0.8 goes to the Judicial Service Commission, and 23.8 billion for recurrent, and another 2 billion shillings for development, to ensure that all the courts that are stalled around the country are also being they're able to complete those courts, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, since I mentioned Honorable Nyikala was among the very diligent members who are in this House as the chair of the Health Committee, Professor Nyikala will tell you that part of the challenges that have bedeviled the Social Health Authority and implementation of Taifa Care has been inadequate resources going to the primary health care fund. Honorable Speaker, I am happy that in these estimates, I can now see that they include 13 billion shillings that are going to the primary health care fund, another 10 billion shillings going to the emergency, chronic and critical illnesses fund, another 23 billion that goes to HIV, TB, and malaria-related global funds, and another 16.6 billion for the universal health coverage coordination, and another 10 billion shillings towards the support for national immunization efforts. I mention these figures, Honorable Speaker, because you know what has happened in the United States of America and the global funds that are coming from USAID, and we have made sure that we are now providing and resourcing our health ministry adequately to ensure that the programs under HIV, tuberculosis, malaria, and the coordination of the national immunization efforts do not stall because we are not getting money from our donor community, and that is why those amounts have been put there to ensure that that works. Honorable Speaker, in closing, Honorable Speaker, SHA, or the Universal Health Coverage under Taifa Care, is working. And it is working well for many, many Kenyans. I am so happy that today Kenyans do not need to be told by politicians whether SHA is working. They are testifying in their backgrounds, in their villages, how their neighbor, how their relatives have had their bills catered for. I want to tell Kenyans now, with another 13 billion shillings going to the primary health care fund, all they need to do is to walk into your primary health care facility. So long as your governor has enlisted that facility under SHA.
Just give him.
Honorable Speaker was saying any governor who has enlisted at primary health care facility, be it a level 1, level 2, level 3 hospital, under the universal health coverage or the social health authority, any Kenyan within that locality can now walk into that dispensary, get treated, and go home without paying a single shilling or a coin, so long as your governor has enlisted. So Kenyans must ensure that governors have enlisted all their primary health care facilities. They are level 1, level 2, level 3 facilities, since this 13 billion is there up for grabs to treat you for free. For free, Mr. Speaker. Let me insist, for free in any healthcare facility. If you get an accident, Honorable Speaker, you have another 10 billion shillings going to the emergency, chronic and critical illnesses fund to ensure that if I get an accident, I am enlisted under SHA, I will now get treated for an emergency, a chronic illness, for free again in a dispensary or health center level 4 that is enlisted under the SHA platform, Honorable Speaker. And with that, I beg to support and urge members to support these budget estimates, even as we look forward to considering the revenue estimates when the finance bill eventually is tabled before us by the Finance Committee. And congratulations to our Budget and Appropriations Committee for the good work and the huge effort that they put in ensuring that they have rationalized our expenditures with our revenue estimates to give us a product that will be good for our economy, even as we continue to grow our economy from the bottom up through the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. I beg to second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on its consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the medium term for the financial year 2025-2026, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the 4th of June, 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, and Standing Order Number 239. Roman 1 approves the issuance of a sum of Kenya shillings 2,538,293,978,440 from the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule, subject to paragraph 3rd Roman, Committee of Supply. Second Roman makes the policy and financial resolutions contained in the second schedule to the order paper, and 3rd Roman orders that the Speaker do now leave the chair to facilitate the consideration of the said budget estimates with respect to each vote and program in the Committee of Supply as contemplated under Standing Order number 240, consideration of estimates in the Committee of Supply. The Honorable Aseka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me join my colleagues and my chair in supporting this budget estimate for 2025-2026 financial year. Speaker, this budget provides for about 4.3 trillion, with 405 billion being allocated to our counties, 1.3 being allocated to CFS, and about 10 billion being allocated to the Equalization Fund. So, Speaker, if you look at this budget, key programs that supports the development of this country have been captured. The budget provides funds for the subsidized fertilizer, which will go a long way in addressing food insecurity. This budget provides revenues or funds for the recruitment of about 20,000 intern teachers who will assist us in our GSS centers. Mr. Speaker, this budget provides funds approximately to about 6 billion that will help into employing our universal healthcare nurses on permanent and pensionable basis. Mr. Speaker, as we look at this budget, we must also ask ourselves some of the serious questions on the implementation of budget. Mr. Speaker, it's not about figures. Budget and a good budget must be implementable. It's not just passing a budget that cannot be implemented. With a deficit of 786 billion, we need to ask ourselves how we are going to raise these funds and ensure that this budget is implemented. On the county allocation of about 4 or 5 billion, Honorable Speaker, it is important to note that, as the leader of majority has said, that accountability is key into this. So, Speaker, I come from accounting Kakamega, where, Mr. Speaker, had lived the last 3 years. I haven't seen any project that has been done by the county government, even a one-door toilet that has been completed in my county. We must also call our governors to order and tell them to stop stealing, to stop taking Kenyans for a ride, and to stop the interest they have and the appetite of looting the government resources. Honorable Speaker, as I also support, I want to call upon Treasury to ensure that it provides resources and funds for the payment of the pending bills. It's very discouraging that many of our suppliers and contractors are languishing in the streets because of non-payment of pending bills. And you see, Mr. Speaker, if these bills are not paid, they hinder the growth of the economy of this country. I want to urge all members to support this, and we must ensure that we have a very robust implementation matrix to ensure that this budget is implemented to the latter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, I want to support this estimates for the 2025-2026 budget estimates. I'm a member of the Budget and Appropriation Committee. I'm the Vice Chair. And I want to thank my chair and my colleagues from the Budget and Appropriation for the time and effort which they put into analyzing this budget and listening to the various chairs of the committees. And I can see some of the chairs here, the Honorable Murugaro, the Honorable Powen, the Honorable Tongoyo, the Honorable KJ of ICT, and Honorable Speaker, I think this, and Honorable Nyikal, my chair for the Health Committee. Honorable Speaker, this has been a very involving budget where committees, departmental chairs have engaged their committees, appeared before the budget and appropriation after listening to the ministries and sagas. And I think having gone through this budget, Honorable Speaker, this budget, what would ask the Treasury who appeared before the Budget and Appropriation Committee is that they make sure they release money in time, because that has been the biggest problem. They must release money in time so that these projects can be implemented. This budget is very informative. It is very, it's affecting all the parts of this country. I would say it applies equity in it. Many of the farmers who are involved in coffee, as my chair put it, there is 2 billion for the coffee cherry fund. And maybe some of the farmers might not understand this, and they end up going to the banks to borrow money, which has very high interest rates. And that makes the farming activity a little bit very expensive. They should apply for this cherry fund, which has low interest rates. In addition to that, we've given fertilizer subsidy of 8 billion. But not just that, there is also subsidy to the Kenya seed for the provision of seed maize and other seeds. There is also money for mopping up of the legumes within the region. And this through KNDC, and maybe KNDC can also involve the cereals, so that you have mopping of the legumes. You also have 2 billion for the sugar sector to ensure that the reforms take place. And as you heard His Excellency the President when he was in Homa Bay, he said we've not sold out these sugar companies. What we've done is we've leased it out. And this leasing out is to make sure that these sugar companies become productive. They turn around the sugar sector. Because for many years, our farmers, especially in the Nyanza, in Western and the coastal region, who have engaged in sugar farming, they've not been doing well due to a lot of mismanagement, corruption, and that has ended up discouraging farmers. But we hope that now, with this 2 billion and also the reforms within the sugar sector, that things will move in the right direction. Honorable Speaker, has put it very clearly, we are working in a limited financial constraints. And therefore, in the revenue-raising measures, many people have said we should not borrow more. We should not continue incurring more debts. And therefore, I want to urge our county governments, especially through the Senate, that the 4 or 5.1 billion that is being given to the counties, plus the additional 69 billion, which is the conditional additional allocation to the counties, if that money is utilized well, we should be able to see development. In the recent conditional additional allocation to the counties that was done, my county of Trans Nzoia got 96 million for doing the roads. And I hope that the county government will utilize that money in a proper way to make sure that towns like Endebess and Kitale Town and Kiminini Town are properly done roads within that area. Honorable Speaker, as put it by many of my colleagues, when you move into the counties or constituencies, it is easier for you to see a project that has been done by CDF. But it is very difficult to see a project that has been done by the counties. In this budget, the CDF money has been enhanced to 58 billion, and we hope that the money for CDF for this financial year will be released before the end of the financial year so that members can be able to do their projects. We also hope that money for the next financial year will be released in timely so that the counties, the constituencies, can be able to also do their projects. Honorable Speaker, agriculture is the backbone of this country. With the 8 billion subsidy for fertilizer and the 2 billion for Kenya Seed to subsidize on seed maize, we hope that our production of food will be able to increase. And this ensures that Kenya is able to feed its own citizens. It's food secure. And that is what we've achieved since this government came in place. We've had good rainfalls, we've had good production, and I think now we don't see anybody carrying sufuria in the head to say bei ya ugali iende chini. And I think that is good. My friend Honorable Oundo is happy that the price of ugali has gone down. And recently I think the government also subsidized on unga, and now people are happy. So we shall keep it that way, that we, the farmers, will continue producing more of the maize, more of the wheat, more of the coffee, more of the tea, so that we can have enough for our own food and even have enough to export. Honorable Speaker, in this budget, we provided 2 billion for the recruitment of KDF. We've also provided money for the recruitment of our 10,000 police officers. And this will go a long way in enhancing security within our country. KDF has not been able to recruit for the last 2 or 3 years. And therefore, we need to beef up our security. We're facing new threats within in security areas. Many of our neighbors are unstable, and therefore we must be able to equip our armed forces to make sure that our country is well protected. And in operations, we've been able to provide 6 billion. So, Honorable Speaker, I think this is a very progressive budget. It will take us to the next level. And therefore, with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to support.
The Honorable Beatrice Alachi, followed by the Honorable Lesuda, and then Makali, in that order. Then we come back to the next round.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to first thank the committee and to thank the Chair and the CS of Treasury. Indeed, for bringing in a budget that we can interrogate, but also appreciate on how they have tried to bring an inclusive budget that takes care of the whole country. And Mr. Speaker, mine will be very brief. That number one, I want to appreciate the docket that I always say that carries Kenya, the education docket. And first to appreciate that as much as you've given them 168.2 billion for transformative education initiatives, the most important thing we are looking at is first you've returned the money for examinations, and so at least Kenyans will appreciate that the 5.9 billion has come back for examination. You remember it had brought in a lot of heated debate, but we thank for that. We are also appreciating that as much as we're giving money, the 17.2 billion to support university funding model, and to ensure that we also have help that will enable students from all backgrounds to be able also to get money to pursue their tertiary education. But more importantly, one thing the Ministry of Education should do to this country is to give every child, Mr. Speaker, a NEMIS number. The day we will have a NEMIS number for our children is the day we will have the correct capitation and the correct budget for the Ministry of Education. We shall be able to know how much do we really spend. Because even in my own constituencies, I am still pushing, Mr. Speaker, just to get resources for our children, because those who don't have birth certificates will never get these resources. will never get capitation. That is why they are saying in a school is getting 400 shillings. The problem is not our house here. The problem is the ministry that has not brought NEMIS numbers for our children. Mr. Speaker, the other thing I would wish to now appreciate is that now we shall move on with the Nyota program. And this program, you remember, we were unable to implement because we didn't have money that we were supposed to support. And you remember, the World Bank wanted us to have a program that you equalize. You have the ministry, the government supporting in and World Bank supporting in. And now there are 100 youths that will be in our constituencies are able to start. Those who believe in small businesses will be able to tap and at least do small businesses. With 50,000, you can start something, Mr. Speaker. The other thing is the UHC program. We appreciate. I know many of them were very worried. They were sending messages, please ensure. And now we have them in the budget. Their monies are there to ensure they are permanent and pensionable. Funding of Linda Mama, which is very critical in the health docket, is also there, Mr. Speaker. And we want to thank the committee of even going beyond that and looking at gender-based violence. And now saying that the government must fund and ensure even the technical teams that are working on gender-based violence are funded. And that is one thing we want to really appreciate, even as we move on. Mr. Speaker, the other thing now that is very worrying, and this is what I want to plead with the governors, even as we look at the issue of mediation, that why can't we agree as both houses that the little monies we can get, we pay pending bills? Because these Kenyans who supplied either at the county level, at the national level, they supplied, you have used their products. Mr. Speaker, they have gone down, they have been auctioned by banks. The best thing we can do in this budget is to try and ensure, instead of talking about 480, 460, going to the county, that we have ensured we take off some money to pay our fellow Kenyans who have supplied and every day, in, out, they work in offices because of their pending bills. I think that is the most sad part of the whole process. So, Mr. Speaker, even as we look at everything that we have done, if we don't come up with a solution of these pending bills, Mr. Speaker, it will be very sad to every Kenyan who tries to work for government, who knows very well that there was need to supply this item. They did supply, and now can't be paid. And then now we reach at a point, we start saying, Mr. Speaker, oh, we must put a committee to look whether this was true, this was right. Why are we looking at that? It means we are all with a problem, Mr. Speaker. That is why we come up with such a ways of now measuring and saying, this is how I have to pay. Somebody who supplied you, somebody you know very well, did his work. So, Mr. Speaker, even as I finalize, I just want to go and now look at the Department of Defense. And Mr. Speaker, in the Department of Defense, this is what the committee observed. That during the periods of 1992, 1997, 1998, 2000, the Ministry of Defense did not conduct any recruitment resulting in significant deficiencies in the posture of the Kenya Defense Forces. And so they are saying to remedy this situation, it is important, and they are requesting for 2 billion shillings to support recruitment efforts this fiscal year, which I support. And the reasons are, it is true. And we have gone slowly by slowly. One of the things we are not doing fair to our disciplinary forces is that even the things they used to benefit, we used to exempt them because of the work they go through, Mr. Speaker. We used to ensure they are able, we provide for them, because this was a service you have gone out there to protect your country, Mr. Speaker. And even today, for those who their loved ones have fallen, you will find now their wives and children suffering because we have never put in a way of protecting. And so it is important for us, even those veterans, they have done their duties for us. I think it is important for government to look at and ensure it is, yes, not misused, because I know maybe it was removed. Most of these privileges are being removed because we ourselves again go and end up misusing. But for those who are in the camps, for those who we know are there, they are in Somalia, they are where, they need us to come up with a favorable way of ensuring they are also protected. Today I even see even our own police, Mr. Speaker. You find even the uniform is gone, the shoe is gone, honestly, and you are expecting him or her to stand and do duty for you. I think it's very unfortunate. They are the first we need to protect because we took them to that duty and they have come out, they are doing it. So for us even to look at all this, Mr. Speaker, it is time we also need to look at just the dignity. Even as we look for their housing, and I want to appreciate Central Bank and all those who are doing institutional affordable housing for those who are working for them. We must remember they have to be, they are the brand of the country, the image of our country. They have to have a uniform that dignifies them. Mr. Speaker, the institutions that deal with corruption, they were there to help us. And so EACC was not just there to take you to court. It was there to help you, Mr. Speaker, that after they have found that you have mismanaged, they will come into the institution and assist this institution so that next time there's no mismanagement of resources. The Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, it is there to audit, yes, but it's also there to help that institution so that in the next audit, you are not supposed to find the same mistake that was audited, the same mistake. Then what was the purpose of the auditing? It was to clean. We brought in these institutions to help us so that in our mismanagements, we are able to manage. So I'm pleading to those institutions also. It's not just about bringing in a bad report. It is about saying we audited County X, Constituency X, Sector X last year, but this year we have a recognition to say that this institution has improved in the way they are doing their things. That way then, there is a purpose of us spending all these public resources, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, with those remarks, I beg to support.
Honorable Lesuda. Oh, you take precedent of her. Is that it? Okay. Okay.
Yes, to go.
Proceed.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I discussed with my sister, Honorable Resuta, and she has agreed that I take the slot.
What's your point of order, Honorable?
So, Honorable Speaker.
To say.
What is it?
Mr. Speaker, I did not mean to interrupt the Honorable Makale Molu, but just to request your indulgence because budget is a very important, it's a very important affair. If it is within the to request that if we members can take only 5 minutes to contribute, so that today and tomorrow most of the members can contribute.
Indeed.
Yes. 5.
The rules, order, Honorable Watch. The chair has had. If it's in your wisdom, to take as little time as possible so that you can have many people will partake in this. Order, Honorable Lesuda. You have your time and the time is spelled out. So if you want to take it, the chair has no authority or power to limit you. This should have been done at the beginning of the debate. But now that now that your own colleagues are telling you take less time so that we can all. Okay, let's observe that, gentlewoman, gentleman.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mutuse, being a first timer, we understand these things are done at the start of the motion. But I just want to say that I'll try to be brief so that we save time. So this will depend on individual members. But I'll be brief, Honorable Speaker, and this is what I want to say, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think I really want to appreciate the departmental committees for their presentations and the budget committee for doing this good work. It wasn't easy to do this budget because of the very restrictive fiscal space. And on the basis of that, Honorable Speaker, we're ready to see what really can be prioritized in this budget. And Honorable Speaker, as I debate this budget, I just want to focus on what must be done for this budget to make sense to Kenyans. And unless this is done, Honorable Speaker, then this budget is likely to have minimal impact to the lives of Kenyans. The first thing that must be done, Honorable Speaker, is that exchequer releases must be done in time. So long as we have a budget which is not supported by exchequer releases, Honorable Speaker, it will be a waste of time. Over time, we have been implementing budget very low percentages because of challenging environment in terms of exchequer release. The second thing which must be done, Honorable Speaker, and this must be done for this budget to make sense, it is, Honorable Speaker, that this House, where I sit, and we all sit, we must ensure that recommendations from the Office of the Auditor General are implemented, Honorable Speaker. Through the Public Accounts Committee, we have so many recommendations which have been adopted by this House, but they are never implemented, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, accounting officers are taking this House for a ride, because so long as you don't enforce those recommendations, they continue doing the fun things they do every day. Third thing, Honorable Speaker, that must be implemented or enforced is the issue of public debt, Honorable Speaker. During these discussions of the budget this year, Honorable Speaker, it was reported that this country has paid for the last 3 years 6.7 billion in terms of commitment fee, Honorable Speaker. Commitment fee is fees which is paid by the country for undrawn loans. We have signed for loans, we are not drawing the loans. So we have spent 6.7 billion, Honorable Speaker. You can imagine what 6.7 billion can do, Honorable Speaker. For the exams, which were not factored in, we only provided 5.9 billion, and now that matter is settled. We still have change if you are to consider the 6.7 billion. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, that must be done if this budget has to make sense to Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, this budget committee has provided 4 billion for land compensation. But Honorable Speaker, I want to tell you, Kenyans out there have donated their land for public goods and services. And so many of them have not been compensated. Honorable Speaker, if these Kenyans have to see this budget making sense to them, we must ensure that as we move to the future, we provide enough resources so that we compensate people for their land. Third thing which must be done, Honorable Speaker, and I want to agree totally with what Honorable Eracha said, is the issue of corruption in this country. Honorable Speaker, as we are discussing this budget, the committee, I think on the committee takes care on small-scale enterprises, reported that the accounting officer in charge of the ASRA fund reported they could not recover 5 billion, the money which has been dispersed. And Honorable Speaker, we are saying, how do you dare add resources to a department or MDA where resources have not been accounted for? So if this budget has to make sense, Honorable Speaker, we must make sure that issue of misappropriation must be stopped, Honorable Speaker. The other thing which must be done, Honorable Speaker, if this budget has to make sense, is the issue of equalization fund, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, equalization fund since the Constitution of 2010 has been budgeted for year in, year out. But these resources are never released to the implementing departments in the rural setting. So the whole essence of the equalization fund, Honorable Speaker, is dying because we are not releasing the funds as expected. Third thing, Honorable Speaker, which must be done for this budget to make sense is the issue of public participation. Honorable Speaker, these honorable members of this committee have gone out to Kenyans in the counties and have gotten projects from the counties saying, County A, B, C, this is what we would want to see being done this financial year. In the immediate last financial year, Honorable Speaker, the year actually we are implementing now, Honorable Speaker, the money for public participation was removed in a supplementary budget. Honorable Speaker, this budget cannot make sense if we continue entertaining situations where public participation money is removed from the budget, either through supplementary budget. So we are saying public participation money, because it is money being proposed by Kenyans out there, must be respected, and the Treasury has no authority to touch that money, Honorable Speaker. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, for this budget to make sense, what that must be done, is the issue of the pending bills. Honorable Speaker, I think Elijah said it. Unless we clear the pending dates or pending bills, Honorable Speaker, we'll continue lamenting as a country. And Honorable Speaker, these pending bills are held by Kenyans. Kenyans who have provided goods, Kenyans who have provided services to this country or to the government. It is time, Honorable Speaker, we cleared these pending bills. And then, Honorable Speaker, there is the issue of the verification committees, which to me I think is a deliberate move to delay clearing of pending bills. These verification committees, Honorable Speaker, must move with speed to make sure that then we clear these pending bills. The last item, before I sit down, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of prioritization, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I still think from where I sit that when you look at the projects and programs which have gone to this government, these projects, this budget, Honorable Speaker, I think there is still room for improvement. Some of the programs and projects we are getting to this project, to this budget, Honorable Speaker, we might do better if we were to take slightly more time so that in terms of prioritization, we get it right, Honorable Speaker, because I think for me, we are not getting it 100%. There is still a room of about 30%. And if we improve that 30%, Honorable Speaker, we can easily, Honorable Speaker, do with minimal borrowing. I remember the majority leader did say that we are borrowing about 878 billion, which is 4.5% of the GDP. Honorable Speaker, if we go right in prioritization, we could easily, Honorable Speaker, reduce this deficit to about 3%, and the less we borrow, Honorable Speaker, the better for this country, because borrowing has squeezed our fiscal space to a level that we have no space to do any development. Last item, Honorable Speaker, the Outer General has reported that a third of the budget, which is about $1 trillion, Honorable Speaker, cannot be accounted for. We are borrowing 900 billion. $1 trillion cannot be accounted for. Speaker, you just need to do that mathematics. If you make the wastage zero, you'll be remaining with about 100 billion without borrowing. I submit, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for the time you've given me. Thank you so much. I support.
Madam Lesuda, and then followed by Honorable Muchira, and then Bowen, and then Tongoi. Watch, I'll be certainly. Okay, proceed, Lesuda. If you take minimal time, then everybody will have a chance.
Thank you, Speaker. I will do my best to take the shortest time possible and not repeat what my colleagues have said. Thank you for this opportunity. And first and foremost, I would like to congratulate, because I sit in the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Chairman Honorable Atandi, who was the chair during this session, and also to congratulate the former chairperson of Budget and Appropriation Committee, Honorable Ndindi. He also chaired during a very difficult time when we had that, as a country, we inherited empty coffers, and also we had the issue of the collapsed finance bill. We had him as the chair, and I want to congratulate him and to thank him for the time that he was chairman, and Honorable Atandi for his good stewardship during this budget process. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on a number of issues, and one of them is that in this budget, there are a number of fears that Kenyans had. And one of them was the issue of examinations. Actually, in one of the places that we were at, when I was walking out, I had one Kenyan asking me, are you going to support examination to be supported during this budget, or do I move my child? But Mr. Speaker, we assured that Kenyan that there will be money to support examinations during this year, Mr. Speaker. And this I would like to speak to the policy makers, that when you change policies, you have to do it thoughtfully, and it doesn't have to take this house to come and reinstate. It can't be when Kenyans are making noise about the examination money is when you're saying, oh, the private schools, oh, I don't know what. Just do the policy, do the public participation way ahead of the budget, or by the time we are moving the budget, Mr. Speaker. So it is very important that, because those are the things that cause anxiety, those are the things that are causing anxiety even for the current government, because of the policy change. Policies also follow resources. And so it can't be that one person wakes up this morning and says, remove examination fee, and then Kenyans make noise, return examination fee, and then some of it, private schools, some people can afford it. It is important that we look at the policies that we make, and so that they do not bring anxiety amongst Kenyans. I would also want to say this, Mr. Speaker, that it is important for Kenyans to note that we have moved to 4.2 trillion this budget, and it is important also to note that there are key sectors that have been factored. And one of the factors, and even as members of parliament, we always get a message when the money for older persons, 25.7 billion has been factored this financial year, and we always get a message when that money has been released. There's also money for persons living with disability, 1.5 billion, and overseas, 9.1 billion. And so it is important to note that we are taking care of the most vulnerable in our society and in our communities. We have been seeing also the UHC workers, and especially those who worked very hard, especially when we had COVID in our country. The 6.1 billion towards making permanent and pensionable has been factored, and I do hope that by the end of this year, they will all be onboarded. Mr. Speaker, also we have money for livestock insurance, 2.3 billion. And we also have Kenya Livestock Commercialization Program, 1.57 billion. Mr. Speaker, there is an issue of equalization fund, which has been spoken to by my colleague, Honorable Makali. We have to have an honest conversation, and even as this House, which passes the same policies, and I know that the third policy is coming up, Mr. Speaker, we have to agree that this issue of delocalizing more equalization fund to ward level is not working. There was a reason why in the Constitution we had the counties that were listed in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And I know that in a few years, many of us will be asking why equalization fund is not working. It is not working because we moved from I think it's 13 counties, and we went further towards, Mr. Speaker, and so a ward gets about 7 million. Equalization fund was to move us from where we were to where the rest of the country was. So now if we continue with the policy that we have, and I know that there's another policy coming up, we have to give the money to the counties where the Constitution spoke about, so that equalization fund can actually make sense, Mr. Speaker, so that those counties can also move from where we are to where we are. Because equalization fund, every time we ask for any additional funds in the budget, as counties who are beneficiaries of the equalization fund, we are told, but you have equalization fund. But it is this same House who raided the counties who are to be beneficiaries of equalization fund, Mr. Speaker. And so it is important that we we discuss and that. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that in this budget we have issue of last mile. Some of our counties, where I come from, we are very, some money would be taken in and it will cater for long lines of electricity, Mr. Speaker. We all know and understand that electricity is a game changer, just as water. Mr. Speaker, a budget in some counties, there are counties in this house, Mr. Speaker, or constituencies, who actually don't need any transformers anymore. They have electricity up to nowhere. But there are counties, Mr. Speaker, in this house or constituencies who actually need electricity. Actually, there are counties like my county, we are less than 20%, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure Marakwet is the same. I'm sure Marsabit is the same. And so the money being given to REREC, they should look at the counties and the constituencies where they have the minimal allocation or the coverage of electricity, Mr. Speaker. As I get to the end, there is also the issue of water, which is a key issue, and it's important that we ensure that also those areas where we have issues of water are taken care of. And in this budget, Mr. Speaker, we actually looked at it, and I want to also thank the departmental committees for the work that they actually did. There's also the issue of community health promoters. There is 3.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, the issue of pending bill and corruption. We cannot continue to politicize those two issues. We either have to do it or not do it as a country. Pending bill, we also have to think why we commit what we don't have as a country, because that's why it becomes a pending bill. If a ministry or a department does not have the money, why are you engaging a contractor without the money, without the exchequer? So, we can romanticize and make it look good because we are defending contractors whose pending bill has not been paid. And they should learn from NGCDF, because NGCDF is what has received the highest bashing. But I want to say NGCDF is one of the best examples that people have to look at. You can never commit what you don't have. If it is not in your code list, if it is not in your AIE, if you pay before, it will not be paid, Mr. Speaker. And so we have to rethink as a country that it cannot just be until you have the money, you cannot engage. But also the issue of exchequer, it cannot also be left to Treasury to decide who gets the money and not. Finally, because I've seen the light on issue of corruption. The day we stop politicizing corruption as a country is when it will work. So that it doesn't matter that today you've shifted camps in government. It is almost becoming ridiculous because Kenyans can read through the politics of corruption. If we are going for any member who is engaged in corruption, Mr. Speaker, as a nation, Mr. Speaker, just give me 1 minute to conclude this issue of corruption, and then just 1 minute. We have to be serious, also even as a country and this house. We cannot continue to talk about corruption, but it is very, very obvious that the last time you are in UDA, you are being arrested. Now you are not being arrested because as a governor or as an MP. Now you've gone to Amonyoro, you are being arrested. If you are engaged in corruption, you are engaged in corruption. It doesn't matter which side you are on. So we either become serious as a nation and as a country, or we stop talking about the issue of corruption. Or you just have to be on the right side of government. I was with one governor who told me, I am on a certain side, but I have to be good so that I am not gone for. we have to be real as a country. Otherwise, we stop discussing these issues of corruption every time, corruption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Moshira. Yes.
Thank you for Oljorok to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I start to support the motion as it was moved by the chairman for Budget and Appropriation Committee. And Mr. Speaker, I want to really thank the chairman and the members of the Budget Committee where I serve, because through constant engagement with the Treasury, these budgets, in these estimates, we have reduced the fiscal deficit from 5.1 in the last financial year to 4.5 in the coming fiscal year 25-26. And Mr. Speaker, this has been achieved by ensuring that we have realistic revenue projection, because, Mr. Speaker, previously we've been over-projecting our revenue. But in the tabled budget estimates, we've ensured that we have the projected revenue is as realistic as possible. Mr. Speaker, we've also achieved this through the rationalization of the expenditure by ensuring that we have included only the essential expenditure estimates. But speaking of the fiscal deficit, Mr. Speaker, we've also realized that we've been focusing so much on the revenue side through taxation measures and such. And in this report, Mr. Speaker, we have recommended that we also focus on the expenditure side by ensuring that we eliminate wasteful expenditure in the government. And one of the sectors that we picked is the rental expenditure. The government department and SAGA, we realized that we pay billions of money every year in terms of rent. And some of the leases, actually, Mr. Speaker, are entered in dollar denomination, such that when we had volatility in our sharing, we were paying huge amount of money in terms of rent. And one of the recommendations that we've made is that we should ensure that we reform our rent policy and ensure that we are optimally using our revenue space that we have. And number two, by ensuring that we do cost-benefit analysis such that we check the amount of rent that we are paying, and we compare with how much we would incur if we were to buy a building to act as an office space for our officers. And number two, Mr. Speaker, we also took notice of our appropriation in aids, and we found that the projected appropriation in aid come in the next fiscal year is 560 billion. And Mr. Speaker, as a committee, we recommended that we need to reassess the overall framework governing our A&A. And in these estimates, we have allocated some money to answer full operationalization of the Treasury Single account to ensure that our collection of appropriation in aid is transparent, accountable, and efficiency. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, as I go to education sector, as many other speakers have said, we've provided money to recruit 20,000 interns in the coming fiscal year. We've also provided resources for promotion of teachers. But as we do this, Mr. Speaker, we also recommended that the promotion of teachers needs to be transparent and fair. Back in our constituencies, we have many teachers complaining that they attend interviews, but they are never promoted. the TSC needs to change their policy such that the promotion is fair and transparent. We've also allocated funds for medical scheme for the teachers. And again, this is another area that TSC needs to look at. We have so many complaints out there from our teachers that, for instance, in the medical scheme that they have, that if, for instance, you have two beneficiaries who are sick, you are told to choose one that will be treated. And this is unfair, Mr. Speaker. And of course, as many other speakers have said, we've provided money for exams, KCSE, CAPSEA, and grade 9 exams. So our students need to rest easy and work hard because their exams will be catered for. Mr. Speaker, as I finalize, I need to mention, and this issue I also raised in the last financial year, the issue of Senate Oversight Fund. And it's important for members to know in this budget, there is 500 million for the Senate Oversight Fund. This is not money for development. It's important for the public to know some senators take home as high as 29 million, not for development, for the oversight. How they get extra money for oversight, yet they are paid, they have salaries to oversight. How they get extra money to oversight, not for development, 29 million. Mr. Speaker, there are women reps who get 6 million a year, and we are able to see what they are doing with 6 million. This is 29 million, one senator, 25 million, another senator, money for fuel, I don't know money for what, to do the oversight. It is time, Mr. Speaker, this House, and there is no legal framework for this money. There is no legal framework for the Senate Oversight Fund. So it is time this House, the National Assembly, which has the sole mandate of budgeting and appropriation of fund, take a hard stance and make the right decision in terms of appropriation of this money. 500 million, Mr. Speaker, is the money that if it's taken to NGCDF, every constituency would get enough money to do classrooms. We still have issues with the classrooms in our constituencies. Mr. Speaker, as I support the estimate. Thank you.
Honorable Kanguku Bowen. Yeah, there are members the previous speaker had designated to speak.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the budget estimate 2025-2026. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to start by congratulating my good friend, the member for Aleko Usonga, and the chair of budget, Mheshimiwa Atandi, for a very good report. Mr. Speaker, we as chairs of committees, we had an engagement with the Budget and Appropriation Committee led by the Honorable Atandi. And Mr. Speaker, it was a very, very interactive session where all of us, we had to present what the ministries, the departments presented before us. And what I have seen from the chair is what actually we presented. Initially, Mr. Speaker, we have had in maybe one or two occasions, we have had issues with the budget committee in the past, where sometimes the departmental committee chairs, when they submit their reports, it is mutilated, and the document you see in the floor and what we presented was different. But this time around, Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that what we presented is actually what's in the floor of the House, and I want to congratulate the Honorable Chair. Number two, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee and the Treasury for the good job they have done. It's a balanced budget. It's a very balanced budget in terms of regional projects, in terms of cutting across the departments, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have seen the allocation given to the executive, given to the judiciary, and given to this House or the Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I would want to ask the Honorable Chair and the Budget Committee next time, we need to see on how we can increase the budget of judiciary to complete some projects which they had started. There are so many high courts and low courts which have stalled in many stages, in many counties, in many constituencies. Mr. Speaker, some of us where we come from, we have to travel almost 200 kilometers to just access, that is the nearest magistrate court. So there is need to take these judicial services closer to the people. And I will support, Mr. Speaker, if there will be an increment in the budget for judiciary. Mr. Speaker,
the Honorable Chair of the Justice and Legal Affairs is obviously taking note of that, including the stalled construction of the High Court in Homa Bay.
Yes. Not only that one in Homa Bay, Mr. Speaker, if you are given an account of the stalled projects or the high courts and magistrates across the country, there are many. And there is need, Mr. Speaker, that's why we are saying, going forward, as we appropriate monies, Mr. Speaker, let us start first checking on the pending bills. The second charge, Mr. Speaker, must be ongoing projects. Before we start a new projects, Mr. Speaker, there is need to complete the already ongoing projects. There are so many ongoing projects in roads, in water, in electricity, which are ongoing, but they have stalled. Mr. Speaker, having said that, the allocation, Mr. Speaker, given to agriculture is very encouraging. You saw last year, Mr. Speaker, especially some of us coming from the North Rift region, which are dealing with maize. When farmers were given a subsidized fertilizers, Mr. Speaker, there's been, I think, triple production of maize across the country. What we only need to ask, Mr. Speaker, is that these farmers actually, they have been encouraged to produce. But sometimes, again, the market or the price given is very low. There is need, Mr. Speaker, to, allocate more resources to National Cereals and Produce Board so that they can purchase at least more than 5,000 per 90 kilogram of maize. Mr. Speaker, I have also seen in the budget the allocation given to the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, if you remember, some 3 months ago, Kenyans were complaining. There were a lot of complaints about the SHA, but now the complaints has gone down. And with the additional allocation given to the SHA, the primary health care, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure our people will benefit if they are able to register themselves in large numbers and register themselves using the county system. Mr. Speaker, they will benefit from this healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, on the water sector, which I chair, Mr. Speaker, the budget allocated to water, Mr. Speaker, is very low. Given that water provision is a constitutional issue under Article 43, Honorable Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a proposal I had made before this House that there is need to have an allocation per constituency, if possible, Mr. Speaker, even to start with 50 million per constituency. So that, Mr. Speaker, we have a balance and we have our people have access even to the smallest water service, if it's a borehole or even a water pan, Mr. Speaker. As it is, Mr. Speaker, you will find sometimes that the donor-funded projects running into billions of shillings is at one corner of the country. The GOK, maybe again, you will find that there is a big dam of about 50 billion, 20 billion, 30 billion. It's been under construction for the last 20 years. Mr. Speaker, the people have not access, they don't have an access to water. These dams, they have been constructing for over 20, 30 years. But if you can have that 30, 20, 40 billion, which is allocated to dams, Mr. Speaker, allocate every constituency. For instance, 100 million only. 100 million, Mr. Speaker, adds up to almost 28 billion. Only 28 billion, every constituency will get 100 million. And we have 100 million in every constituency, Mr. Speaker. That will be a big impact in terms of water provision. But as it is, Mr. Speaker, we need to run away from these big dams. Let's complete those which are already stalled and now put money to projects which people can access water. Within a month or 2 months, those projects must be completed and people have access to water. Mr. Speaker, on the last mile connectivity, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Naisula Lesuda spoke about this. Many constituencies in Nairobi here, they sometimes they are oversupplied. Sometimes even they don't need some of this money for electricity, last mile connectivity. But Mr. Speaker, if you come to where we are coming from, you go to the northern Kenya, Kerio Valley, where I come from. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, I have less than 10% connectivity. Less than 10% connectivity. In some other areas, they have 100% connectivity. Mr. Speaker, when we are allocating the monies for last mile connectivity, there is need for the ministry, Mr. Speaker, to prioritize the lowest areas, Mr. Speaker. And this one, Mr. Speaker, I think as a house, we need to take it very seriously so that we can have every Kenyan benefit from this issue of electricity. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the bending bills. Mr. Speaker, the bending bills is very important. There are so many contractors in this country. There are so many people who have worked. Some of them, they have been auctioned. Some of them, they have sold their properties to service government tenders and projects. But they have not been paid. They have been sold. Mr. Speaker, and paying the bending bills, it will trickle down, to the driver of that contract, to the mama who is doing cooking the githeri around that area. So, Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, high support.
Thank you so much, Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to add my voice into what my colleagues had already said. Honorable Speaker, from the very start, I want to take this opportunity to really commend the Budget Committee, led by the very able chair, Honorable Samuel Atandi, for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, it should not be lost to us that Atandi, this is his first assignment as a chair budget, and he has really managed to do it with precision and expertise. That actually we can just say it is well done. Congratulations. And of course, you don't also forget the entire Budget Committee for supporting the able chair. On the same, Honorable Speaker, the entire departmental committee that have also put a lot of efforts and added value into this. They took a lot of their time, burned the midnight oil, listening and interrogating the state departments to bring this document to what it is today. It wasn't easy, Honorable Speaker, but I really want to commend my colleagues. It was really a sign of commitment and dedication. Honorable Speaker, I won't take much time, and I want just to highlight a few critical areas that has been factored in this budget. And I want to start by talking about agriculture, Honorable Speaker. We all know the critical importance that agriculture is at the backbone of our economy. And since the inception of the Kenya Kwanza government, the agriculture sector has continuously taking forefront in budget in budget allocation. And it should not be lost on us, Honorable Speaker, that when William Ruto and the Kenya Kwanza took over the government, they had a very robust policy of investing not in consumption, but really in putting a lot of focus in production. And that is where the issue of the fertilizer subsidy really took center stage. And we can attest to that it has really given us good results. The food production in the country has continued to be very in the steady increase. The food prices has really gone down, and even the inflation rate in the country, which is very commendable, Honorable Speaker. It is also notable, Honorable Speaker, that the subsidy has continuously been actually considered heavily in budget allocation, which is something very, Honorable Speaker, commendable. We also appreciate, Honorable Speaker, that even actually in the provision of the sugar reform, including the operationalization of the Sugar Act 2024, which through this budget, it has got an allocation of about 370 million. And it's also good to note that even some money has been allocated for the provision of the cotton revitalization. And more importantly, Honorable Speaker, the 2.3 billion that has been allocated for de-risking, which goes a long way to cushion and help the pastoralist community mitigating the drought that we actually getting the impact year in, year out. And of course, as a member also coming from the pastoralist community, this is going to be a game changer. It is something that has never been there before. And I know even the issue to do with the milk is going to help these communities. Honorable Speaker, also to mention, of course, the issue of water. I don't want to belabor more. The Chair Water has mentioned about it, where there's some money allocated, but I still believe that we need to do it more. We know, of course, that being an agricultural economy, water is so crucial in realization of this. And I think the issue of there's more that we need to give more emphasis on the issue of water. On the issue of road, Honorable Speaker, we need to appreciate where we were as a country from the start. There was a lot of debts on the sector of road. And of course, the policy of sectorization of our roads is really going, it's done much to at least open up majority of the country that previously has been neglected, so that they can able to realize development in their areas as well. Honorable Speaker, on the issues of education, is notable to see that as a country, as a government, we are continuously allocating a big chunk of our budget in the education sector, because we all appreciate the importance of an educated young youth society in our country toward modernization and toward industrialization, Honorable Speaker. And I think it's really commendable. Quickly, Honorable Speaker, I want to go to a critical area where in the State Department that I oversight as a chair. And more importantly, Honorable Speaker, in the ministry, in the State Department of National Police Service and the National Police Service Commission, there is about 2.8 billion that has been allocated in this financial year to take into account the recruitment of our national police officers, which we are considering about 10,000 recruit, both the cadets and the constables. You know, Honorable Speaker, because you sit in that committee, that the Commission envisioned to recruit 10,000 because we have to appreciate as a country that for the last 3 years, we have not done any recruitment, and we are going toward elections, and we're already even having a natural attrition of about 4,500. The money is not enough, and discussion are still underway to see to it how to close the gap. But it's not to appreciate that it is a positive step, Honorable Speaker, and our Kenya is eager. We had also promised them that we are going to do above board, a more transparent, devoid of any corruption recruitment when the time comes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, is a way to continuously equipping our security officers who are really doing their best to keep this country safe. The modernization program that has been envisioned has been allocated about 3.4 billion to continue equipping our security agents, and especially in the police service, with equipment and tools of service so that they can able to perform their duty and their mandate more effectively to protect the country that they so love and patriotic. And you know it well, Honorable Chair, Speaker, that it's a long-term program that is expected or estimated approximately to take about 30 billion. We have done slightly above 10 billion, and probably moving forward, it is going to continuously getting some budgets. Honorable Speaker, in the still immigration sector, it is worth appreciating that immigration sector, the passport, the national IDs, the ETA, the issue of the visa, has been allocated a fairly good budget, so that as a country we continue doing at least to handle the crisis that there was before. We remember a year ago or so, the whole big problem, long queues in the Nyayo House because of Kenyans who come there, queue for a week, queue for even a month, waiting the passport documents. Others even miss to travel for medical care and other reasons, just because we could not process the passport and provide them in real time. And now, with this allocation and continuously giving more consideration, I want to really appreciate and say that Kenyans are getting passports in good time. And that is the spirit. Of course, this House had recommended the A in A, so that the ministry will able to be prosecuting the mandate with less problems, not necessarily relying on the exchequer releases. And it has really been a game changer in this sector. We all know that the issue of ID, the President, His Excellency the President, has done away with the vetting. And our brothers in the northeastern part, the pastoralist community, who has been the victims of the issue of unnecessary vetting, had really appreciated this, and it has gone a long way to help them, because all along they have been treated as less citizen, second-class citizens. And with the support, budgetary support of this program, I'm sure we are going to really reap big. And Kenyans in those areas that have been previously affected are going to appreciate this. Honorable Speaker, also I want to talk about the issue.
Yes, the point is making the operationalization of the new legal settled administration units is critical. You need 2 or 3 minutes. Add him 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your consideration. Colleagues, what I was talking about, all over this country, we have got a lot of gazetted units running from sub-counties, divisions, and locations, which it has been a constant statement sought in this House. And in this budget, we had money to allocate 600 million to take care at least of the most crucial. But as I said it before, Honorable Speaker, we needed about 2.4 billion to have the entire, all gazetted unit operationalized. So I still implore this House, through even the budget chair, that maybe moving forward in supplementary 3 possible or supplementary 1, more likely we continue to look for more resources to put into this program, so that we can able to have Kenya enjoy the success of having government officers next to them. Honorable Speaker, I want to say I support
what
this.
What did you say about the elders, the village elders you've been talking about? Is there a provision for them?
The village elders, Honorable Speaker, good for your indulgence, Honorable Speaker. We all know in this House that we have already a bill in this House. And it was sponsored by the late Malulu. I took over the bill where we wanted to legislate the village elders so that we have them recognized in law, so that we can able to budget for. So it is a work in progress. I want to promise the country and this House that soon or later, we have already a policy from the ministry almost in place. It is undergoing validation. and the regulations are undergoing validation. We have got a bit of a budget for that. But now, until we have the bill, that is when we can able to have this fully realized. So that is what I have to say, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chairs Murugara, I see the Honorable
So
Chair.
thank you so much. I support.
Yes, I see the Honorable Chair for Health, and of course the members, the leadership. I can see all of you. I wanted to make an exception to allow Honorable D. Doraso to say, have his contribution for the reasons you know, that people of his faith are currently fasting, and he wants to leave. He's fasting. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for indulging me. And I really wish to beg my colleagues to bear with me. Indeed, I am fasting, and I really wanted to contribute and go away. Honorable Speaker, let me on the onset thank and congratulate the committee headed by Honorable Atandi. And looking through this particular document of the budget 25-26, there are a few areas that I wish to touch on following comments by my chairman, Honorable Gabriel Tangoyo. First of all is the government printer, where they have given them additional allocation of 124 million. The government printer is at the heart of printing of all government documents, whether they are pamphlets, whether they are gazette notice, doctrinal and policy documents. The question I keep on asking myself, in the absence of an efficient, effective, and time-bound government printer, where are classified and important government documents being printed? And I think, Honorable Atandi, going forward, it is important that we put our resources where our mouth is, that places like government printers should be well funded, so that the exchequer, actually, as opposed to funding government printer, it is the government printer that can plow resources back to the exchequer. On the State Department for Performance and Delivery Management, I think this is a key department in government that oversights, reports, monitors, and ensures that there are no wastage in government or government projects are delivered on time. I think for the first time I can see they are remembered in this budget. And going forward, if we really want to fight things like corruption and dead projects or white elephant projects, then we must really look at how we are going to use the State Department for Performance and Delivery. On the policing services, I can see there is 1.645 billion and 156 million that has been put in the DCI and in the administration police. If we really want an effective Directorate of Criminal Intelligence to be able to prevent crime, but also to arrest those who are breaking the laws, including killing and doing all sorts of anti-society evil, then the DCI must be well equipped. To that end, currently we have the DCI Forensic Lab that has actually overstayed in terms of it being useful and available to the Kenyan public. And to that end, I think the Committee of Budget will, in its wisdom, find the need to put resources into DCI. Secondly, is this issue of the AP, the frontline troops. The APs have the RDU, the Rapid Deployment Unit, the Border Policing Unit, the ROG, that is the Response Operating Group. All these are frontline troops that actually today are keeping Kenya safe while we are able to sit in these chambers and be able to discuss what is really important for Kenya. And putting money into some of these areas, in their mobility, in their firepower, in force protection, then we are able to say that those soldiers who are keeping us safe, they themselves, in the course of their duties, must be safe. Honorable Speaker, the chairman talked about the new administrative units. If Kenya must be governed, then the footprint of governance must be everywhere visible and it can be identified. For a very long time, we have just attended to few areas, and in some cases, it is the elite who actually decide with the executive where governance should go. And I must thank this administration. Today we have close to, I think, 400 plus new sub-counties and divisions, locations, and sub-locations. Already it has been identified by our committee that we need close to 2.5 billion to be able to operationalize those gazetted administrative units. But in this particular budget, a budget line of only 100 million has been provided. It is indeed a drop in the ocean. So for that reason, as members of this House, seamless administration is to our benefit as leaders, so that if there are incidences or if there are developments, then there are people who can carry out these activities on our behalf. So I don't know where the budget committee can find resources, but I believe in your deep pockets, please see if there's anything that you can do. Operationalization of the livestock board. Livestock contributes 9% to our GDP. And most of the ASAL, and most of also non-ASAL, depend on livestock for their day-to-day livelihood. And in this particular budget, the National Livestock Development and Promotion Services is lacking. And yet it is here we do development, promotion, and marketing of livestock. A few months ago, we must thank the President for having gazetted the people he nominated for the livestock board. And I think in this budget, nothing has been allocated. So I wish to implore the budget committee to really look at it, to say what is useful for many out there. We must see where we can we plow in some resources, or where can we rob Peter to give Paul. On the other areas, it is this idea of A&A by the National Treasury. I think those organizations that are able to bring money to the exchequer, such as the Public Benefits Organization, this is the former NGOs, the private security companies. These are organizations, if funded, they can plow money back into the national coffers. It is important for us to identify such organizations and put money where there is actually returns. But also, A&A can be abused. In our committee, we have looked at certain areas, and there is potential for abuse. Finally, is the issue of equity. Budget is about equity. When you look at it, look at which part of Kenya has not been touched. And because we have the BAD's overview of the budget, let us be very proficient on that point. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Murugara will be followed by the Honorable Dr. James Nikal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me begin by thanking Honorable Atandi and his committee for some work very well done. I know they went deep into the nights trying to cobble these figures so that today we can have a debate on them and start the process of appropriating money to the country. So thank you very much, Honorable Atandi and your group. I'm happy to hear from the chairperson of internal security regarding area managers, whom we always speak for. I know there was public participation recently on the government policy on them, but we need to move the speed and enact that bill into a law so that we have a legal framework on which area managers can base their request for payment of their remuneration. It's nice to hear that we are also planning for the new administrative units, sub-counties. Interestingly, when I was young and in primary school, we had only 42 districts. They have moved up and up, and as we speak today, we have over 410 sub-counties in the Republic of Kenya. And this is commendable because it is bringing services closer to the people, and it must be encouraged, including the courts, which, Mr. Speaker, you alluded to. We must now be moving towards having a courthouse in every constituency so that people do not have to walk long distances seeking legal services or justice services. Honorable Speaker, allow me to comment on the sector, the justice sector in the country, which falls under JLAC and has several agencies under it. Thank you, Honorable Atandi, because I begin with the judiciary, where I find that you have made the additional allocation of shillings 1 billion. Extremely important, because the judiciary, as the third arm of government, does important work for this country, and without it, we cannot call ourselves a state. So the judiciary has the 1 billion, which is for various purposes. And the judges, especially the Chief Justice, needs to hear this.
Honorable Murugara, honorable members, pursuant to Standing Order number 237, alerting the House that we have just entered the second allotted day for purposes of debating this motion.
Very good.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. What is the 100 billion supposed to do? Very important. Number one, we have to recruit additional judges. And pursuant to this, an advertisement has gone out that we have now to recruit 20 High Court judges and 15 Court of Appeal judges. Thank you, Honorable Atandi. Number two, we must confirm over 1,000 youths who are employed under the Ajira program all over the country in all the courts. These innocent children have worked under contract for over 2 years. And I'm 100% sure that in accordance with our law and the judicial pronouncements, you cannot have a casual or temporary employee for that period of time. So the judiciary needs to look into this quickly, confirm these youngsters into P and P so that they are able to undertake their work of transcribing court proceedings amongst other duties. Number 3, stored courthouses. And I always remind the judiciary that when we talk about the High Court at Homa Bay and the other high courts in the country, I also have my principal magistrate's court at Marimanti. I'm happy that money is now available. We should be looking at all the court stored projects, the courthouses, including that in Homa Bay, now completed, judges posted, and judicial services brought closer to the people. And that applies to that one at Maribanti too. And also move forward the construction of courthouses in the constituencies. I know the judiciary is asking new members of parliament to partner with them so that using CDF, you can actually put up the courthouse. They will then post for you staff. If you have any money left in CDF, this is encouraging because I'm trying it in Tharaka in 2 places. You can also try and see that you have a courthouse, not now in a constituency, but in every sub-county. This is important. That's why we are emphasizing CDF. Because CDF does almost everything in this country, especially when it comes to national government projects. We have had no regard for what is happening in the counties, and I'm happy Kenyans are now waking up to say and demand what exactly are the counties doing for the country. What are they doing for the citizens? We are going to appropriate over 400 billion to these counties. Where is this money going? Apart from huge recurrent expense, and the little that is left is pilfered by unscrupulous governors who think themselves to be demigods in the counties. We will be taking on them head-on because we are the ones who appropriate the money and we do not appropriate it for them to consume. Thank you, Honorable Atandi, because the other state departments also got enhancements. State Department of Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs, State Department of Correctional Services, State Law Office, Commission on Administrative Justice, Ethics and Anti-Corruption, and Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. All these have received some enhancement, and I believe the Treasury will carry that through. On behalf of the people of Tharaka, it's vitally important that I bring to the attention of Honorable Atande how Tharaka looks like. I'm happy, Honorable Speaker, you have been to Tharaka many times. And what I say here, you can confirm if I go outside. Number 1, today, there is no constituency in the country that would be proud to boast of about 25% electricity connectivity. Therefore, thank you, Honorable Atandi. You have allotted money to the Ministry of Energy. It will be my duty to go and remind that ministry that Tharaka needs affirmative action in matters electricity. Tharaka does not have many tarmac roads. Honorable Speaker would recollect that when he visited the Barimanti, that time there was no tarmac. Today there is a semblance of tarmac that is disjointed because it has stored. I'm happy money is being allocated to actually now get up those stored projects, including that road from Chakariga to Marimanti, while we are getting a new road tarmacked towards Miomponi, Mukothima, Katunga. When it comes to water, Honorable Atandi, I actually observed that he has made a bit of allocations for water in the Raka, although there are also recommendations of reductions, and part of it is on my water plants in the constituency. I'll be going to the ministry to recover what I'm able to recover, because Tharaka is arid and semi-arid, and these budgets we make must reflect what people are experiencing in the constituencies. I would have said a lot more, because we will actually be looking at the Committee of Supply to see how the money is going to be allocated, and we will actually be making contributions on this. However, I do support the report, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Dr. James Nikal, the Chair, Departmental Committee on Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by appreciating the Chair and the Committee of Budget and Appropriation on how they've conducted the whole process and how they've interacted with the departmental committee chairs. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this budget because this budget has focused on stabilizing the health sector and looked at the important key areas that we really need to look at as a country to stabilize our health system. The budget has looked at the primary health care system, where areas like vaccination, malaria, TB have actually been addressed with funding. To take just one, vaccines, we put 4.6 billion. And in promotive services, we have 10 billion, which covers many areas, including even the kits that will be required for primary health promoters. So, Speaker, even level 2 and level 3 services that have been a problem and has been actually the bane of the complaints in SHA actually will be addressed by the money that is put in primary health care and emergency and critical illness, which we talk about a little later. Mr. Speaker, the other areas that are really key in the complaints we have in the health sector has been actually human resource. And in human resource, we have three main areas, and they have actually been addressed, if not fully, but adequately for the purpose now. One is the UHC workers who have been actually camping out here, where 6.1 billion has been allocated. They have, of course, been asking for a lot more, but if the figures are worked out, and if there is proper planning on how this is organized between the county government and the national government, and I hope they will do that, this money is actually adequately start off the process. The issue of interns have been addressed, and the funds have been put to actually address the agreements that they had. Same as the issue of registrars, that has been a long time, and at least 200 million been put to actually start to streamline how registrars are actually applied in all the areas, in all the facilities where they are training. The other area that has been quite is the area of financing. Mr. Speaker, there has been a problem with SHA. There's no question about it, and the people who are complaining that SHA is not working had a point. And the people also who are complaining, who are saying it is working, had a point. The issue was very actually straightforward. The issue is we had three funds there. The SHIF, which is the Social Health Insurance Fund, which is a contribution, and that was going on, and people who are admitted were actually getting services. But the issue of primary health care fund, which was funded from tax, and the emergency and critical care actually have not been funded before. And as you have indicated, we have had earlier, we have had 13 billion for primary care fund and 10 billion for emergency critical and chronic care fund. So with that, if the ministry and in working in coordination with the county government, particularly for the primary health care fund, the complaints of outpatient and level 2 and level 3 in regard to SARS should actually be resolved. And people should actually now register, because with that, we expect that it should work. The other issue in the sector is the issue of availability of drugs and equipment. And therefore, in KEMSA has actually been supported in its operations, but earlier they had actually got, in the ongoing budget, they had got 1.5 billion, which should actually help them to recover from the effects of COVID. The other major issue is the referral system, particularly level 6, and we have realized that actually level 6 services have an issue of equity, because you have regions where they're level 6 and regions where they're no level 6, and yet these are areas where people need services like cancer care. And to that extent, in this budget, or in the policy aspect of the budget, we are looking at how we can have these referral services upgraded. In total, all the referral services that now are in existence, we put up to 43.3 billion. And there are two new ones, that is Mwai Kibaki in Nyeri and Jaramogi in Kisumu, where we have put 1.3 and 2.8 billion in this budget, and I think that should help them. And then there are others that actually are in the process, and some money has been put so that this process can actually be streamlined. I don't want to go more because I think people have talked and we have the issue of time. But I want to say one main thing with this, Mr. Speaker. The health services in this country, particularly public health services, are to a large extent in the domain of the county governments. Even these funds that have been put, particularly the primary health care fund, even the UHC fund, if we do not have a proper coordination between the county government and the national government, these funds will not serve the purposes for which they are put. On this, I'm actually calling the health committee of the Council of Governors to actually work with the Ministry of Health, Medical Services, and Public Health and Sanitation departments to actually work out a process where these funds will be operational. For example, the 13 billion in primary health care fund, if applied properly, should actually support level 2, level 3, and outpatients. If we take care of that, Mr. Speaker, the complaints about SHA will actually go. And once people go to those services and those levels and find services, people will be encouraged to enroll. But if there are complaints that they are going and they're not getting services, and to that extent, we have the Facility Improvement Fund, which is going to support level 2, which is level 2, level 3, Facility Improvement Fund, and that is where we expect that the 13.3B will have a system that brings that money to that level. And if that level is properly funded and people get services, then we do not see why KEMSA should actually not get paid, because that is where the drugs are used a lot, and if that is taken care of, then obviously KEMSA. So there are a lot of structural issues that have to go into place. The money has been put in place, so I'm really just asking the Health Committee of the Council of Governors, the Ministry of Health, to actually sit together and work out a system that will sort out the issue of the universal health cover, UHC workers, sort out the issue of KEMSAs, sort out the issue of interns, because funds have been made available. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Honorable Anthony Oluoch will be followed by Honorable Mukunji, the MP for Manyata. Then Honorable Wilberforce Oundo, to be followed by the Honorable Kiarie.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to also rise to support this, and I want to begin, Honorable Speaker, with the second part of what the committee had moved in its motion. The chair had asked for the approval of a sum of 2.38,293,978,440 billion from the consolidated fund. I'm more concerned on my first point. On the second part, make policy and financial resolutions contained in this second part. And I say this, Honorable Speaker, because a number of policy and financial recommendations have been made in the last financial year, in particular in last year's budget estimates deliberations. The first one is affirmative action, in which I hope, and I have seen attempts to carry and entrench in a number of State Department estimates. Honorable Speaker, affirmative action is now firmly entrenched under our Constitution as our foundational principles, particularly Article 10, and then goes into a number of others, including Article 204. Honorable Speaker, it is only possible that some places that are unreached, including places like informal settlements in Nairobi, when you look at the crafting of Article 204, it excludes places like cities, because the assumption is Nairobi, Kisumu, wherever those big counties are already developed. Yet, it is very, very possible, and indeed is the position, that informal settlements where you have Mathare, you have Mukuru, you have Kwajenga, you have Kibra, are all marginalized, and affirmative action in budget-making process must always extend to them. There is also the issue of budget equity, ensuring that when resources are allocated and those to whom trust is given to allocate and preside over the allocation of resources must employ a policy of budget equity across the country. The people in Turkana are as much entitled to getting roads, water, electricity, and other services as those in Lamu, the same as those in Diwa in Homa Bay, the same as those one in Muranga, and also in the constituency where Honorable Oundo comes from. The question of budget equity must be an overarching issue that always pervades in our budget-making process. Honorable Speaker, the budget making, and this is my last point on that issue of policy and financial resolution, is that budget making must constantly be on a path for the improvement and attainment of rights. I am particularly drawn to Article 28, where every person is entitled to inherent dignity and for that dignity to be respected. Same to Article 43, that says that every person is entitled to affordable and accessible housing. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is very natural then that my first point in support of this budget would be on the State Department on Housing. The State Department of Housing, Honorable Speaker, has had an allocation of nearly 95 billion, and it will not be lost, especially to those of us in Nairobi, that it was possible to extend that Article 28 and Article 43, dignity and enhancement and protection of that dignity of individuals, that a person who was living in an informal settlement in Mukuru, and soon that could be extended to Mathare and other places, Makadara, Kibera, Langata, they can now finally enter a decent house where they can get a shower, possibly a hot shower, they can get clean water, they can get access to electricity, whereas it was the common practice that for them to get electricity, they would either have to do illegal connection or go into other illicit ways of lighting, which are a constant cause for fire in informal settlements. Honorable Speaker, the other area where I think affirmative action should have been endeared because it was extended last year was the area of the State Department on basic education. And I'm happy that in the supplementary budget, His Excellency the President did extend 1 billion Kenya shillings to all the 17 constituencies in Nairobi. We engaged in that discussion this year as leaders of Nairobi and made that petition to His Excellency and also to the Chair of Budget. Unfortunately, because of the limited fiscal space, we have been assured that Nairobi will get a similar extension of 1 billion to extend, especially to the informal settlements, the idea of basic infrastructure. This is why you can now see when I started off by saying what are the policy and financial issues that must underlie the budget making process. On the issue of education, because now I'm there, Mr. Speaker, I have seen, I think that is a futuristic premonition that our Speaker sitting as he is right now will one day get that title of His Excellency. Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Undo, what is out of order? Prophecies like that must be taken seriously.
Indeed, Honorable Speaker, I needed also to add my voice because the way your face has glared, the way your soul has lifted, I can see it has truly touched the bottom of your heart.
Yes.
And may the God's wishes come to pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable KJ, what do you find out of order in that prophecy?
Mr. Speaker, I imagine that we have standing orders that dictate what a point of order is. And I do not think that the Honorable Daktari stood on a point of order, even from his submission. Mr. Speaker, what was said by the Honorable Member for Mathare is only possible today, after we have been able to make it clear to Kenyans that anybody in this country can rise to the highest seat in office. And Mr. Speaker, this is only possible within this broad-based government, Mr. Speaker, that has given opportunity to any member of this country to feel part, not only of the country, but also part of government. So, Mr. Speaker, the dreams that are being prophesied by the Honorable Member Wakili Oluoch are possible. And all I would like to say is that those dreams are very, very valid. And if it so happened, then we shall have the brain power that we were talking about, the tyranny of Akili from Homa Bay, rising to a high position of power. But to my mind, Mr. Speaker, what Dr. Oundo rose on was not a point of order as stipulated by our standing orders. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable KJ, the Honorable Dr. Oundo merely confirmed that that prophecy appeared to rest very well in my soul.
Yes, precisely.
So there is nothing out of order. Honorable, what you will continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And so I wanted to conclude that point by talking to the question of capitation. I see that about 90 billion has been put on the question of capitation. And just like CDF, I think the issue is usually half the question of allocation, but secondly, a question of exchequer. And even though the House has constantly, in its oversight role, tried to ensure that we match allocation with prompt and timely disbursements of these monies. So, and I have seen on the flip side that the capitation money has gone down from 22,000 Kenya shillings per student to about 17. I should hope that this will not affect the number of students or leave out some of the students, or if there is a gap, I hope that the chair and the budget committee will plug this in supplementary too. Lastly, on that issue of education of the State Department, I have seen gladly that about 5.9 billion has been reinstated on the question of exams. There is still a shortfall of 6 billion, and hopefully this will be able to be flagged. There is also about 7.5 billion on the confirmation of intern teachers. The only issue that I want to request that we must ensure that is done is a question of equity, one of the three policy issues that I said should underlie our budget making process, so that the teachers and the distribution of this opportunity to have teachers extends to people in far-flung areas and people who historically have not had similar amounts and numbers put and extended to them, can also have proper TSC teachers, as opposed to relying on BOG teachers, as is the case in some of the constituencies, including Mathare. And I know also of my good friend, Honorable TJ Kajwang. I wanted to speak on the State Department for Infrastructure. And Honorable Speaker, one of the key issues that I've raised also here in relation to the question of equity. I had recently a debate or pronouncements being made about securitization being an illegality. Now, I looked at Section 6 of the Roads Act and Section 32A 1C, and it clearly allows the minister to set apart part of the money that is allocated, of the 50% allocation that is able to go down in terms of distribution, and to set apart this money, invest it, and then plow it back so that we are able to deal with two things. One is a question of pending bills, which continue to be a big impediment in the rollout of new roads and carpeting of roads and maintenance of roads in the case of constituencies like Nairobi. And so the idea of securitization would be able to deal with pending bills and at the same time be able to deal with the question of equity. Lastly, because my time is over, is on the question of energy. I cannot fail to thank the committee and Honorable Atandi that through the intervention of His Excellency, you are able to extend 500 million that informal settlements, including my own constituency, Mathare, where one ward with 30,000 people has not seen electricity for the last 7 years, can now be able to have a last mile connection. And I also see that RAREC will be able to implement this. Also on this, and this is my final point as a support, 670, is it million or billion, on electrification of constituencies. I hope this will be divided equitably so that we are able to have street lights and high mast in order to enhance security in our constituencies. I thank you and I support the budget making process and the estimates by the committee. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable Mukunji.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to give my contribution. And Honorable Speaker, I also want to take toll and congratulate the Chair and the committee. This is never an easy job to actually work on the budget of the country. But first, Honorable Speaker, I want to first clearly indicate that we are talking of close to 900 billion in our deficit in this year's budget, Honorable Speaker. And it is important to say that I believe we need to change how we work on these budgets in a way that if we fell short in our previous years through our collections, we need to take that into considerations and work within our means, Honorable Speaker. And since we are talking about a budget of close to 3 trillion, it tells you, Honorable Speaker, we have actually just expanded our consumption as a country. And Honorable Speaker, I also want to take note that when we talk of deficit, there are so many other things that are not included, including matters to do with pending bills, and now the current issue we are normally hearing about secularization of fuel levy and most likely other levies. Honorable Speaker, I want to take note of pending projects. And I know every member in his constituency has projects that have stalled and have been waiting funding. And I want to appreciate that I've seen the committee has put in a water project, Itabwa Muthatari and New Kidhemo water project to be completed. And it just required 20 million Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, but it has been pending for close to 3-4 years, and people have not had a chance to use the water. Honorable Speaker, as I speak about the irrigation project, I want to take toll and also support the chair of Irrigation and Water Committee and say that, Honorable Speaker, this government and the ministry must really know where we can have impactful projects. And I believe water projects are among the projects that really can change this country and ensure that our country develops. Honorable Speaker, we have had many presidents and regimes making a name. Honorable Mwai Kibaki, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, made a name through education. He also made a name through SMEs. His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta has obviously made a name in the infrastructure of this nation. The railway systems, the road systems, including the famous expressway. And I believe the place this regime can make a name is ensuring that everybody has gotten water, either for irrigation and, Honorable Speaker, piped water for drinking. That is just my advice. And, Honorable Speaker, I want to take note of the 2 billion coffee cherry fund, which has been allocated. And, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that there is a pending issue on what I would call waiver of our coffee factory debts that has been a promise for years. And, Honorable Speaker, I have heard the majority leader take credit of the good pricing of coffee that has been happening for this year. And I want to correct him and say that, yes, we have had good prices for coffee, but where the government can make an impact is not to take credit of the good pricing, but to ensure the longevity of the good pricing through ensuring that the factories are free of debt, as it is happening in the sugar farming areas, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have seen a lot of usage of money in empowerment. Honorable Speaker, I have seen leaders led by the Deputy President moving around doing some empowerment programs. And I was very keen to check whether there is an allocation in the budget for that program. And to my shock, I've not seen any, Honorable Speaker. I've seen only 4 billion that has been allocated to the youth ministry, and I believe that is not enough to even cater for empowerment together with the wages. Honorable Speaker, I want to actually...
The Honorable Mukunji, do you need information
No,
from Honorable Watch?
No, I don't need information because of time, Honorable Speaker.
Well,
I'll talk to my good friend, Honorable Alwatch, on the side. But, Honorable Speaker, as I continue, I want to say that we need equity in sharing of our budget. And I want to actually differ with many speakers that have said budget committee in the previous years has been skewed. Honorable Speaker, where we are having a skewed budget is when we make a budget in this house, but then somewhere else we have other new places where there is allocation of resources. And this has made only the places that some people have visited to be the ones that are actually getting the resources. I would like to call upon this House to take charge of the budget, where every constituency is represented, except the constituencies that are waiting to do by-elections. And if we do that, Honorable Speaker, I believe we'll be sharing our resources fairly in almost all areas. Honorable Speaker, on education, I want to say that I was speaking to a number of teachers for the last 2 days. And I was shocked to hear there is interference in the NEMIS program that we use to allocate money. And Honorable Speaker, I know you were shocked when you heard there is a school that got 87 shillings through NEMIS. And this is because I'm told head teachers upload names of the student, but then within a minute they are removed. And this has made the NEMIS system to be unfair to some of the areas and some of the schools. Honorable Speaker, it's good as we allocate money for capitation to actually take charge of an audit of the NEMIS program. Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about the new funding model. And Honorable Speaker, right now we have allocated close to around 97 billion. Honorable Speaker, this program, the new funding model, by the time this country goes fully into the new funding model, we are going to need close to 350 billion to run that university program. I want to call upon this House to actually take stock, and please, we would like, when we see something is not sustainable, to look at how we can reduce and ensure that we don't have a new funding model where students are staying in the universities without very clear ways of paying their school fees. Honorable Speaker, at this juncture, I want to say, of course, CDF has been a game changer when it comes to bridging the gap in the education sector, and I want to put my words there that that is fund that we should fight tooth and nail to protect. Honorable Speaker, as I talk about housing, and I have taken note of Honorable Member from Madare, I also want to say that these are resources that we need to expand their usage. Honorable Speaker, why housing cannot be a major accolade from many Kenyans is because housing are a very personal development agenda. Honorable Speaker, I call upon us to look at how we can amend that law and allow areas that need water to get water, others that need houses to get houses, others that need of electricity to get electricity, so that, Honorable Speaker, we can be able to ensure every part of the country feels value for the resources that they are cut through levy, Honorable Speaker. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, the police force has had an increment in what they are getting. But I want to say that it is good
That's out of order, Honorable Anthony Lodge.
Yeah, and I apologize because I see you had already almost wind up, for I deliberately waited for you to finish. I am on my feet, I'm on the point of order. Is it in order, Honorable Speaker, for the Honorable Member to attempt to limit the rights and put a hierarchy that would place the housing needs of my constituents and those of KJ and informal settlements, to put the water needs of his constituency over mine? Would it be in order when this is under Article 28 on the question of dignity and Article 43 of the Constitution? Secondly, on the point of order, was it in order to mislead this House that the Deputy President has been running around on empowerment project without a budget? This is both a point of order and a point of information, because I sit in the Education Committee. The program the Deputy President is going around doing is called a National Youth Empowerment and something. What is the other name? Yes. And there is a budget under the State Department of MSME on that one. It is a co-funded project between the World Bank and the government of Kenya. And so there is money and a budget to run off, and it is not, is it in order that the member continues to mislead this House? Thank you.
Honorable Mukunji.
Honorable Speaker, you have to be fair.
Those are statements duly attributed to you, and you want to clarify or withdraw them.
Honorable Speaker, I will ask for fairness in time, because I've been interrupted while I'm finishing up. And Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that, of course, if it is genuinely empowerment, it should be very clear on how it is put, it should be coded, and we should clearly know that there is some money for every constituency on empowerment. But Honorable Speaker, I was finishing up, and I wanted to mention something to do with county governments and what they are receiving vis-a-vis what they are collecting in the ANA. Honorable Speaker, there has been a lot of corruption in what counties do in their collections. And that is why there is a big burden, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the resources they need from the national government. I would call upon this House to come up with more stringent measures to ensure counties A is not misused, and automation of it must be mandatory, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support, and Honorable Speaker, among what I was dictating on housing is what I would call the common user projects that touch on lives of everybody. That is roads, electricity, and water. And everybody needs us. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Is it Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this report is pursuant to this floor of the House, pursuant to Article 221 of the Constitution, that requires the committee to deliberate, hold public participation, and submit its report and recommendations to this House. So it's proper in this House, and that's why we are debating on it. Honorable Speaker, and let me also congratulate my neighbor for presiding over his first report in this matter, even though, let me admit, there's nothing earth-shaking, there's nothing so innovative, there's nothing so departure from the old ritual that's being presented here today. But be it, I know his hands are tied, just like anybody else. I hope it was our own government under the Raila Amolo Odinga, where our hands will be unshackled and will make all the major issues that we need to put into place. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo, you've invited a point of order from the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Honorable Speaker, it's never in my intention to disrupt my brother and my neighbor, Honorable Oundo. But Honorable Speaker, is it in order for Honorable Oundo to belittle this House by claiming that this House does not have powers to make budget, when it is very clear that budget making is the mandate and responsibility of this House? Is it in order, Honorable Speaker?
Honorable Speaker, I did not in any way say that Parliament doesn't have powers to make budget. I just said his hands are tied because of the fiscal framework we are facing, the economic situation we are facing, so his hands are tied. And I said, Honorable Speaker, that if Raila Amolo Odinga was the president, this predicament the country is going through will not be there. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
But Honorable Dr. Oundo, we need also to be factual. For the first time, I've seen budget estimates where a road project, for instance, is proposed in Mandera County. I've never seen any like that before. And for the first time, the constituency of the Honorable Martin Owino, the constituency which has never seen a tarmac road or a road raised to bitumen, is in the estimates.
Honorable Speaker.
Several other roads in regions and places which have been forgotten by other budget estimates of the past. So give the devil his due.
Hello, Honorable Speaker, I hope the time you have taken to speak you will give, because you have taken 5 minutes.
It is preserved.
Honorable Speaker, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, they can celebrate, but as people of Busia, but people for lesser God, we have nothing to celebrate, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me, and probably to pick up on 2 issues. Honorable Mkunja has left it off, that there are some basic common user facilities that are required. Every Kenyans require them. Other things they can sort themselves out. There are things that are retained by the national government, which we legislate or we budget through this process. Honorable Speaker, when I look at the amount, there is under the roads and infrastructure, there is close to 200 billion. I think so, yeah, 200 billion slated for roads and related infrastructure. And as usual, Honorable Speaker, I've painstakingly gone through this document. The specific itemized roads, where that 200 billion is going to go, I have not seen it. And this continues the opaque nature of budget making that I thought our experts and the chair, having suffered with him in the trenches, would have been magnanimous enough, or the committee, even the Parliamentary Budget Office, would have annexed to this report and say, out of the following projects, this is where each, the funds totaling to 200 billion going to. Honorable Speaker, again, typical for our nature, we are the same, going back to where we were. Opaque nature, somebody will sit somewhere and basically allocate that money and franchise or just ignore many other places. And that, Honorable Speaker, I say so with a heavy heart that Article 10 of the Constitution that requires inclusiveness, equality, is continuously flouted in the budget-making process. So for many of us, Honorable Speaker, we might not have much to celebrate in this budget. Honorable Speaker, allow me now to pick out a few issues, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when you go now to the committee recommendations, for example, I want to draw the third schedule under Vote 1065, University Education. And I want the Kenyans and their parents to hear this very clearly. They have reduced 1.3 billion recurrent from government-sponsored students in private universities. So I want to tell the parents and their children that as you fill KUSIPs this year, if you are allocated to a private university, the burden to go through those 4 years or whichever number of years lies squarely in your hands. So do not make a mistake of accepting to go to those private universities. And for the private universities, this is an open discrimination by your own government against your own children who are children of this country. Then the question you wonder, why don't you issue charters to private universities if we don't allow Kenyan children to go there? Number two, Honorable Speaker, where we are talking about a complete flouting of Article 10 of the Constitution. They are increasing 600 million for infrastructure support to public universities. Again, it's very opaque. They are not told which university is receiving the money, where that money is going to. Honorable Speaker, the process continues. And Honorable Speaker, I want to go say this on record, that where the specific amount, they have said 100 million to Rongo, 100 million for Rongo University, 125 million to Jaramogi Oginga University, 50 million to Just, I think that's the same university, and obviously, Honorable Speaker, the zero allocation for Lupe University in Busia County. Honorable Speaker, I also want to bring to the attention of the country that in the same budget, there has been a reduction of 3 billion on secondary school capitation. So what does it mean? It means the parents will have to dig deeper in their pockets to supplement. The argument they are saying probably that there are less students in secondary schools, that argument cannot hold, Honorable Speaker, because the cover-up, the clean-up from the old system forced so many of the students who had been marked timing to go back to school. Honorable Speaker, I have so many other cases I would have want to pick out, but for the sake of time, let me, Honorable Speaker, address the elephant in the house, the issue of universal health care. Honorable Speaker, I've been a very strong proponent of registration and a SHIF and share. In my constituency, wherever I go, I sing the gospel, I sing the idea, just like Jesus Christ used to preach all over. Honorable Speaker, there has been very many good cases, and I must applaud there have been many cases. And Honorable Nyikali is here, Dr. Nyikali is seated here with us. We really need to address the issue of the universal health care, the issue of critical illness, and Honorable Speaker, the relationship between SHA and private hospitals. As I stand here, Honorable Speaker, I have a case of a patient from my constituency who is admitted at Zion Hospital in Maradaima here in Nairobi. The bill as of last week, 2 weeks ago, was 450. SHA only paid 56,000. SHA only paid 56,000, Honorable Speaker. The family has raised 170 something. They still have about 200,000, and the person is detained in hospital as we stand today, Honorable Speaker. This is a 19-year-old boy who was accidentally knocked on the road crossing, going to his side hustles, and there has been no attempt at all to solve the problem. I want to implore upon you, to implore you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, and the Budget Committee. We must find a way of how we can have a social intervention system to deal with this kind of cases. We have nowhere where we get 200,000 to solve the matter. The longer they stay in the hospital, the longer the problem becomes. I have another and also detained, Honorable Speaker, in a private hospital in Audit. Didn't have SHA, it was not yet registered in SHA, and that's where the danger we have. Honorable Speaker, we must invest in the process of registering the members. Let me conclude, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of money allocated to county governments. And I have seen here, Honorable Speaker, it's agreed all over the country that we don't see value for the money that has gone to county governments. That most of the money is either lost in recurrent expenditure, because county governments have now become employment bureaus. They employ literally everybody, even people who never go to work or who have not even specific job description. They are on the payroll of the county governments. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Auditor General has requested for more money, and I'm happy the committee has added them more money. We can save much more money and give them more money if they are going to net the thieves in the county governments. For sure, it will be a travesty of justice to add them more money next financial year if they have not brought to book the thieving members in the county assembly. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I also listened to Honorable Atandi indicate that they have reduced the physical deficit. I am surprised because we have not passed the finance bill. So we do not know how much revenue we are going to generate. I think it's important we tell the people of Kenya the process, how it flows. We cannot talk about reduce 1 million.
Give the Honorable Oundo 2 minutes.
I will not even take 2 minutes. Honorable Speaker, it is important we need the logical flow. We know how much we can spend. We know what are requirements. Then we go for revenue-raising measures. Is that point that we'll know what's the fiscal deficit? For example, what if the finance bill fails? We're still going to have another supplementary one immediately like we had last year. Prudent management indicates you must foresee and plan adequately. So, Honorable Speaker, so that KJ can speak, let me conclude here. And no, he was after me. And let me conclude and say, Honorable Speaker, we must monitor budget performance. We appropriate, but Treasury does not disburse the money. At the end of the year, what we are supposed to have done is not done. The budget becomes a consumption budget, not a productive budget, and that's why you find our economy has stalled, is not expanding. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members are advised to read the report of the committee together with the budget estimates under the schedule. The voluminous thing, I think most members normally focus on the summarized report, but this one is a bit more specific. The Honorable Kiari John.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. And I also must thank the Honorable Samuel Atandi and congratulate him for preparing his maiden budget, and in the same breath congratulate his committee, which has judiciously combed through this budget and even had time to listen in on the sector proposals. And I must say that this year it has been a bit different, because we can see that this report that he presents to the House is true to the submissions that were made by the different committees before his committee. Mr. Speaker, also allow me to appreciate the tireless work that was done by the Chair Emeritus, the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, who is also a member of this committee, and I want to believe that he was also part of the team that was burning midnight oil to ensure that this gets to us in time. Mr. Speaker, the work done here, we can see that the committee was very keen to move in the direction of austerity. And they were doing this while balancing very many competing interests. And Mr. Speaker, what they have done for the year 25-26 starts us off on a good trajectory towards where we would want Kenya to go, and especially being true to the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And Mr. Speaker, I want to speak this from the bottom of my heart, that the generation of members of parliament in the 13th parliament will one day look back and they shall be extremely proud that they were part of the team that made extremely difficult decisions when Kenya needed decisions to be made, at a time when Kenya could not continue kicking the can down the road, because some of the things that the Honorable Samuel Atandi and his committee are funding in this report are things that Kenya has always wanted to do. Mr. Speaker, not a single presidential candidate has vied in any election in this country and never mentioned the issue of housing. Every time they put it in their manifesto, every time they tried to implement it, because of populist politics, they shied off. But this time round, Mr. Speaker, this is a generation of leaders who have decided to take the bull by the horns, and we are seeing the results, Mr. Speaker. In just 1 year of funding this program called the Affordable Housing Program, we in Nairobi are seeing the benefit of it. Mr. Speaker, words cannot explain what we saw in Mukuru when individuals who would never have dreamt to be in a house that has what we take to be basic amenities, sinks that have running water, toilets that are inside their house, and all these other things that we take for granted. These people who had never imagined that they could live in a stone-walled house were receiving their keys thanks to the decisions that are being made by the generation of leaders this time. Mr. Speaker, in Dagoretti South constituency, we are waiting. Coming out of this budget that is presented by Honorable Sam Atandi, we are expecting to see the biggest infrastructural drive in the history of our constituency, Mr. Speaker. Seeing the coming up of affordable housing projects in Gashui, seeing the affordable housing, constructing houses in Reruta, the markets that have broken ground in Reruta, the markets that are coming up to break ground in Waithaka and in Gashui. Mr. Speaker, these decisions that need to be made must be made by people who know that you do not have to always be popular, because sometimes in leadership you have to make very tough decisions and history shall vindicate you. We have seen it in the case of the Honorable President Emeritus Mwai Kibaki, when he was making the hard and tough decisions, and especially in the coalition government with the Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga. We will remember we were old enough when Kenyans were shouting them down, saying that Kibaki and Raila do not love Kikuyus. They are demolishing the houses of Kikuyus. But the moment Thika Road came up, the moment the bypasses became operational, today everybody is saying that Kibaki must have been the best president Kenya had. Because at a time of reform, at a time of building, it might be painful, but the benefits that accrue out of it go into posterity. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sam Atandi is helping us fund here the university funding model. Mr. Speaker, you remember when the Honorable Mwai Kibaki attempted to say that there is free primary education, some people were shouting him down. They were saying Kibaki is not giving us masomo ya bure. He is giving us masomo bure. And people were saying it is not possible to admit all those children into primary schools and give them quality education. Today, we are seeing the result of it. So, Honorable Speaker, I do see the work that has been put in by the Committee on Budget and Appropriations, moving us towards the realization of dreams that Kenya has had as aspirations since the inception of country. Mr. Speaker, I did take note of an observation made by the committee in regard of revenue mobilization. And Mr. Speaker, this cannot be taken lightly. When the committee makes a recommendation that KRA has to better its ways of mobilizing revenue. And Mr. Speaker, in this age of technology, KRA can be more innovative, more creative. I am seeing what is happening in Malawi, Mr. Speaker, where their revenue authority is undertaking a lottery that invites people to enter a lottery with their ETR receipts, which is really bringing up the issue of compliance among the taxpayers, Mr. Speaker, to a place where they are able to improve on revenue collection. KRA attempted that, went the wrong way about it. Because when it comes to some of these things, you have to depend on experts to get it right, Mr. Speaker. This issue of revenue mobilization, Mr. Speaker, speaks also to the recommendation, to the observation made by the committee on the management, the mobilization, and the utilization of A within government institutions. And Mr. Speaker, the observation made by the committee must be followed with a recommendation that this committee sees through. Because the way that A is mobilized, the way A is utilized within government agencies, if that was streamlined, we would be able to comfortably raise in excess of over $500 billion just from A, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these budget estimates that as presented by the committee are also speaking to issues in the sector that I am superintending over. Mr. Speaker, I chair the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation. And the budget policy statement did note and identify that the creative economy and the digital economy are offer great opportunities for work, engagement, and also money raising for the youth in this country. And Mr. Speaker, that is why you will find that in this budget, we have been able to allocate in excess of 16 billion Kenya shillings to the State Department of ICT and the digital economy. We have also been able to allocate 6 billion, in excess of 6 billion, to the State Department of Broadcasting and Telecommunication. Mr. Speaker, with this in our sector, we aim to be able to develop the ICT infrastructure by rolling out in excess of 35,000 kilometers of fiber, providing internet connectivity to over 43,000 institutions, schools, hospitals, government offices. And Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking this at a time when it must be noted in this House that connectivity now is not just a mere utility. Connectivity today, Mr. Speaker, is a matter of life and death. There are some systems that are depending on connectivity in the civic areas, even in security areas, in the military, and even for operations to happen, Mr. Speaker. This connectivity speaks to development of our country and even being able to raise revenue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we noted when we were doing this budget making process, Mr. Speaker, the final thing that I wanted to mention is that we noted that the persistent budget cuts and the inadequate allocations are leading to delay in very major capital projects, Mr. Speaker. And I do pray that the committee led by Honorable Sam Atandi, he himself, a financial mind of great repute, is going to be vigilant to the extent that this budget shall be implemented as passed by this House. So that, Mr. Speaker, we do not run into the situation where, after we pass such a good budget, we end up in situations where we have exchequer problems, or even worse, come back to the House with a supplementary budget that negates very important things that were passed in the main budget. Mr. Speaker, with those points, I know I have much I would have wanted to say about our sector, but with those few points, Mr. Speaker, allow me to support this report on the consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2025-2026 and commend the new chair and his committee for a great job well done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Martin Owino, MP from Dewa, will now be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to fully support this budget estimate for the year 25-26. And I want to congratulate the chair, as he moves out there, for the work well done. Mr. Speaker, reducing the fiscal deficit by 0.7 is not an easy task. And I want to ask them to put the foot on the pedal, on the gas pedal, because it's the right trajectory. Mr. Speaker, I want to just pick few items here because majority has been spoken here. I don't want to repeat. But the sugar sector reforms, 2 billion. We come from the sugar growing area. I think this is a good thing to do. I just ask that it should be oversighted well as the leases go on. Most of this should pay the debts which are there. The leases should not take over these factories with people's debt and don't pay. And I want to appeal to the farmers who are boycotting taking sugar because they want their pay. This has been factored in, so please cooperate. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is the affordable housing. To us, it is different. In our rural setting, it is different from the town setting. Because affordable housing here, as visioned by the President, is about food security. You can remember, Mr. Speaker, if Carrier has five children and they grow up and you only have 5 acres of land, one takes 1 acre, another one like that, you have nowhere to grow. So affordable housing in rural setting will space out more acres for food production, and I call that food security. And I thank the President for that. Actually, if you fly over our areas, you will see all sorts of houses spread all over, and people have nowhere to farm. So this was a great thing, and Mr. Speaker, 95 billion put to it, I think, and I know Ndewa is included. And I want to thank the President for that. And if I don't go far, allow me to thank the President for visiting our constituency. For the first time, we received a President with development agenda. And so we have Gormaya Ring Road going to connect all the 7 wards. This budget is fair and is equitable. And that's why we are commending this committee. The issue of TVET, the President came and launched in a rural setting. I really say kudos to him because he follows the vision and makes sure things are done. TVET, or skilled training, is the way to go for our children. And this committee put 43.2 billion so that these kids can be skilled and even self-employ themselves. Because the issue of white-collar jobs is gone. So I know the budget chair is telling me the time, but this is passionate to me as the issue of TVET. The primary healthcare fund, Dr. Nyikal talked about this very well, and the SHA. I want to talk to the public who may be watching this. Don't be fooled that SHA does not work. Those who spread that rumor actually have registered. And if you register and we pump in this money to our primary health care facilities. It will increase the availability of medicine, the diagnostic equipment, and the personnel. And that this, to me, Chair, will arrest the disease progression due to poor management of these diseases. The cases which are isolated, like Oundo mentioned, those can be handled differently. But the general picture is that SHA works. And we have testimony from many people whose bills are cleared. The issue of education. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I still have teacher ratio 1:80. When this is being implemented, I think affirmative action should take place so that those areas with huge teacher-student ratio can be considered. I want to thank the committee about the blue economy, 5 billion. Our people depend on the lake, and it has been underutilized for a long time. I hope this will help improve the livelihood of our people. Power connectivity, in Ndewa specifically, the power connection is under 6%. In other areas, 95 to 100. So even if we put this 63.4 billion, we ask the ministry to use affirmative action. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, budget cannot be beneficial to the public if the exchequer release is as low as 60-65%. And we appeal to the Treasury. We can mention all this type of money, but if you only release a bit of it, and we are in program-based itemized budget, it does not realize the goals. The issue of equalization fund, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, who oversight this. Because we appropriate it here, but we don't see what it does wherever they go. That should be looked into. But in overall, I think this is a good budget. Thank you, Honorable Atandi and your team. Let us remain as a house to oversight this, because if we don't have good implementation, and it will be like a whitewash. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield and I support this budget.
Take 2 minutes. Take 2 minutes.
Honorable members, you are notified that this motion has 3 allotted days. We are on the second day allotted for the motion following the pronouncement I made a short while back, about 1.5 hours ago. So don't worry about reply. It being a 3 allotted day motion means the mover cannot reply today. The earliest the mover will be on the 3rd day, which in all likelihood, time having not been extended, will be tomorrow. The Honorable Japhet Nyakundi will therefore be heard.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also put my word on this budget for 2025-2026. First of all, I want to thank the Chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honorable Samuel Equity Atandi. And I call him Honorable Samuel Equity Atandi because of the good job that he has done to make sure that every part of this country gets an equal share of this budget. This is a budget of about 4.23 trillion Kenya shillings, and my eyes have been drawn to more especially the space that the money he has put in to make sure that our young men and women of this country get an employment, more especially in the education sector, where we are having about 4.5 billion Kenya shillings that has been put aside to make sure that the young people have been taken as interns, cognizant to the fact that this is the first time this country has been able to employ over 6,000 teachers, so that to be able to bridge the gap between the teacher and the student ratio. Same case to the security sector, where they have put about 2 billion to recruit, the KDF to recruit the young men and women. And you also know for the last 3 years, as a country, we've not recruited any young people in the police force. And this time round, money has been put in the budget to be able to recruit the young men and women, about 10,000 of them in the police force. This clearly shows that this administration under President William Ruto is ready and willing to make sure that the young people are given job opportunities so that they can be able, one, to serve this country, and number two, to be able to also get a living or earn a living out of that. The UHC has been a thorn in the eye. The young men and women have been operating under some weird circumstances. They've been striking each and every single day. We've been seeing them out of parliament. And as we speak here today, I am a happy man being in the Budget and Appropriations Committee and assuring that the young people that we have put in about 6 billion to make sure that the young people are taken under permanent and pensionable basis, so that they can earn a good living, they can earn some good money, they can contribute to this country. So I want to appreciate the good job that they have done. I also want to appreciate because on the Ajira sector, they've managed to put some money so that the young people who are there can be taken under permanent and pensionable basis. Also 1,000 youths in the Ajira sector who are not on permanent and pensionable basis. So this budget, as I look at it, is a budget that considers the young people of this country, is a budget that will be able to move this country forward. Another thing that has been of joy to me is the fertilizer subsidy. As you know, for the last two years, since we say that we are going to subsidize production and not consumption, we've seen a lot of changes in this country in terms of agriculture. Right now, you've seen coffee has improved from about 50 shillings to about 140, 150 shillings. The sugar sector, as a country, we used to import a lot of sugar from other countries. As we speak today, last year, as a country, we never imported even 1 ton of sugar. As years goes by, I want to assure our neighbors that they'll be buying sugar from Kenya, which is a very good thing. So I want to say that this budget is a budget that has a lot of equity, is a budget that will be able to move this country forward, and is a budget that I am sure will bring a lot of changes in this country. I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that opportunity, and I support this bill.
The Honorable Naomi Wako. In the meantime, would the Chair, Budget and Appropriations Committee approach the Speaker?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this very important motion on consideration of the budget estimate 2025-2026. Honorable Speaker, much has been said, and before I proceed, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Chair for his commitment, together with the committee, and for coming up with such a good, progressive budget that gives Kenyans a lot of hope. Honorable Speaker, I don't want also to forget the past years that Honorable Ndindi Nyoro led this committee, and for the great work they did while he was serving us as the chair. Honorable Speaker, because of time, I will move very quickly, and I want to just highlight on different areas that this budget has given attention. Education, that has been given 700 billion, and parents who have been assured of examination fees and all these others, the examination that has been catered for, and also giving hope to our education system, which clearly shows that this government
cares about the future of this country and of our young people. Honorable Speaker, another critical area that I want to touch on is on the matter of IDs, identification and distribution of IDs. And Honorable Speaker, many years ago, we have been, especially those of us who come from Northern Kenya, have been marginalized because of vetting. And today we have some people, some elderly people who are 80 years old, whose children have been educated, their sons and daughters working in government offices, but they have all been denied identity cards. But today, I want to appreciate the effort of our president, who has given this a lot of attention. And for sure, we are happy because he has said we do away with the vetting. And as a result of that, today, many people are registering for their identity cards. And it is my prayer that this process will smoothly go on because of now the allocation of the budget that we have put there, 1.4 billion, may not be enough because of the demand that is there, but it will help us. And as we do this, I pray that the issue of mobility, the issue of having enough personnel, because right now they do not have enough personnel, will be put into consideration so that they can run this process smoothly and effectively. Honorable Speaker, again, the issue of operationalization of administrative units that has been given 600 million, which is good but not enough. And I pray that more units, more administrative units will be created, the areas that have been neglected in the past, so that we can get services, we can take services closer to the people. Another critical area that has been considered is agriculture, health, and we know that many people have suffered in the past because of health issues, and with the budget that we have allocated, I'm sure we'll be able to take care of our people. Honorable Speaker, allocation to the county government, the 4.5 billion is a good thing, and we are progressing. And in addition to that, there is what we call this amount, there is what we call equitable share from the national raised revenue, which is 4 or 5 billion, and then this amount excludes additional allocation, both conditional and unconditional, which again amounts to 69.8 billion. What I want to say is, yes, devolution has done a lot of good, and many people have been employed, many families sustained, great opportunities there, people are getting contracts, but again, we have challenges because of unpaid bills, the pending bills. And we must urge our counties to pay the pending bills, to pay the salaries on time, and also to make sure that they are good stewards of the resources that are there. Honorable Speaker, many people speak of ghost workers in county and even at the national level. We should get rid of the ghost workers so that we can be accountable and we can also make good use of the resources that God has placed in our hands. Again, as we talk of the contracts at the county levels, Honorable Speaker, we must put a lot of attention on the special groups, because most of the time they are denied the opportunity. They register, but other big men or cartels do the business on their behalf. So if we can push the county governments to give attention to special groups, people living with disability, youth and women, then this country for sure will progress. Honorable Speaker, this budget is giving a lot of hope to Kenyans. And as the government has allocated 8 billion for the continuity of the fertilizer, that has given us good production in terms of maize and other produce. Again, 2 billion to coffee cherry, but I want to insist on the support to coffee farmers and 2 billion, yes, additional over 5 billion has been allocated to support the dairy and livestock sector. Honorable Speaker, I just want to urge our government, the 5 billion may not be enough because we have so many pastoralists, and most of the time we lose our animals during the drought. We need to be to give insurance to our animals, and also come up with ways so that the livestock and dairy products can also be well taken care of. Honorable Speaker, this is a forward-looking budget, giving a lot of hope because of even the money that we have placed in primary health care, about 10 billion, where HIV, AIDS positive people, the TB, malaria, and other sicknesses are well catered for. Again, Honorable Speaker, 16.6 billion for UHC coordination and 10 billion towards support to the national immunization effort. Few weeks ago, as women leaders, we met and we were presented with the challenge of immunization that our young babies are facing as a result of the funding that has been stopped. But now that this has been catered for, then we are sure that at least this process will continue and we will have a healthy society. My only request is, please give attention to the people who live in the rural areas so that they will also have the same benefits as the people living in urban areas and in the cities. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support and I pray that Kenyans will grow through this.
Honorable Dr. Naomi Wako, just before you conclude, there is the famous road the president has been proposing for the north. The one going through. Tell us something about it. Don't worry about time as the leader of the house, and because you've sat for very long,
yes,
we'll allow you time to tell us about how developments in your region have been catered for.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I said before, for many years, we have been saying that we have been marginalized and neglected, and we do not have enough roads, enough, hospitals, the health cares, the health areas, and even the education, sector has suffered because we do not have good infrastructure in place. Honorable Speaker, I must say that as people from Northern Kenya, we are grateful to our president, who is considerate enough and who has considered that particular road all the way from Isiolo to Mandera, Wajir, whatever it is. Because before that, nobody cared about us. And it is my prayer that he will consider more. And in fact, I want to urge our president to continue with the same spirit. The naysayers, let them continue saying what they are saying. But the country is already progressing. SHA is already working. Our people are going to the hospitals and giving their testimonies. Some months ago, many people were condemning our government and our president in particular. The housing, the many houses that we are building, the people who have already benefited, the slums in this country, Honorable Speaker, we must give a lot of attention to that and make sure that we do away with in this country. So as we build roads, as we develop, because by building the roads, we are taking development to those areas. And we are also encouraging those people in those areas to invest in their own areas and grow their own counties and areas. I want to say that yes, this government is focused. We will be criticized, but we are focused enough, and our president is forward-looking. And by the time we finish the 10 years, I'm sure Kenyans will say, yes, we had a responsible government in place. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members, and for the members who have stayed up to this, accept the appreciation of the Speaker. This is possibly one of the most serious roles of the National Assembly budgeting. And it's very good to see that we sit up to this late to confirm that the budget estimates accord with the development focus of the broad-based government administration currently in place. Honorable members, be upstanding. The time being 8 or 9:00 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, the 5th day of June 2025 at 2:30 p.m.